Ladies and gentlemen, what it is and what it will be. It is Friday and you here hanging out with me. I'm so happy to be here. I'm peacock proud, honeymoon happy to be in the place tonight. The grass withers, the flowers faded, but the word at Black Man Unfiltered will last forever, baby. You already know this is the pre-show, right? Before the barbershop, I want to stop by the salon and holler at one of my sisters about the subject tonight. Y'all already know who she is. She's my sister from another mister. All right. If you are not subscribed to this woman, something is wrong with you mentally. You need to get a psych evaluation because this woman be cooking. You understand me? This woman be cooking. The enemy can't get to her. The ratchet women can't get to her. The hoes can't get to her. She's just a woman of God, a woman of faith. She's a queen to a king. She's a mother to the children. Man, come on. She can cook. She can clean. Her husband always happy and ain't never mean. I'm dropping bars tonight, ladies and gentlemen. None other than my sister. My sister, y'all. Take heed to the damn message. Just give it up. Give it up.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Now take heed to the message. I'm gonna say what I'm gonna say, and then I'm just gonna get out your way. Take heed. Black men are narcissists and they misogynists. Have your way.
Whew. You know what? I love when we can't get our way as women and we start throwing names at our men. I love that part. You know, y'all want to just always throw all the names at our men. And what are you, sis? What are you? We sit up here, we label our men with all types of names, but what are you? See, y'all like to get up here and you like to call men all out their names, especially y'all ones that got them baby daddies. Y'all like to disrespect them baby daddies every chance you get. He ain't it, she ain't this. But baby, let me share something with you. When you label this man something, baby, I want you to turn around and look yourself in the mirror. Cause shit begat shit. Yes, I said it. I said it. Take it to the bank, honey. Shit begat shit. Y'all sit up here, you want to call somebody narcissist. Who's a narcissist? Y'all want to sit up here and think that mess is cute. Because all the women on social media, that's what they want to do. They want to just go label men they don't even know. All this foolery. For what? Does it make sense? Ladies, y'all not tired? Y'all been holding y'all pitchforks and signs since the late 60s. Y'all not tired? You don't see grandma and mama in that big house alone by themselves? Do you want to end up just like them, alone by yourself?
Come on.
But no. You know what I'm saying? No, I can't listen to you. I don't want to listen to you. I don't want to follow the leader. That's what y'all say. Until you get as old as me. Now you want a man. When you get as old as me. Now you want a man. Y'all better take heed now while you young. Change your mindset. Stop listening to these foolish women telling you men is this and men is that. Go seek and find for yourself. Go seek and find. I didn't say, I'm not talking about go seek and find a husband. I didn't say that. Because when somebody tell you go seek and find a husband, y'all always mess that part up. Instead of you just waiting on God. Okay? Waiting on God. But when I say waiting on God, you're going to ask God to clean out everything that is not right in you for marriage. So that you will, when you see this brother, you will know. You will be ready. You will be ready to receive it. Y'all get out of here with these things. I'm done. I'm done with your foolery. I'm done.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're looking at the screen right now to take heed to the message. Hey, take heed to the message. Let them hear your voice one more time when you tell them how they can reach you, how they can buy from you, how they can support you. Instagram, Facebook, YouTube. Tell them how they can get to you.
So I'm on Instagram, I'm on YouTube, I'm on Facebook. Okay. My YouTube name is Take Heed to the Message. And come rock with me. Come rock with me, baby. Now, I cause a lot of trouble. Be ready for that. And I ain't got no filter on my mouth. Watch that, too. All right. Take heed to the message. Everybody have a wonderful night, y'all.
Take heed to the message. I want you to finish this sentence for me because, I watch you. I'm a student of your work. Take heed says, if you like what I'm doing over here and you like my content, hit the like and subscribe button. But take heed, you also said, if you don't like it, do what?
You can kick rocks.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, make sure y'all go over and support our sister. Take heed to the message. She's cooking every morning, cooking breakfast and giving you all the news that you need. And the hoes are running and saying, girl, please get over there and support Take Heed to the Message, man. We love you, sis. And we'll see you on Tuesday. And then again, opening up that salon for us every Friday. We love you, girl. Have a good night. After this, y'all, we'll be right back with you.
I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign.
I wanna be the greatest. Everybody on the fake shit. I look around and feel like everybody is the fakest. I make this every day and I'm impatient, hoping one day I blow up from the basement. Statement, the top is so vacant. I don't hear shit that I think is amazing. Waiting for my day when I'm playing sold out shows for 1,000 faces. Hey, give me that crown, get in my way and to be put down. It ain't your place, all this my town. If I want that shit, then I'll get it right now. I'm losing it, the news it fits. I'm losing shit, a stupid myth. You choose to live or choose to dip. You choose to fight or lose your grip and lose a gift.
I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign.
Yeah. There's no mercy in this world, just hunger-thirsty persons in different versions. Each new update, that shit worsens. Why? Pull back the curtain and you'll see the different vermin. We all have different burdens that all seem to cause disturbance. Yo, do me a favor, don't treat me like a neighbor. Don't need the different flavors of your problems just to savor. I've got my own issues, I need a comb to get through. Don't need to groan with you, just go get your own tissue.
I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind?
Yeah. Y'all already know what it is. Black Man Unfiltered. Power Shop tonight. Everybody knows what's going on here at the Black Man Unfiltered. What's going on, Lost? You muted.
There we go.
All right.
That's much better. Much better.
Hey, Black man, can you turn it up a little bit, bro, so we can rock out with this? This beat is hard as hell, boy.
Yes. Welcome back to another edition of Black Men Unfiltered. I'm your co-host, Boston Translation Podcast, along with JT from the What We Don't Podcast.
That shit hard, man. That shit is hard.
You weren't ready for that one, JT. You weren't ready for that one.
Hey, bro, I came out of retirement just for a minute.
How was your week, man?
It was good, man. My week is good. Let me tell you, if you are in like the tri-state area, Michigan, Illinois, Indiana, let me tell you something. Or is it Ohio? I can't remember. They both close together. This goddamn weather, man, is bipolar. This motherfucker did a juke move on us, bro. It was
hit you with the backspin on the man, the circle button.
74 degrees, bro. I think it was Monday. So, man, almost 80 fucking degrees in February in Michigan. Let me tell you something. The next day, it was 28 degrees on my ass.
Someone need to put a skirt on that thing, man. Come
The
on,
motherfucker did a Texas two-step on our ass and juked the fuck out of us, man. I was like, God damn. But I didn't fall for the banana in the tailpipe, though, bro.
Exactly. Let's go
What's
ahead,
been
man.
going on with you, brother?
Hey, you know, it's been a long week. I'm just glad it's Friday, man. It's the weekend, man. Get some stuff done. Right? I had to give me some rest, man. I just woke up. I got the bat signal. I'm like, okay, we going live. Let's go, man. Let's go.
Hey, look, it's Friday, man.
That's
Yes,
right.
Look, and I don't know what the hell got into BMU, bro. He done probably had an overshot of goddamn B12 or something, but tonight lit, man. Tonight lit. It's club BMU tonight. Shit, what we talking about?
Listen, let's go ahead, man, and get the acknowledgments out the way before we start bringing everybody up, man, one at a time. We want to make sure that we welcome the folks. So let's go ahead and get the how do you do's out here. Let's go ahead. Who do we have in the building tonight?
I dodged the trap. What's popping? What's going on, partner? Grooming and reviews. That's also in the back. What's going on, grooming?
All right.
You know
The
who
one
it
and
is,
only
man.
Almond Eyes.
You know.
All right.
Yeah. Who else
Of
we
course,
got,
you know
bro?
we got BMU in the building. He's
Oh,
dropping
you
links.
know.
Dropping
Big
links.
man.
Who
Yes,
else do we
sir.
got? Almond Eyes again. Let's see. Of course, you know we got JT in the building from the
You
What
know
We
it's me, man. What it do? What it is? What it gonna be?
Sure. Messy Miss Sean in the building.
Hey,
Let's
Mr.
go.
Mashine. Don't
Yes,
you be
indeed.
going out. This ain't RBN, but it is RBN. That's how we do over here. This all family. RBN is our family. So you know what we do, man. We all support one another.
Yes, indeed. Also, we have Embraced the Grace.
Oh,
You know, we
beautiful.
have those sprinkles out there for it too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There we go.
I'm confused.
It's actually confused.
Is it
That's
Jay
right.
Larone presents? What's popping, homie? What's going
All the
on?
way from the RBN network from the chat. That's right.
Yes, sir. Salute to you, brother.
Uh-oh, here you go.
Ooh.
On the White School
Huh.
podcast. Yeah, we don't leave her out. Hey, White School, how you doing? We're gonna leave that alone now. Look, we got Trey Ferg in the building. He up there telling
OG.
us what's happening.
Yes,
You know?
sir. OG.
And we also got #1 grooming and reviews in the place.
Greek.
In the place
Greek.
to be. What's happening, grooming?
Yes, sir.
Hiding in the back chat. Who else do we got? Oh, yeah, we got our brother, man, Blaze.
Blaze.
Peace and abundance.
McCrory. That's what it is. My man. What's popping with you, bro? What's
Who
popping?
else do we have, man? I think that is, can't forget about the RBN, baby.
What the man?
The man
The
himself,
legend.
the myth, the legend. You know what I'm
Yes,
saying?
sir.
Now, next person, we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna start bringing people up one at a time. Let's go ahead and bring up the one and only, the other Trey. We call him Trey Light Skin. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah. Oh, my man, Ikane. That's it. He just rocked up in here. Ikane. Let me tell you something.
Let me tell
Yeah.
you something.
Let me tell you something.
Yes, indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the one and only Trey Ferg.
Going on, OG?
What's up, fellas?
What's
JT,
happening,
long
sir?
time no see.
What's
Yeah.
what's
happening?
up?
How are you today, sir?
I'm all right, lost in translation. How you doing, man?
I am good. Highly blessed and highly flavored. What's happening, man?
Appreciate you representing us light-skinned brothers, man. You know, we a rare breed out here, so we gonna keep it moving.
That's it. Also, speaking of light skin, we're gonna bring up our Greek brother. We also know him as the Greek Freak. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the one and only Grooming and Reviews.
What up, guys?
What's happening, man?
What's going on, man?
I have some exciting news tonight.
Uh-oh.
Get
Keep talking, man.
up here. I will break the news. We broke records. That's how hot it is.
Okay.
That's what's up, man. That's what's up.
Let me
Yes,
tell you
indeed.
something.
Grooming, how was your week, man?
Today.
Bring
Oh,
good.
don't forget, we got another one too, bro, before you bring the next person up.
Yeah.
My man, Hot Sauce in the building also, bro.
I saw us in the building, man. Wait.
Hot Sauce. We ain't signing shit. Name
What's happening,
Al
Hot Sauce?
Gore.
What's going on? This is my new brand. A pimp named Al Gore.
Is it a pimp named Al Gore? What's happening, man? How's your week, man?
I'm good. Hope everybody's doing well.
Indeed. Glad to have you, man. Glad to have you. And we also have a brother also known as the continent. And I know Black Man of Filter got his music queued up, ladies and gentlemen.
The toughest things any man has ever done is turn down a nice piece of willing, steaming ass piece of pussy.
Let's go. Put your hands together for the one and only Our Pain in the building. Yes, sir.
The barbershop. Oh, boy.
What's happening, Our Pain?
All right, gentlemen.
Indeed. How was your weekend, sir? How was your week?
Hey, man, it's great, man. You know, like I said, anytime you wake up without the white chalk around your body, it's a good day.
You better know it. You better know it.
Say that.
And last but not least, we're going to bring up the host himself, Black Man of Filter. Bring it, man.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, what it is and what it will be, man. Y'all welcome to the show tonight, man. We appreciate y'all for coming in tonight and chilling with your boy and all his brothers and all his family up here. Ladies and gentlemen, we got a live gorilla in the building tonight. We have seen
I'll be that Congo the Miss.
Tonight.
I'll be that Congo the Miss whooping your ass.
Now, hold on. Now.
You keep talking, man, and you shut the fuck up.
I'm hoping you're not scared, Earthquake.
Now, Black David, it's so good to see you. Sometimes I wish we could just go back to Africa and just take care of this. So good to see you, man. So good to see you tonight. Okay, it's so good to see you on tonight, Black David, the New Yorker himself. Now we got something. Hold on, let's see. JT got on my Army gear, the nerve, Navy son.
Go Army, you know what it is, man.
All right, now listen, for this $10 super chat, you started off live and in living color tonight with this $10 super chat. So what I want to do for you, let's see here. I want to go ahead and give you a clip, a video of someone getting it in with this whole dancing thing. Now we got it right here, live and living color. Grooming and reviews.
I got quiet.
We're gonna do a live super chat right now. A live super chat.
Live super chat.
Live super chat song for y'all right now.
Does matter?
Oh man.
Oh my God.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Come to the barber shop. You will get God.
I want to tell y'all something, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to see grooming and reviews do that, please send your cash apps. Every cash app that you guys send tonight, grooming and reviews will do a dance for you. You know what? Every cash app, okay? Not the super chat. Every cash app I get tonight, grooming and reviews will get up and do a dance for you to a certain beat. All right, ladies and gentlemen.
Hold on, we got a name for the dance already. It's called the Greek Freak.
The Greek Freak.
I approve that message.
Hey, you know what? Let's add another word to it. The Greek Freak hustle. There's the Greek.
There you
Freak
go.
Wait, whoa. Let's back up here a second. Premium.
Pause.
We have some great news. I got it, Sarah. I can't talk. I cannot be quiet anymore.
Okay.
Guess who made the news?
Who made the news?
We did.
Yeah.
Gray Area made the news in the group newspaper today.
What?
Yeah.
What? Send it to me.
Wow. Yep, I just got the email 10 minutes ago.
Oh, yes.
Shout out to you and Mr. Bennett, man.
Yeah.
Oh,
Shout
damn.
out, baby. You know what?
Costantino reached out to his elders and promoted us.
That's what's up.
That's what's up, bro.
That is what's up. And you know what? I want to say this real quick too. We got one more person in the back I want to bring up. Guys, listen, if you looking to buy, I'm not even gonna say it. If you're looking to purchase an animal like this, Ikane can sell it to you. He's in the building tonight. Give it up for Ikane tonight.
Really?
So good.
Good to see an organization that deal with BMU.
I have no idea what to say, bro, but okay.
Whoa.
But I got something to tell you.
Don't worry.
Let me tell you something.
Drive by.
Now, hold on. Before you go, let me tell you something. Listen, guys, you're going to see the Cash App rolling at the bottom of the screen. But every Cash App that you send tonight, Grooming and Reviews is going to do a personal dance for you. Okay, so go ahead and send those Cash App ins. Okay, now if you send a super chat,
oh no,
I'm going to have our pain come out of retirement. If you send a super chat, I'll have our pain come out of retirement. And he'll definitely have your wife steaming over there, okay?
Look, his stripper name is Slick Rick.
Yes.
I got a about it. If his wife is watching it and she set him up, that's it on her.
You know what? They call him Slick. They call him Slick Dick with the sweet dick. Our plane is in the building tonight, so I'll have him come out of retirement. Whoa. Stacy said, throw that in with the Diggaling song. Listen.
No.
Stacy, if the Cash App is rolling at the bottom of the screen, if you want the Diggaling song, you have to send a $5 Cash App or more, and I will play the Diggaling song for you. If you need a preamp to the Diggaling song,
the Diggaling museums, yes.
All right. So go ahead and
why do I think I'm going to get clipped for this?
We're going to make sure you get the Diggaling and the Diggaling song. All right, Grooming and Reviews, are you ready? Y'all send the Cash App is scrolling at the bottom of the screen, ladies and gentlemen. And then after that,
right now, this is a bad idea.
Yeah. We ain't anything tonight. All right, so I appreciate you guys. We got another $10. Yeah, we got another $10 super chat in here from Big Andy 11. He said, what did he say? Let me see what he said. Let me get over here to it. What did he say? He said, BMU, don't do that. No more, please. No more. Oh, he said, listen.
Oh, no.
Grooming and Reviews.
Oh, no.
It's your time again, man. He said, don't do it no more. That means he wants you to do it again.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Here we go.
Why?
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen.
This is going on.
So done.
That's it right there, baby. All right, Grooming and Reviews is here for your personal use. Send a Cash App in here. We're going to do it like Lady Cleo used to do it. Call them, send a Cash App right now for your personal dancing tonight. All right.
Call me now.
Call me now for your free dancing tonight with Cash App only. Okay. All right. So listen, guys, it's good to see you guys, man. Y'all know what the topic is tonight. I want to make sure I get everybody in here. We got CBN. He's our deacon of the night. But I want to go around the room and check everybody's temperature, see how everybody's doing tonight. JT, man, how are you doing tonight, my brother?
I'm doing well, man. I'm doing well. It's Friday, man, so you know I got to be doing well, man. I'm at Club BMU tonight.
Come on.
It's going down. We got a stripper.
Hey.
BYOB, you bring your own drinks and all that shit right there and enjoy yourself here at the Black Man Unfiltered.
Hold on, JT. Our Payne say don't do that BYOB shit no more. He says BYOD, bring your own dick.
Bring your own
Bring your own dang life.
He said you never know when you may get some steaming hot pussy. He said bring your own.
Hey,
my God.
when is willing?
That's crazy,
Oh
man.
my God.
Hey, CBN, how are you tonight? CBN, how are you
I'm
tonight,
alright.
my brother?
I'm okay. I'm some kind of weird foul mood. I don't know why. They feel like body slam somebody. Maybe. It's one of those days. You just
You
want
just
to.
violent.
He's sexually.
You made me violent earthquake.
You sexually frustrated. You need to bust one.
Whoa.
Just a tip now.
Whoa.
Just
Whoa. This is why I need to move that dog to this guy. So every time he's trying to tell out my ass, I get
Hey,
it.
you know what? Hold on. I just.
Oh.
Let me tell you something. Our Black David has a show coming on the Black Man Unfiltered Network. I want to tell you guys. It's going to be called JTT Just the Tip. Make sure you guys tune in to JTT Just the Tip on Sundays. All right. Trey Ferd.
I got gray hair because of you. You where the gray hair
Talk to
came
me.
from because of your ass. You're crazy ass.
Yeah, talk to me, JT. Talk to me.
Ferg. I know us bald head dudes look alike, but you know.
Oh shit, my bad. For Trey Ferg, what's going on, man?
I'm okay, man. How you doing, man? Hey, look, I mean, I'm in a good space today, man. Things are, it's beautiful, man. Yeah, me and my wife got some blessed news today, man. I ain't gonna tell y'all. Y'all gonna find out in a couple of months.
She probably having a baby.
No, man. I'm too old for that, man.
Oh, you ain't too old. You ain't too old to stroke without a joke. Come on,
man.
Listen, I'm too old to be trying to raise a little one. That's for sure. I can't even be in the grab them and pick them up. But we got some blessed news today, man. I'm gonna share it with y'all in a couple of weeks, man. I'm gonna show y'all what it is. I'm not gonna tell you. I'm gonna show you. You're gonna be like, yeah. So if you're in that area, just holler at me. But things are good, man. I'm just taking my time. Things starting to get back into the groove for me, man. Taking care of a lot of business. I'm just ready for the weather to change, man. And physically, it is what it is. I just deal with it. Spiritually, I'm connected to my loved ones, and I'm connected to this space right here, man. So it always gives me something to, laugh at and get away from the world a little bit and just learn some new things, man. So I appreciate it, man. And Black David, look like you got a haircut. Yeah, I can tell.
Yeah, he did. He got that.
Hey.
He got that African giraffe bag cut off top of his head. Hey, who we got up next? We got Grooming Reviews. Hey, listen, Grooming Reviews, you've been showing out since you've been here, man. I want to appreciate you for all the hip thrust you gave to the audience a few minutes ago, man. It was just amazing. So I appreciate you, brother, for being here tonight. And thank you. So you've already introduced yourself with your hip thrust.
I'm not going to look down, am I?
Now, Ikane was, I saw him he's in Dallas. I saw him today selling goats. By the time I got there, he had already sold out all the goat milk, all the female goats, all the male goats. Yeah, man. So shit.
Yeah,
so
I sold out. No more.
How's the baby? How's your babe?
Yeah, I'm doing good. Baby growing. And having fun.
Come on.
Yeah. Papa.
Now, Ikane,
That's right.
Ikane, this is your time to show the world that you can do a dance with your baby. Go ahead, do a dance right now with your baby. Let's see it. Go on.
Oh yeah, you just having fun. You see how we do it? That's what's up. Yeah, that's what's up, man. Yeah. That's what's up. You guys do okay tonight? I hope everybody's having fun, right?
Yeah,
absolutely.
Man. Appreciate you, brother. Man,
You're
listen.
welcome.
We got BYOD in the house tonight. Our Pain is in the building. Our Pain. How are you doing? How's the family doing? BYOD.
Everybody's fine, man. Can't complain. Just glad it's March. Years just going by. 2 months in the hole already. So just hanging in there, man. Glad to be here tonight. hanging out.
Absolutely, my brother. Glad to see you,
And,
brother.
and forget about all the dancing, man. Grooming Reviews is my champion for tonight, man. There you go.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Well, he gonna be dancing all night because if somebody send a cash app, he gonna be on that screen. We appreciate you. Trey, the link is at the top of the screen. Trey, if you want to come on in, I appreciate it. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a guy in the building tonight who will put you in the mind of Thanos if you blink a couple of times. His name is Beans. Lip Podcast is in the building tonight.
Put your hands together for Beans.
What's going on, Beans?
What up, though?
What it is, man, what it will be. All right, so man, it's good to see everybody now. Lost in translation, JT, I'm finna go in here and let my son pick my son up from the school real quick. I'll be right back. But you guys go ahead and start the show. Black men are narcissists and they're misogynistic. They just misogynist. They terrible. You niggas are terrible. Black David, you a misogynist. You terrible. JT, you a narcissist. Right? This is the language of our women and how they say and what they say about us today. Everything a man does is narcissism.
Yes, sir.
But I believe that narcissism is a reflection of the person who's saying it. I think narcissism is projected by those who say it the most. But y'all go ahead and have that conversation. Your boy, I'll be right back.
For sure.
I wonder why they got 2 left feet. I'm coming in hot. I don't care.
Indeed.
I'll go there outside.
Yes, sir.
JC,
yes, sir.
my thing is.
Don't get me started right now, all right?
We're gonna get you started today. Listen, JC, what do you think that foolishness came from, man? Because every time you look up, man, you see people calling black men narcissists and misogynists. What do you think that comes from, man?
It comes from all them goddamn so-called fucking experts. When you had these motherfuckers coming out here and motherfuckers gravitated to the word narcissist, most motherfuckers didn't even know what fuck narcissist was. So when you start having these damn people that come and relationship experts and these damn people that's they're not even psychologists or psychiatrists, but they always talk about mental health and shit, and they think that they're experts, and so they come up there and they learn about a good 10 good, medical terms or whatever, and then they just start, saying these words, and then everybody started just grabbing them. And there you go. You got motherfuckers talking about narcissists. You're a narcissist. You're misogynist. They added that to the misogynist. They put it on the list of all the things that they learned. It was more of a word of the day type of thing that they were doing. So that's
like
basically where the shit came from.
It seems like every time we learn a new word, here we go. They start sprinkling it all over the place. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, here we go. Let's go.
My whole thing is, if you learn the word, you should learn the definition that goes along with it too. So a lot of people, they end up learning the word, but they don't know the origin of it. They don't know none of the other shit that comes with it. They don't even know the fucking just regular Webster dictionary definition. So that's basically what it is.
Right.
Because
Let's get this thing cracking.
That's why.
So what?
Because they drop out of English.
Did you say black?
I don't know the words. I said they drop out of English class. That's why. But they're full of shit.
Let's get this thing cracking, man. We're gonna start with beans, man. Today, little podcast. We got a
going
song
on
for you,
beans.
man.
Beans, greens, potatoes, tomatoes, lamb, rams, hogs, dogs, chicken, turkeys, rabbits, you name it.
Come on here, beans, man. Talk to us, man.
Man.
That's your new intro.
We was prepared, sir.
So y'all know I'm too transparent, right? So I gotta be honest. I just was going into my Instagram for something and I saw the link. I didn't know what was going on. I thought we was gonna be in the back chat. I didn't know what was going on. So y'all caught me off guard, but yeah, and I'm kind of like moving around. I'm setting myself up. I got some work that I'm doing so I can hang out with you guys while I get my work done.
Cool.
I didn't hear what was just said, but I heard what Black Man said before he left to go make us look bad by picking up his kid.
Showing out and shit.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, we got an image to uphold, man. You know, we can't be in these kids' life and picking them up and shit like that.
That's right.
Being
Messing up
involved in
his
shit.
secret sauce.
Make sure you just call them a couple motherfuckers once you get to them. But you know, I think somebody was asking me earlier, one of my friends who has absolutely no social media at all, nothing.
Be right back, lost.
In 2024, right?
Right.
And he was like, man, I'm not understanding how this whole YouTube thing works. And so once I was breaking everything down to him, you know, he was kind of like, okay. But when we got to talking about the type of conversations that we had, because he asked me, like, man, what do y'all be talking about? And I said, mostly we be talking about relationships, you know, and the quote unquote gender war and the dynamics of family and marriage and all of that type of stuff. And he said something to me. I can't remember exactly how he said it, but my response was, nah, man, I don't think it's working. I think the space is doing more harm than good. If I'm being honest, the relationships between men and women don't seem to be getting any better. Every now and then, the universe provides me with a couple of people, like maybe a Karen Seitz, who has a deeper level of introspection about how women move and how they actually treat us, right? And why they do say, act, and treat us the way that they treat us. But she's also white. I don't really see the black ones doing it, and I'm not saying they don't exist. I know a couple of names that people throw out to me. And if I'm being honest, they seem more like bag chasers. But I'm saying, like, to get to a point where narcissist is a word that's used to describe men,
right?
In a state where you're telling me the majority of men don't even get to be with women. Another small percentage of them are married to women, and half of those people are gonna end up divorced. And then they're not even gonna be the ones filing for the divorce. Only 20% of them will be filing for the divorce. I just don't see how we can get that narrative about men when those kind of numbers exist. I think, like my boy told me earlier, he was like, man, listen, you know how we are. As men, we gonna rock with our girl no matter how crazy she act. We still gonna be with her. We still gonna screw her. We just want to get her some help, right? We just want to help her change.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And I think that's the way it is. I don't take offense to it anymore at this point, all of the different labels that they give us, because I got a few labels that I throw around, but I usually back up my labels with evidence. And I think it's problematic that most of the time the women don't. From what I see, even the top-notch women, the top-notch content creators, is usually just whataboutism. And more often than not, we say, hey, listen, this is what's going on. And they say, yeah, but what about you, right? No real deep thought into it. You know, whatever you say about them, y'all act this way, so do y'all. It's like, you know, so it's sad, man. I think the conversations that we have, I think they benefit men to a certain degree as far as what we got going on inside of us internally. I do think we are helping younger men and older men, for that matter, build with the conversations that we have, particularly in spaces like this one. But overall, I think it's a lot of damage being done to the relationships between men and women. And we have to be very careful how we have these conversations.
Indeed. Appreciate it. Before we get started, I'm going to go ahead and recognize Mr. Paul Bennett. Welcome to the chat, sir. Welcome to the show.
Good evening, gentlemen. Good to be here.
How are you today, sir?
I'm doing well.
Before we get going, sir.
Yes, I'm doing well. Like I was listening in, so I heard you earlier. Indeed, it is Friday. So hopefully to get some much needed rest this weekend.
Indeed. Welcome back. Welcome to the show, sir.
Appreciate you.
All right, Payne, you were listening, sir. And you heard what Bean said. Bean said that sometimes the space can be a little hard sometimes. You know, it could be damaging relationships. What are your thoughts on people calling each other's names, man, using stuff like misogynist and narcissist and things like that, man. What's your perspective on that?
First, I agree with Beans about the space. I just think that, and you can tell the difference between the panels you get on, right? I think that the panel we have here, we're trying to elevate. I'd like to say that some of the way the BMU has the network set up, some of the panels are specifically for trying to answer, give suggestions and answers for a path forward, not just for relationship, but for mental health and everything else. But yeah, I think just like anything, you got to go through some of the turbulence before you get to a jet stream.
Right.
You know, and I don't know how long the turbulence is going to last, but I think what's happening is that I think the women are feeling it from, I'm not going to say the majority, but more and more men are starting to say, you know what, maybe getting a box ain't the most important thing in my life. You know, and some of these men are pretty eligible, you know?
Right.
And I think they make, when men can say and resist, they can make women kind of say, well, you know, maybe I can't just approach him with, you know, leading with my box first. I might have to show him something more. And, you know, but women like to project. They all do in various ways. So the narcissist thing, if you read the definition, it's the absolute definition of a lot of women on these panels. You know, and they project that. They project that men cheat when we know the percentage of women cheating is pretty much the same or higher. They project a lot of things. And that whole thing, and it never gets old, that whole thing about what about you?
Yeah.
That's really true. And the women ain't necessarily bad. I mean, I get that sometimes from my wife. When we talk, I say, listen, I need you to do this. But see, what about you? I said, well, if you were harboring that shit this long, you should have told me about it. Don't wait for me to tell you something to tell me what about. I said, this time, let's get you straight. Then tell me what you need from me. But if you have something on your mind, don't be waiting for me to tell you some shit to just say, what about you? So it never gets old. So so it's not just the bad women who do that. You know, it's like one of their traits. So yeah, so you know, this whole thing, I kind of let all that shit bounce off our shoulders, man. What name haven't they called us?
Right.
You know, I'm trying to figure out, is there any names that they haven't called us yet, man?
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, so you know, I think that we need to just start moving forward. And some of that shit just gotta bounce off of us. We don't always have to retaliate.
Right.
You know, so even when I try to do my shows, you know, I try to say, listen, what's the solution at the end? You know, and so my Monday show, I'm trying to set that up. You know, and I'm gonna land it here. Where we're talking about Russell Wilson came out and said God ordained him to be a stepfather.
Yeah.
But I think there's a conversation in there other than just saying he's a pussy and he's weak because he's a stepdad. Because the interview itself was fantastic. And that was just a small piece of it.
Right. But you know how they do it. They cut it up, man, to get the buzz out of it, you know.
Yeah. So, you know, I think it'd be nice to talk about it, but from an elevated level.
Right.
You know, even if you are, you know, patently disagree about being a stepdad as a single man looking for your own legacy, that's fine. And we don't need to apologize for that shit. But it doesn't have to, we don't have to wield it like an axe either.
Right.
You know, so I'll just land it there.
Appreciate it. Hot sauce, way from over yonder. What's your perspective, sir? Because I know you've been patiently waiting.
Oh, I would prefer the name Pimp Al Gore if you guys don't mind.
Al Gore. Sorry. Pimp name Al Gore.
Right. And since nobody asked me how I was, I'm going to tell y'all I'm doing good. Just got a new woman walking the blade. So get my money right.
Wait a minute. You got to break the brakes off of around here, don't it?
Yeah, and you know, ordering some clothes hangers for disrespect. So
no more wire hangers.
No more wire hangers.
Ever.
We get them right like back in the 1970s on back in New York on Times Square. That's how we do it. We take it back. So unfortunately, I have to disagree with the gentleman that already spoke, and this goes back to something that you have heard a couple of times, lost in translation, about ethnic identity.
Right.
And we got to understand that, you know, war using words to wage war matters, because how you vilify men, black men in particular, with narcissistic, misogynistic, it makes it easier to commit atrocities on those people. We have seen it before too, in Hitler, right? He didn't outright just put people in internment camps. I mean, or in ghettos. He waged a war using words, right? Same thing with within with the Japanese in this country, right? You wage a war using words, and then it's okay to put people in internment camps, right? You classify black men as the narcissistic, misogynistic. It makes it just that little bit easier for that white female officer to tase your black ass. It makes it a little bit easier just for her to go upside your head, just a little bit easier. So, you know, words are weapons, and we gotta address that. And I'll pass the mic on that.
All right, thank you so much. A pimp named Algo. Appreciate you, sir.
Did you hear what I said?
Straight from the streets. Let's go. Grooming and reviews. Sir, you've been listening. Misogyny, narcissists being used as weapons. What's your viewpoints?
You make it a weapon. If you don't arm it, how it can be a weapon? If you don't pull a trigger, it's not a weapon. I love how I use the AR for a good example. They say the AR is an assault rifle. This Cordol is an assault rifle now. It could be a weapon. An assault Cordol. This chapstick, it could be assault. Any word you can use, you can twist it and say it's a weapon. So how do we just stop using it as a weapon and make it a positive?
Do tell. How could you turn narcissists and a misogynist into a positive?
Use it as an example, as in history, like men acted a certain way. How about we stop doing that and turn it into a positive? Like, use it as an example. Learn from examples. Like, for example, somebody tells you, don't touch the stove, it's hot. You burn yourself. That's an example. You don't burn yourself. How many times are you going to do something until you hurt yourself? Same concept. We see things happen over and over and over. How about we step in as men and say, yo, dude, that's not right.
You know what? Here's my thing. I think we probably should use words as defined in the dictionary. As I think they had a definition before we start using it. You know what I mean? It just seems like we can take any word and just slap it up against the wall and make it mean what we want it to mean. That's not how language works. You see what I'm saying? Because how can we keep something consistent, the meaning of conveying knowledge and wisdom consistent, if we're always changing the definition of things? If I'm not mistaken, Trey Ferg, here's the thing. Is it not true that you have to be diagnosed as a narcissist? That's not something you can just label on somebody. You have to go through some type of testing to be diagnosed. Is that correct?
You know, it's funny you asked that question, and I'm answering your question, but I also want to ask the panel, just raise up a 1 or 2, 1 for men, 2 for women, based off of these narcissistic personality disorder traits. Must be admired. 1 for men, 2 for women. Can I get another? Okay. 2. Lack of empathy. 1 or 2. 1 for men, 2 for women. 2. Arrogant. 2.
I'm gonna say 1 for me.
Okay. Entitled.
2.
Sense of self-importance.
2.
Shout out to IG.
Preoccupation with power, beauty, or success.
2.
1.
Can only be around people who are important.
Mr. Bennett, you're muted.
You're muted, Mr. Bennett.
Oh, you're muted, dude.
No, I was saying you got to split that last one up, though. If it was just
Yeah,
power
1
and
and 2.
itself, I would definitely say 1.
Is power, beauty, or success?
1.
2
1.
for, I say 2 1s for men and 1 2 for women.
Okay. Can only be around people who are important or special.
2.
Ooh. So I just read off a list of 8 things. Well, I don't think I gave 8. Interpersonality, exploitative for their own gain. That's a big one right there. So these are the characteristic traits of a person who has a narcissistic personality disorder. So I asked that question because I wanted to see how we fare with this list. You can put us in a 2 or 3, maybe 1, 2 or 3, but a man must have some sort of confidence about himself as he is entering into the dating world. Oh, okay, I see the 2. And even in the workforce, you have to have a sort of confidence in order to put yourself in positions to be looked at, you know, to move up in your field or whatever. So it amazes me how women say we're narcissists, but, you know, a lot always seem to get out in front of itself. And they identify us as narcissists, but we are the ones that more than likely will step in and be a stepfather. We'll step in and try to save you a lot of times from your own demise. So I just wanted to ask that question. Now, LIT, ask that question you asked me again.
I was like, don't you think words have definitions and meanings? We just can't. You have to be diagnosed to be a narcissist. It's not just one of those things you can just slap on somebody like a label.
Correct. And most professionals, when they ask these type of questions to identify someone, they can easily see that, and it would be most women who feel that way. Because even if a woman is displaying those characteristics around other women will dismiss that behavior altogether. Oh, she's just in her whatever she's in at the moment, and they won't call it out. But if a man steps in with confidence and does not become prey to the woman's demands and want, now he's a narcissist. So I don't understand the behavior. I hope that women can look at themselves at some point and realize that they own this type of behavior. You know, it's not, you know, and they do it a lot of times in a group of women. That's all you're going to receive, and they're going to champion that to each other. That's why we're in this space now, because a lot of the young women are hearing this and they running with it without even knowing the meaning and true understanding of it, and it's preventing them from getting the results that they want. So obviously there's some ladies change your mindset.
Right. Mr. Bennett, let me ask you a question, sir. A lot of times when we have these conversations, people like to disqualify what we say because we're not qualified in a specific area. Like we just had a conversation a minute ago about being, you can't just label somebody a narcissist. You know what I'm saying? And people's like, well, you're not a psychiatrist. How do you know this? What do you say to stuff like that? Do you have to be an expert in something to mull it over, especially when somebody calls somebody something without actually having proof of this person being a narcissist?
I think if we're trying to have conversations, I think KS he was kind of known for this. I mean, where he would use like broad terms to define things, but again, did it apply to everybody in every situation? No, it didn't. Are stereotypes, do they apply to everyone? No, they don't. But if you're trying to have a dialogue, if you're trying to have a conversation, some things are going to be seen through empirical evidence and you know, and observation. So I don't think you necessarily have to be an expert. I think certainly equipping yourself with some tools, because the issue I'm seeing is that, you know, you have people just throwing out words simply because someone else had uttered them. Are you going to take the extra work like Trey Ferg did to actually go and look up some traits and characteristics? Yes, you may still need that person may still need to be professionally diagnosed. But I think for general conversation, we can see that there's certain behaviors that we can see manifested in people that aren't necessarily good for us, that are destructive in a lot of ways and are not moving us certainly as a people forward. So I certainly think that we can have that conversation. I think those who want to just put that out there, they simply want to silence having a conversation. So I think how do we break through that is to push on and continue to have the conversation with those who want to have it. But, you know, a lot of people, they just want to, you know, shut the whole conversation down without having a real breakdown to see, you know, but I think that's how you grow. I think that's how, you know, that's how we improve. but most people would rather just follow the wave of public opinion or what's fed to them versus finding out for themselves what's really going on. And that's why propaganda works, because a lot of people, won't, or, social, information. I was watching a show. I think I had Dr. Phil on. He said something to the effect of most millennials and Zers get most of their news from social media,
right?
Rather than from like legitimate news sources. Now, again, are news sources like the Times or whatever, are they infallible? No, they're not. No, there's news sources infallible, but it's just amazing how quickly word spreads, or how rumors spread on so many different things without anybody doing any kind of veracity to back it up, especially if it's something negative. Like I kind of have a rule where if someone sends me something negative, it basically stops with me unless I can actually verify the veracity of what it is.
Right.
And I just stop it. But I get stuff sent to me all the time, and I either push back, or I may push back and quote a source that, hey, you might want to recheck your sources, because I just don't believe in slander and I don't believe in libel. I think those are things that are just passed around, or gossip. I think those are passed around just simply too much, and I think we need to really pull away from that. So yeah, I think that it's a tool to silence a discussion, but you can't have that discussion with everyone. But I think we still need to push ahead and push forward with the conversation with those who legitimately want to have the conversation.
Absolutely. My thing is this: when people use words like that, and to me it seems as if they're using it to absolve themselves from responsibility. You know what I'm saying? It's like what they said earlier about not all women, or they'll say not all men. It's used as a deflectionary tactic to keep them from holding themselves accountable. So my thing is this: you can't just use words as if it's slang. Certain things have a certain text to it. And it's like you said earlier, Mr. Ben, you have to find out exactly where you get your news from. I had to have this conversation with a friend of mine earlier, and she sent me an article. I said, that article looks mighty suspicious. And I looked in the screen in the corner. I said, where did you get this from? And she's like, I got it from CNN. I was like, oh, okay. I said, let me show you a trick. I said, what you want to do is you want to find out exactly where your news source is coming from. And based upon that news source, they're going to cater to their particular audience. I had to explain to her CNN leads left. You know what I'm saying? It leans left. If you go to Fox, they kind of lean right, because that's the audience that they're talking to. I said, back in the day when we had journalism, it was pretty much in the middle, and they let you decide what you want to decide. But today, we have to cater to our specific audiences. And that to itself is an algorithm. And now we have to be aware of every time we get our news and ask ourselves, where did you get that from? It was just like that. What was that girl who got in trouble for bashing men, talking about, oh, they're coming in and there was I think she was a psychologist, and she was saying that you guys are coming in on my couch and whining and complaining. And the next thing you know, she lost her job. You know what I mean? Because she had a leaning toward misandry towards men. And I had to explain to her, I said, you have to be careful where you get your information from, and how does it lean? And we have to do our research. So with that being said, Ikene, I know you're probably listening, sir. I'm going to go ahead and get your perspective on this. He probably quiet. JT, we're waiting on Ikene come up. I know you've been listening, man. What's your views on that, man?
Yeah, I mean, that one of the things that we started out leading with is, knowing what the definition actually is of these words that we would call buzzwords.
Right.
However, it is good to have the conversation and see where we can go with this, especially with this word narcissism. We're gonna tackle that whole misogyny thing in a little bit, but with being a misogynist, being a narcissist, there's also a connotation where, like, when you really think about it, to be a narcissist, the definition is a person who has excessive interest or admiration of themselves. So when you actually look at just the elementary definition of it, a lot of your surgeons have to have a sense of narcissism, to either be as great as they are. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
Right.
A lot of the people that build skyscrapers, that shit is kind of like narcissistic to think, you know, that you can actually build something, especially if you go further. Before we had all of the technology that we have right now, of a person that actually thinks. So there's a element of narcissism where it is actually what we need, right? If we want to be the greatest. Think about boxers. There's a element of narcissism in boxers, right? They have in this mind that they're going to win, period. It's not excessive, but it is an element that's in there. So when we're talking about this buzzword, right, what everybody's throwing around social media, what people are throwing around on network TV and things like this, I don't think that they actually understand what the actual definition is, and I don't think that they actually understand what the word actually origins from also. So it's kind of like they just use it as one-dimensional. But narcissism, you actually do need it if you want to be the greatest. I end it from there.
Appreciate it. Black David. I don't think Black David paying no attention, man.
Wake up, Black David.
I don't think he paying attention, man. He plugged
He's
in.
sleeping again.
Anybody want to rebut anything anybody said before we move on?
I want to follow up on two things. One, what we were talking about the media earlier, and what I think in this current age, because there's so many quote unquote media sources, and that there's a lack of true journalism. Like everyone's a journalist simply by having a YouTube page or a social media page.
Right.
And I think what that's doing is, I think it's creating more people with, again, when no one's qualified to diagnose it, but I think you are creating more people with an entitled mindset. Because if all of your news and all of your information is entitled to simply yourself, or even if you put yourself in a situation, and this is something I got to fight against all the time, like what I watch, especially when it comes to news and information, it's very easy to stay in your echo chamber of where you get your information from. And so that is definitely something that, when you only had Channel 2, 4, and 7 and Walter Cronkite and those guys, it was a lot easier. But now everybody is a journalist, and I think that is in part what's creating, I think, society in general, at least our society, most societies that have technology and information, I think, are becoming more, again, self-entitled. And I think we want to talk about how societies die, how nations die, how empires die. I think, again, once you get to that, when you think you're at the height and you think that, that your ways are always correct, and so I think that is of the beginning of, when society start to go backwards. And now everyone thinks that they have a voice, and everybody's voice is as important. And when we talk about the narcissism, the thing is that to think that everyone's voice is at the same level. So you could be a reporter, you could, got your degree, you've been in journalism for 20 years, and you think you're just a blogger, and you think that you can speak with the same veracity or apply the same methodology as a reporter. I think that is something that's just overblown. I think that's where it really becomes destructive to the society, when nobody can really have a serious debate because everyone has a different set of facts that they're dealing with. There's no more arbitration based on sources that we all used to be able to agree upon. So I think that is definitely something that is going to harm us going forward in terms of trying to have these debates. We're just going to be talking past each other because no one can really validate what the other person is saying. The other thing I want to say was, in terms of what JT was saying about narcissism, I don't know, as far as the surgeon example, so the boxer, I could certainly see. Boxers are, I think you really have, or to be an athlete, I think a lot of these guys, they just have something off in order for them to have that kind of confidence to engage in something that's violent. But when you talk about like surgeons and engineers, again, you're talking about people who put in, certainly a lot of education, a lot of, discipline in order to apply their craft. The thing with a lot of narcissists is that there's very little discipline that I see in them. And so, I wouldn't necessarily want to call the surgeon or the lawyer or the technician, someone who is basing who they are based on what they know and based on the outcome of the results that they're getting. If it's based on science, if it's based on like engineering is engineering. So, but so I wouldn't want to label those guys. Not everyone's like Doctor Strange. If you guys watch that movie, Doctor Strange, he might be a narcissist.
Before you go too far, you make the first point you made could be a whole panel.
Yeah.
The first point you made, you're going into this other point, but and you can get back to it. But the first point you made, I don't completely 100% agree, because the people who have, I guess they call it the fourth estate, right? The media, they have proven themselves to be untrustworthy.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that regular people can look up information and have something to say, I think is a right of every American citizen. Now, to discern whether this guy is qualified to say what he says, it depends on what he's talking about, right? Because we all living, and things, that information and things and events impact us in different ways. So I don't have to have a journalism degree or something like that to be able to express how I feel impacted by something. Now, whether what I say is accurate or not is for the person who's listening to me to go get that extra information. Just like you said, if I'm making a statement, you can go and see whether my statement is correct or not. And that's the thing we don't do enough. But I'm gonna just let it hit. But to intimate that if you don't know all the shit that you're talking about, or you're not credentialed, that you shouldn't be saying anything, I think that's scarier than people saying stuff. That's just me.
So, and I want to just add this in very quickly, because I think, like people want to just say stuff to discredit instead of to look in the mirror, because what you're saying is painful. So, and I'll put it to you this way. I don't need to be a biologist to recognize that the person I'm looking at and I'm talking to is a human being. When it comes to qualifications, okay, the qualified people, the specialists, etc., they will set the constraints. Okay, for a human being, you need to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. When Treg Ferg read that list of what could be a narcissist or not, right? It's not his list. Experts put that together, I'm assuming, right? Because I don't know where he got the list from, but I'm assuming here. Experts put that list together and say, okay, these are the things that you need to look for. I don't need to be qualified or trained to look at the list and be able to read it and say, okay, you are or you are not, right? Now, do I need to be qualified to make the list? Absolutely. But do I need to be qualified to recognize what I'm looking at? No, I just need to be able to read. And I think people use these kind of deflection methods instead of just looking in the mirror and fixing yourself. And I'll land my plane there.
Appreciate it.
Yeah,
I don't
necessarily
go ahead.
Yeah.
I just want to recognize Information Man for showing up today. Appreciate it, sir. Welcome to the panel.
Yeah, thank you. Let's get some things correct here. I work in mental health. Narcissism is a personality disorder, gentlemen, which means you can have traits or you can just have the pure behavior that's based on your lack of empathy and sympathy for others. It's almost borderline on being a psychopath, because it's a person who only is focused on themselves. They're selfish. They are only focused on their own recognition. Okay. Self-centered. And they never take accountability for their failures, mistakes, or how they gaslight or impact other people. All humans have some layer of narcissism. There are some people that are on a clinical level. For example, JT, you said something about that, well, if it wasn't for narcissism, I'm not quoting you correct, maybe, that narcissism, that is something that helped to either, you see it in athletes, to be a winner, you have to have certain these traits. what it really is that we all have an ego, and then there's something called a super ego. So most athletes operate off of a super ego, meaning they have confidence in themselves. Now, are there athletes that are narcissistic? Yes, but then there are athletes who may not necessarily be narcissistic, but they're very confident in their ability to achieve and win and compete against another man. But then does that mean that they're the same way off the playing field? You got guys that get on the football field and they're a beast, they're a monster, but then they get off the field and they're very quiet, they're very peaceful, or just very laid back and chill. And they're not on this clock of ego tripping 24/7. Then of course there are those that are. YouTube, what I see on YouTube is that particularly from the females in particular, it's simply a word that people have attached themselves to as a way to mechanize it as a way to gaslight and try to put men down. So you use the word to say, well, if men are on a panel with women and we're thinking logically and they are engaging in their emotional side, and we're trying to make a logical statement that runs through what they believe or what they think is the premise, then what they'll do is come back and say, oh, you're a narcissist, because they don't want to confront, or a person doesn't want to confront that what you're saying to them is actually true, is based in facts. And so because they can't handle the truth, like the movie, you can't handle the truth, then they must gaslight you with saying, oh, you're a narcissist, because they don't want to deal with the fact that what you're saying rings very, very true. So it's basically, so not everybody is a straight narcissist, whether it be on YouTube or in real life. Do we have periods when we're very confident, maybe overconfident, have a super ego? We're not going to let someone talk to us any kind of way. Every man on this panel operates on that level at some time in their life, right? So how many people on the panel have played sports?
I am.
Okay, so let's say you're trying to make a team. I remember when I was in high school and I was going out for the team my freshman year, I didn't make it. And because of not making it, that drove me to get better during the off season. And that made me charge up my super ego to say, I'm going to make that damn team. And I did everything I could and I had to have confidence and belief in myself. I believe when I didn't make the team the first time, I don't believe I was as confident as I thought I was or what I needed to be. I'll just land my plane there.
Appreciate the information, man. Mr. Ben, I'm going to double back to you. You had a question. I want to make sure we get it in before we push on. You had a question earlier.
No, it wasn't so much a question. It was just I wanted to reply to our pain. And that I agree to an extent that certainly people should be able to have a voice, but to the extent that how people disseminate information, I do have a problem with that. I think with a journalist, I think there's a process and there's a methodology that you employ in order to cite sources, to trace leads where they go before you disseminate. At least that's how it used to be. Now again, all journalism now might be simply again more feeding the whims of the consumer, and I think that's a poor thing. But as long as a person at least takes some effort to undertake that that task, then I don't have a problem with it, because again, you're going to then be, if there becomes a debate or discussion, then you guys are going to be using similar, there's like a standard that you use to, again, what is the veracity of the information that you're sharing. But you have people who just spend their lives just posting whatever source, however tantalizing it is, in a social media space, and they call themselves, well, we're the new journalism. And I'm like, well, wait a minute. I mean, that's, I think you can go too far with that as well. And I'm not saying and I'm not also saying that there needs to be a limited amount of media. I mean, look, some of these countries that have state-run media, yeah, that's pretty bad. You
get one voice. You know what I'm saying?
Get one voice. So I'm not going in that other direction also. But I think there's so many people who use that term of journalism, for example, loosely. And they just think just because I'm passing this thing along doesn't make you a journalist. If anything, you might be spreading misinformation. But no one takes those steps to really look at the veracity of what's being shared before they just hit send or just copy into their feeds, and that stuff just spreads like wildfire. And there's just too much that I think that just goes on today that really disrupts what we do.
Mr. Bennett, I wanted to ask you a question though. You do realize that news has turned to being infotainment now.
Yes.
And most of the people that you listen to on CNN or Fox or NBC, you do know that most of those people are not real journalists.
Right.
We haven't had real journalism since the time that you spoke of when we had Walter Cronkite, when we had 3 channels, right? And remember, Lost in Translation, you said something that was true, but let's break it a little bit more deeper here. Remember, in this country, you had something called the Fairness Doctrine.
Right.
And guess who got rid of the Fairness Doctrine? It was your Ronald Reagan. The Fairness Doctrine said that when you did a show with real journalists, you gave Republican point of views a certain amount of time, equal time, and then you had to bring a Democrat on to rebut. They had to rebut each other. And then when Reagan got into office, he got rid of the Fairness Doctrine. That's how you got all these conservative talk radio stations.
Correct.
Which used to be black radio stations that got converted into Republic. See, a lot of people don't know this history.
Correct.
So we gotta know. So this, I think today, and I'm gonna back up our pain, is that I think a lot of people have been watching the bullshit that mainstream media puts out, and we're saying to ourselves on YouTube, we're gonna talk about that same story, but we're gonna give you the perspective from our perspective that the damn media is not gonna tell you. That's what I pride myself on my show. Because they talk about shit, but they don't go deep. Because the media is corporate controlled, brother. You know that.
Of course. That's the reason why I quoted, you have to make sure you find out exactly where your sources are coming from,
Right. And even then, I think you're talking about two different things.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we're really where things have gone off the rails is that, again, we used to have news. It was about information, no pun intended. But what's really taken over is opinion.
Right.
So like any paper, any newspaper, again, there was an op-ed.
And the op-ed was the smallest section of the paper.
It was the
too.
smallest
Remember
section.
that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But now the way people consume the opinion shows have really taken over. And like I said, all these people, to your point, none of these people who are hosting these shows are journalists. They don't come from that kind of background, but everything is about opinion. So again, I think we certainly need to go back to having just news, just lay out the information. We can then debate we can certainly debate the information that's being shared. But as long as opinion seems to be running things, to your earlier point about infotainment, I think no one's really being served properly. So, but again, my general point is I think still applies in that as long as you apply, again, journalistic methods, can we at least get the information cited and sourced and shared that, you can certainly that is verifiable. Let's start there. And I know that's something that you do on your show, Information Man. So as long as you're applying those principles, again, I have no problem with it. But I'm saying that people are getting careless and they're just sharing their opinions.
It's not balanced.
It's not, you're not starting from a base of information that we can kind of all agree on. And that's getting harder because the fog is, okay, well, whose information is right, or you said there's constant debate over veracity.
So Mr. Bennett, wouldn't you agree that before they made it where, because there was a thing they called journalism integrity, right? And up under that umbrella, it was to be like the networks used to be non-biased. So they used to, and I think that was the reason for them having that rule in their networks, where now you can see that the anchors, they have an opinion. It's like
Right.
They're allowed to have free range now with that whole thing of the biasness.
I can't remember, and again, I'm young and I'm old enough to remember. I didn't grow up with Walter, but towards certainly the tail end, I can't ever remember him citing an opinion about anything.
Right.
With all the stuff that he had to report on, the Kennedy deletion, the Watergate, I mean, all of that. It was just, here's the news. And that was it. And then we would, talk about it the next day or like, I was still in grade school, so I'm saying not us, but generally the people, you would discuss it, the next day. But to your point, it's all about opinion.
Yeah.
And I think that's really diluting again how we have conversation, or it's inhibiting our ability to have a real conversation because it's about our opinions, not about the facts on the ground.
Right. Can I ask a question?
I wanted to say something because it's far more than this. Because, okay, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Black Dad. I think you got a delay.
No, because I wanted to say that there's something more than this because I remember studying history, generally to be a truth-finding organization when they seek nothing but the truth. But a lot of corporations before that law went down had an issue with that. Remember that newspaper company that was responsible for busting Watergate? A lot of people had an issue with that particular news organization because it was
the Washington Post.
The Washington Post, thank you. And when that law went down, I recall when that law went down, that's when Fox News came to existence. My uncle in my country was a real journalist. This man put his life on the line. When reporters like him were putting out the news, the truth, what was going on in our country, they were threatened to be deleted. This man risked his life. He did not care that it will cost him his life. I watched him and his colleagues lose their job. Some of them lose their life for seeking nothing but the truth and put it out there for the people to know and understand. But as of late in the early 80s to now, the art of truth finding, seeking nothing but the truth, not to die away because in fact, corporations don't want people to look for the truth. They want to put their own agenda. That is why I always had an issue with anybody. I hate to say that. I don't care you're a podcaster or your opinion. And when anybody cite any information for Fox News, I think you're completely dumbed down to the core because Fox News was based on propaganda from the very beginning. So I don't trust nothing from that network at all. Okay, that law was still with many Fox News will never be existed. That's number one. And all these other stupid ass media out there to begin with. So this is why when I see my uncle growing up being a real journalist and I see all these jokers out there, I don't feel sorry for nobody get misled by the wrong information and don't want to find the truth their goddamn self. This is why I learned how to think nothing but the truth. So when information man gives you information about how people are not really doing their homework and they're not being, I'll look for that word, but they're not being considered about finding that truth. It's kind of like we don't care anymore. There's so much opinion been going on throughout the airway for more than 3 to 4 decades. Since all these talk shows. And when I watch it as an immigrant, I start to ask myself this question. When is it going to stop? Because the damage you're creating is hard to reverse. When we start to reverse that damage, what the dam going to be broken away by people that feel like, you know what, we can't say nothing no more. Because just like the topic said, narcissist, I knew what it meant. It's a medical term, which we were taught now in country too. When I see people throw it out there, it got thrown into my face several times. I had to, I hate to say it, but I know it sounds like harsh. I had to be glad that I can use that opportunity to destroy somebody and tell them, are you really educated? Did you drop out of high school? Did you drop out of English class? Because if you understand the word, you understand the meaning. Today, people that take words and just throw it out there, make sure it sticks. But never take the time out to actually understand it. So when you talk about journalists being opinionated, they didn't go to school to be journalists. They didn't want to take the class. Because you check any college campus out here, when you ever see a major people take a major to be a journalist, no one's not taking that thing serious no more. No one's doing their homework anymore. No one going to the deep end. Let me start from working in the newspaper and work my way up. No, they want to cut corner. And that's what I noticed. Tell me if I'm wrong.
You know what? Earlier this week, I'm going to touch on something. Earlier this week, Grooming and Reviews had a show about education. and we talked about biases. You know what I mean? In AI, you know what I mean? How AI could bring out the bias in people depending upon who programs it. You know what I'm saying? And I think it's the same thing that goes on with people. Based upon where you get your information from, yeah, you can be biased. And it's like Mr. Bennett said about these particular echo chambers. But my whole thing is this: you got to start asking yourself the question, you know, what did the author intend for me to get? You know what I mean? Sometimes you have to ask yourself another question: who is the author? You know what I mean? So that way you can at least get your bearings around what you're being presented with. You know, it's like Black David said it a minute ago. He said, you know, if you listen to Fox News, it's trash. Well, I can say if you listen to CNN, it's trash. You know, it just depends on where you get your information from. You know what I'm saying? It could be like, you know, I saw CNN faking a storm when it really wasn't. You know, but he'll say, I have an opinion with Fox News because those people over there are trash. Well, we have to start asking ourselves, well, where did this information come from? And how did we get this particular opinion? But it was like earlier when they started talking about Ronald Reagan, you know, making sure that he eliminated the bias. You had to have a little bit of this and a little bit of that. And then my thing is that really takes away from the creativity of freedom of speech when you have to make sure that you sprinkle in both of them. And that may not necessarily feed your particular audience. But my thing is this: I just want you to give me the information. If a plane crash, say a plane crash. If somebody died, said that. Don't give me this, well, a plane crash, and yes, that they deserve to die and burn and go to hell. You know what? We can do without that. You know, so the opinion part is the part that we need to get away from. And I think when we have people to throw words out there and stuff like that, that's what really taints the conversation.
Yeah.
So most of the people get most of the networks, that's what I'm gonna say.
Right.
Most of the networks, they get their news from the AP wire, right?
Right.
That's why you can go to anyone. I don't care if you go into Fox News or CNN, they all report it with similar delivery. Like if you hear their delivery, it's the same, because what they're doing is when they pull it from the AP wire, it goes to the editors, right? I don't know if they still have anchors editing their own shit now, but it normally goes to the network editors, right? And it's the same shit. Now, one of the things I do know is that there are non-biased news sources that has no interest, no political interest, no social interest in anything. And you have to get those. It's kind of like looking at what is a geographic
National
Geographic, right?
Yeah.
It used to be, I don't know if it is anymore, but it used to be where they were non-biased, right? When they used to just, they tell you about stuff, they got documentaries or they have the news and stuff like that. You would hear them reporting the news a lot different. China American, it's National China American or some shit like that. It's non-biased. It's just giving you the news, right? It's just reporting it. AP Wire used to be like that in America. I know this because I used to work for a couple of radio stations, and everybody get the same news. But what happened, I think what really happened was because they wanted to have more of a liberal stance, right? To appease people. I have no idea, y'all probably know more than I would know on that standpoint, but I do know that I've seen it happen right before my eyes. So when you see the news now, it's weird. Local news, especially, because local news used to be really non-biased. Now you're hearing anchors having their own opinion about stuff. They making faces and stuff and beatboxing and smacking their lips and stuff while they're giving the news, right? When you look at CNN, they're being very pretentious and when they're giving the news on somebody. So CNN, if they're talking about Trump, you'll see how pretentious they are when they're creating. They saying the same thing Fox when
but
Fox
they make
is talking
faces
about
when they make faces when they mention Trump name. You know,
right? So then in Fox, if they're talking about Biden, what are they doing?
They're making faces,
making funny faces while they're doing it. So that's where we see the difference in the two. And I agree with whoever said it. Both of those goddamn networks are shit. They're both shit.
Hey,
so I ended there, man.
So I have a question.
Right.
In all fields where there is a ist at the end, and Brother Information Man, you can definitely probably chime in on this regarding your specialty in the mental health field. Do all of those fields have a common language across the board? There's going to be language in, whether you're in sociology, there's going to be terms that are universal that they have to be used. If you're a neurologist, there's going to be medical terms that you have to use. A scientist, medical terms that you have to use. A psychologist. Do all of those fields have a universal language that everyone must adhere to?
Yes.
Yes.
You learn it in school. The minute you crack open your basic science books or your biology books, they start to teach you the various jargon that they want you to use professionally in the field. You're right.
Right. So with that, and I asked the question based off the list because I compared several different lists when I read off those characteristics, and they all were similar. Even when you came on, you listed some of the things that I even asked. So if there's a universal language, and it doesn't matter pretty much, especially some things are just what they are. You can pull from any list of information and it'll be universal. So if I run down a list and you run down a list, and if they are similar, are pretty much the same, does it make it based off my opinion, or it is just what it is? You know, because I think sometimes when people may run off a list like I did, or say some things, and they may have looked at it and compared to it. But if you attacking me, now it becomes an issue for me. That's not me. That's your opinion of me. That's how you feel. But when you look at the language that a person is using, you can see like, oh, okay, this is a universal language across the board. You know, you can't write a report just based off your own feelings or understanding of it. You have to use certain words when you write those reports based off your your diagnosis of an individual. And you're right, the male and female can carry both of those characteristic traits at some point. You see this picture behind me? That was that little handsome baby. It's me. Hell yeah, I'm a narcissist sometime. I know it. I have to be. All of us have to be at certain times in our life. You're in the military, your ass has been a narcissist at some time. If you want to move up as a sergeant or whatever, you're a narcissist in those moments. But I think
that doesn't mean that you are clinically
a narcissist.
There's a difference between having confidence that can be seen as narcissism or being a super ego. There's a difference between that and then someone who's a clinical classic narcissist who doesn't care about no one. I would say, Trey, that even if you were in the military and you're narcissistic at certain points for certain reasons, but I bet you are a man who loves your sons, you love people that you care about. Most classic narcissists are almost borderline on being psychopaths. They don't care about nobody but themselves.
You proving my point, and this is what I'm saying. As it pertains to the relationship, if we hold our loved ones or our partners accountable, then it seems to be thrown out more, oh, that you're a narcissist, just because I'm holding you accountable and I stand for something that is other than myself, is what I'm seeing a lot. Am I right or wrong? Am I off? You know, because I only see
you're on point, Trey.
Yeah, you're
great points.
But Trey Ferg, when somebody does that to gaslight you, I think the only thing you need to do in those instances is just correct them. You know, tell them what they're doing. But but what I'm saying is,
I'm not speaking for myself. It's just that when
not you, okay, not you. I'm talking about in general. What we do is when somebody tries to gaslight some people, they go down that rabbit hole with people. Right, and then they get off track of what they're really trying to do because somebody calls you a name that doesn't even fit, not even an instance, right? So even in your example, when you were in the military, you might have exhibited some narcissistic traits to get to where you wanted to go, but it was just a trait. It wasn't a diagnosis.
That was the point that I was making earlier when I was talking about the surgeon and the architect and the folks. It's the trait, not them being a narcissist. That was the only point that I was making.
If I may, if I may, gentlemen.
Sure.
I think we may have to have a conversation that adds a little nuance to this. When we say somebody who's narcissist, and you have to be a little bit narcissist to get and succeed, I don't think that's exactly what that is, because your confidence can come from your ability to have been prepared. You see what I'm saying? Being a narcissist is as if you are just born and you're entitled to whatever it is that you got, even though you didn't train. Now, there's a certain level of self-confidence that comes from when you've done the work.
Right.
And to me, that's not narcissist. That's somebody who's actually prepared themselves and who has confidence in what they're doing. Now, a narcissist just wakes up and say, you should love me just because.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And I think that is the difference. That's the difference. And I want to make sure that we don't split hairs. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think that was when I was applying to JT, when it came to like the surgeon or what have you. Like I said, I think it's a little different than someone who's, like I said, if you're a boxer, I mean, some of that, hopefully you should be building that off your resume, your amateur record and your professional record or whatnot. But some guys just come in just talking. It's almost like they're talking to themselves. They have nothing necessary to back up why they're talking. You know, I think that's different than someone who has really done the work to be of a certain proficiency in a particular field or not.
Well,
yeah, like I wouldn't link that with a narcissistic trait.
Well, this is the thing. Let me go a little more in detail. So, being in the medical field, I've seen surgeons argue with each other, right? I've seen surgeons get sued because they didn't want to listen to the second opinion of another surgeon. I've seen it a lot. This is why you have so many lawsuits, so many malpractice lawsuits, because you have surgeons and doctors that have this attitude, this narcissistic attitude. You have doctors arguing with each other also because they're talking about what type of treatment that they should be giving the patient. They're arguing over it. And not only that, they will start filing complaints towards one another. And then you will start seeing where it comes. Like I said, it's just embedded, the narcissism. I'm not diagnosing those people as narcissistic. I'm just saying that it's a form that goes in where the narcissism actually is embedded into what they do. That was all I was saying.
Let me jump in here for a second. I'm gonna bounce off that for a minute. Even my chefs, I work in healthcare too, that argue how to cut a steak, for example. How stupid it is. They will literally almost get in a fist fight saying who's right over who's cooking. And like one has 1 day more experience or 1 year this, that. But at the end of the day, we're all there to do the same job. Why are we, going at it?
Yeah, they would rely on their years of experience, right?
Thank you.
And they would sit back, and that's what they'll be talking about. That's what I was talking about. Not them being in their craft. That's one thing. But this is where the arguments go. Even when you look at architecture, when people are talking about how to actually build structures and stuff like that, you would have these guys, man, that would be arguing for months, and it'd get so bad where they'd take it to court. And then when you hear what the only thing their argument is how many years I have in the field, how many, it's not even about how many times I've, really accomplished something or something like that. It's just how many years. And they're arguing something, and that's where the narcissism comes in. Not actually them just being who they are.
I'll give you a better example.
A lot that comes with it.
I'll give you a better example, brother. I have a kid who works with me. I'm not going to use any names. And he has a lot of years of experience, but he had zero in healthcare cooking. Restaurant cooking and healthcare cooking are two different animals.
Two different things, yes.
Yeah. So we have to do a certain protocol, like maybe pull the steaks out, defrost them in a certain way, or cut the meat in a certain way. And he always needs to find a way to argue with me. He says, why we do this? We're like, because it's the healthcare. You have to, the food has to be 165, yada, yada. And he will find it, and he hates the idea that somebody who has less experience in his eyes is telling him what to do. He goes to me today, literally says, I am never fucking wrong. Excuse me? I'm like, we're wrong. We're human. We're making mistakes. No big deal. I'm not going to crucify you. Shit happens, dude. Nope. He threw a fucking fit about it. What would you call that then?
Same thing as being a mechanic. Damn, I'm old as fuck. I did a lot of shit, man.
Oh, is understatement. Now you keeping our paid young.
A pimp named Al Gore.
Yo,
You up?
yeah, I'm here. Well, I mean, what's the question? I mean, we're talking about definitions,
Right,
and
right.
yeah,
Basically, what we're talking about is the bias from where you get your information from. You know what I mean? To be aware of that, because we're discussing, where did you get your information from? And the next thing you know, we're having a swinging contest. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I get my information from my hoes, so. And
Jesus Christ.
So they got their ears on the streets.
Yeah, they got their ears and mouth on the street, so we know what's going on. So, but yeah, back to the topic, if I may.
Yes, please.
So when we're looking at how society portrays us as narcissistic and misogynistic, especially when the passport bro thing really hit mainstream, that's when we're all types of misogynistic because we're going overseas, dating these 30-foot women. We're going overseas to get these uneducated women. We're going overseas to exploit exploiting this, exploiting that, right? And it's nothing like that. We're just going to where we're appreciated, and there's nothing wrong with that. And a lot of times, we get crucified and punished just to go somewhere where you're going to be treated as a human being, right? I mean, pretty much, black women damn near caused an international war with Asian women, just because you say, okay, we don't have any swag. You say that we're socially awkward. You say that you don't want us anyway. So we pack up and get the fuck on, and then now we're misogynistic.
Well, you know what that was all about. When you can't do anything about something, you just try to change the narrative. Either you downplay what somebody's doing, or you downplay, who they're dealing with. You know what I'm saying? Most of those women over there speak more than one language. You know what I'm saying? Most of them have degrees. You know what I'm saying? Most of them have had families who have traditions. So in other words, you got to find some kind of way to dissuade men from leaving. And it's a whole lot easier to just say, hey, what you're doing is bad versus you becoming a better person yourself.
Exactly. And see, that's the situation. Using these words, using these catchphrases and something like that is always going to be that. It's always going to be, hey, I'm not willing to change. I'm not willing to elevate. I'm not willing to become a better person for myself. So at the end of the day, we always know niggas ain't shit. And I'll pass the mic on that.
I wanted to add this to the pimp named Al Gore. This is the thing I've been trying to figure out. A lot of brothers or men in general who want to go across seas to date women from other countries.
Mm-hmm.
If you've made a decision that the women overseas are better and that you're happier and the lifestyle's better for you in the whole 9 yards because you're sick of the matrix of America, if that's what you are 100% down for, then who gives a fuck about what women say over here in America, whether it be black women or any women? Why do guys seem to be triggered or at least not happy when women over here have something negative to say about brothers that go across seas? If those are the women that you don't want that's over here talking about you, why even give it any energy? Because if what you got across seas is working for you, then you wouldn't give it any energy anyway. This is something I don't understand about about brothers that are on this. They still worrying about what people are saying over here.
Well, see, that's a great and wonderful question. And we addressed this earlier. And shout out to Kevin Samuels. Ethnic identity, ethnic image. When your women talk to mass media, and social media is now mass media, and say that you're dusty, you ain't shit, you ain't that. When they talk to you, when they talk about you like you're less than human, that gives people from other tribes permission to mistreat you. And this is why you have to take a stand, because words matter, reputation matters. And when black women says that about black men, black women are giving an invitation for that white police officer to just push you and hurt you just a little bit more. When black people talk about black men in a very derogatory way as non-human beings, it allows that HR manager to exclude you from that position just a little bit easier.
Information ready to go to rebut.
Okay.
No, I don't have any rebut to what they're. I didn't bring that up to put anybody down or anything. It was just a question, and the brother made a good point. He is right about that. That as black men, we do need to protect our image. Our image has been run through the mud for decades, and in this world, in this country. So he's right. I get it, but it's just I feel the same way about, for example, black women who want to divest and date out of their race, right? But
Right.
yet they got channels on YouTube where you get these women that talk about black men while they're dating outside their race. And I feel the same way about them. Why don't you just shut up and enjoy your divestment and leave me alone since you say since you say I'm dusty, you know what I mean? So it happens with women who black women who can't stop talking about us, but yet they want to divest.
Well, here's the thing,
It was just a
information. There is a distinct difference. Okay. The distinct difference is most guys don't care for real. I'm gonna tell you why. Because their survival is not tied into that particular woman. You see what I'm saying? You don't see black guys talking to white guys and say, hey, don't date this, don't date these sisters. You know what I'm saying? But you'll have black women yelling across the seas to Filipino women saying, hey, these guys are ex-traffickers. You know, they're going to take advantage of you because you this, that, and the other. They're eliciting fear, you know what I mean, where they can't do anything about it. And it is actually a benefit for them to keep their men over here so they can extract resources from them versus those men who are going to spend the money anyway. You're going to spend it with somebody who's going to deal a little bit more fair with them. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So it's a different thing.
It also it's the type of words, right? If I'm a foreigner and I'm looking at you and your women are saying that you're a trafficker, I'm gonna sound the alarm. All right, when these people come in, body search these motherfuckers. If I'm telling you that these people are like young women, and the young girls, so they're creepy and they're the P word, right? You're going to sound the alarm. So when you come over there, they are immediately eliciting police threats against you, and you're none of those things. So it's not even the fact that they're calling us dusties. They're using words that elicit legal action against you.
They use some of the most horrible terms to describe people that they don't even know or have any other knowledge of what they're doing. You know what I mean? You call them P words, the traffickers, all this other stuff. Of course, that's going to put somebody's nation on alarm. You know what I mean? You got these people doing all this other wild stuff. But the bottom line is they already know that they got that going on this side over there. But the thing about it is they don't know. Sometimes folks just on vacation and they just want to relax and they ain't got nothing to do with all this other stuff. But when they see you coming, they're going to, oh, here we go, one of them traffickers. You know what I'm saying? And next thing you know, you hemmed up for absolutely no reason at all because of the opinion of somebody who said that they didn't want you in the first place.
And see, here's the crazy shit. Because when that black man with that black woman and their black kids go overseas on vacation for a little bit of cultural exchange, he is getting hemmed up in front of his family.
All right, so we don't have to go all the way down that. All these are possibilities, right? I mean, everybody sort of zoomed to Thailand, where the hyena went over to Thailand and made a fool of herself with her husband with his arms folded, and looking like the worst man in the whole world. Man, I almost felt sorry for the dude. I said, man.
Exactly.
But, I mean, the Filipino people, for example, the women took care of them. I mean, Filipino P is kicking everybody's ass over here for the kind of thing they say about their women. I guess, but I mean, it's none of this stuff is in the majority. Most of the men have been going overseas, especially military men. They've been expats and they've been going across the world forever. Black men have just kind of made it popularized. And some actually are going over there to try to get some ass. Some guys are going over there to live. Some guys are going over there to find wives. There's a whole mix of things, right?
Right.
And but the little screeches we get from the sisters here, it's just echoed and magnified because of YouTube. But I don't think it's really all that serious. But we can make it serious by giving it legs. And sometimes people just like to argue back and forth. But there's a lot of brothers who are having nice, having great lives over there. Or the dudes who go to Medellin looking for sex, they got a trafficking ring down there that's, jamming some of the people up. And they ain't all black, by the way.
Right.
So you got to be careful no matter where you go. So you're looking for the culture, do that. The women will be there. Go there and enjoy yourself. So it's just a whole gambit of things. And I think sometimes we just stretch it all out for conversation's sake. We stretch it a little bit more than we need to.
I disagree. It's not stretched out at all. No.
I hear you. I mean, you're overseas, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, from their perspective, is probably more broad than mine. So.
Because you even, I mean, they even have this shit translated in Chinese now. Like there's something called WeChat videos, and you have black women. You have black women saying these things, and white women too, You have American women saying these things, and it's translated at the bottom in Chinese for other people to understand. So it has reached over the language wall.
I got you.
Greg, I'm gonna go ahead and we got a $5 super chat from Gregory Scotland. $5 super chat says you even have female podcasters who want the government to stop passport bros.
Yeah, I heard about that lady. She got Arsenio kicked off her YouTube.
Right. But like I said, my thing is this: it's tied to their survival. You know what I mean? They don't want a mass exodus to kick off. But the bottom line is most guys ain't leaving. You know what I mean? It's the guys.
Exactly.
No, but I'm saying that to say this, like when we're talking about the topic of are black men these things, right? Passport bro is one thing, or the Pookie and Ray Rays, right? See, and that's the crazy shit. I've never heard anyone call Pookie a narcissist or misogynist.
Never.
And they really are.
Never.
Most of us really are. I have yet to see that shit.
Girl, you want to jump in, Mr. Bennett? I saw you over there keying up, man.
Well, I was when the information man was asking the question, I thought about two things. Why would black men care? On one hand, it's because a lot of the criticism is coming from those he cares about. I mean, if it's your mother, if it's your sister, if it's your aunties, these are people who raised you or whatever. You are going to have some, their input may still matter to you. So as far as you ask the question, well, why should guys care if you're going over there, you're doing your thing? Why should you care what black women over here think? If that's coming from your own, then I would think that would be a reason why some of these guys are sensitive to that. But then there's another aspect of when I was looking up narcissism, they talked about one of the narcissistic traits is constantly seeking the validation of others. So the idea that maybe someone cares too much about something is because, again, you want to see how you're being perceived by the public. So again, a narcissist, and they said this is one of the differences between a narcissist and a psychopath. A narcissist can actually be shamed because shame is a public is a public function, whereas guilt is like an internal thing. A narcissist can be shamed publicly.
Let me see.
But a psychopath doesn't have that level, so they can't be shamed by anything. So it's not, so both the narcissist and the psychopath can't care about something, but that little bit of public shaming though can keep a narcissist in check. But again, for the ladies who, like I said, going out dating other men or whatever, and still talking about black men. It's just something that, again, it's like they're constantly seeking attention, even though they should just go on with their lives and just be happy with it. So those are just two things I just thought about when you asked the question information, man.
That makes sense. JT, you brought something up you wanted us to see. JT, your mic muted, sir.
I knew. I was just saying if you was on your P's and Q's, that's all. But yeah, I want to see if you guys think that this is a form of narcissism, and then we can just expound on that once after this little short video right here. Let's go. What the hell? Come on, Spectrum.
Spectrum is spectrum.
This is why you don't let old people use computers.
Yeah, no,
that's not right. This is
what
he
the
wanted
hell?
the lunch. So I was like, okay. I wrote him back and I was like, send it. So he wrote me and was like, okay, what's your cash app? So I sent him the cash app. Yeah, I just knew I was going to open my cash app and I was going to have at least probably about $100. You get what I'm saying? Because like this, I eat and that's how much I spend on my food. Yeah, I opened my cash app and this man sent me $30. Yeah, yes, $30. And I'm just like, at first I'm like, damn, like, am I ungrateful? Like, am I fucked up? Like, feeling like, why the fuck would you send me $30? But then I had to ask people and they was like, nah, because I'm like, $30 is not even half a tank in my car. Like, what the fuck you thought I was going to go to Chick-fil-A? Like, I mean, I'm trying to figure out what did you think I was going to eat? It's like, when I go and eat, I eat full course meals. Like I order a appetizer, a entree, and a dessert and a drink. That can't even get me 2 drinks. Like, what the fuck? And then this man had the audacity to write me money. Let me send you money for lunch.
That's it right there, y'all. Y'all got the whole thing.
Yeah, we got it, man.
Yeah.
All right, let's take a look at what we're really looking at, y'all.
So, may I start?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so first of all, the dude who sent you $30, he ain't shit. Look at her. She's beautiful, right? She ain't fat. You can see her jawline, got the nice baby hair going. You know, she's cute. You know what I mean? I gotta see what that ass look like though. I would have dropped 100 on her. Why not? Shit. No, but all seriousness. No,
I was about to say I've talked to you long enough to know that you ain't serious to the motherfucker at all.
I would just say this. The sense of entitlement is insane, right? And even though she is, I think she's attractive, right? But your attitude can make you look ugly, right? And the man dropped you off $30 for lunch. Why can't you just be grateful? Because let's say you do spend $100. Well, he just cut your bill down $30. Be grateful for that. Right now you got 70 and now you can go to the movies. I'm pretty sure she got a kid. Now you can go to movies with your kid later on this weekend, right? Because movies is $10 each, I think. I don't know. I haven't been home in a while.
Nah,
I think
bro, they up there now.
Like 15
okay.
almost now.
15, 20 right now.
Okay, so they're 15. All right, so they're 15. So that's 2 movie tickets for you. You know what I mean? Like there's something just to be gracious and grateful, man. And of course she's lying about spending $100 for her lunch meal. But I mean, damn, man, like, you know, her entitlement and attitude makes her look less attractive. Cause I think she's an attractive girl. I'm not saying she's a dime piece, but she ain't ugly. So
you can't
you know
tell. I mean? You can't tell, Gore. You cannot tell. This motherfucker has everything prosthetic on her. She covered up who she really is.
But the
Barbie girl
makes me know she ain't fat.
That motherfucker, you can't tell if she's attractive when it comes down to looks because she covered up everything that she had. This motherfucker got it. Well, look at those wings. Hold on. Show that shit again, man. Will you please bring look, man? If you
That's a hair hat.
That's a fucking hair hat. You don't know how she look. Man, have you ever seen a girl after she done took all that stupid ass shit off her face? She looks like a normal woman, and to the average man's eyes, the motherfucker look like a whole different person. You can't tell if she's. Look at her eyebrows. You can't tell. Look at all that damn makeup she got on there. Look at the contour on her nose, on the bridge of her nose. My eyes are motherfucking trained to see this dumbass shit.
Brother,
That bitch is
brother,
narcissistic.
I'm not saying she can be attractive to y'all. I'm just saying she's attractive to me. That's it.
You can't see her though. That's all I'm saying.
How you gonna tell me what I find attractive?
Because she has a mask on. She got a mask on. That's crazy.
Clown.
Now, wait a minute.
Fucking clown.
Aren't you
Let him have it, man. Let him
I'm
have
talking
it.
to an intelligent man. I am not going to give him a pass
The
at
pimp
all.
named Al Gore. Aren't you the brother that went by the name I Ain't Paying or some shit like that?
I ain't signing shit. Yes.
Oh, shit, man. Come on now. Now, look, anybody can look at that and tell that she also might have filters on that video.
Oh, yeah.
Did y'all check that out, too?
Filters, makeup.
All right.
You know.
So, come on now.
You
All
don't
I'm
know
saying,
how she look.
I find her attractive. Not y'all. Me.
We're gonna have to default to a pimp named Al Gore.
I'm not signing on to buying shit for her. Now, that's my position. I ain't signing.
I ain't signing a goddamn. Matter of fact, send me back that $30.
Listen, we're gonna have to default.
You would have never got $30 out of me.
Hey, we're gonna have to default back to a pimp named Al Gore. You know what I'm saying? Because he already know about that pimp in the front
$3.50
and that phone in the back. You know what I'm saying?
You gotta change your simp name, Al Gore. There you go. Simp name, Al Gore.
She got so many filters on there, man. That shit crazy.
Come on, man. Our pain, save us, man. Save us, man. What did you think about the conversation, man?
I'll just go with the flow. I was gonna, you know what I was gonna say? Middle podcast. You still there? You've been kind of quiet, man.
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm just getting some work done.
Oh, okay, right. Cool. I just want to make sure we ain't skipping over you.
Right.
Hey,
No, you guys good. Yeah. Go ahead, Balpe.
All right, cool, man. But listen, man, I know you ain't the shy type anyway, so I just thought I'd throw the poll out there, man. But anyhow, man, listen, you know what? We haven't really hit the whole thing about the misogynistic part of this thing, right? You know, so why don't we just kind of go around talking about that? You know, like, do we have misogynistic traits? And I don't think, for the most part, that fits either. Because when we start looking at statistics, I mean, besides the crazy black men who do shit where the statistics prove that we hurt women, but it's not in no mass thing, right? 85% of us prefer black women to marry, to love, and all that kind of stuff. And if we actually walked away from black women, it will be a whole lot worse now, because most of our problems is that we keep leaning into the bullshit that they keep saying. That's why we have a whole cadre of people we call simps. You know, yeah. So for the most part, women have moved the goalposts so far, and there's still a whole cadre of black men following where they lead. And that's one of the mistakes that we have too. Right? Because from one point, we're coming from being beat down for 50 years where we don't have absolutely no standards. And now we're seeing the backlash of us actually standing on some principles,
right?
And some standards.
Boom. But like, repeat that point again, our pain. Like, break that transition down from going from no standards to standards. And how do you think that affects? How do you think that affects women? Because I think that is the main point right there.
Well, yeah, it impacts them because we're making them go back to where they should be, because if we're looking at from the standpoint of once we start having standards, it makes them reflect. And one thing a lot of women don't want to do is self-reflect. They, not on themselves. When they had a point in period where women were a little bit more chaste, they understood if men had to earn their keep from birth, we had to start telling women, listen, you were born with an inherent value. And you need to learn how to keep that value throughout your adult life. And you're just giving that shit away. And they're giving it away, and then they come back once they start to understand that they've made some mistakes. Then they want they want to put the guy who's willing to take them on some pedestal that they would never do for a Pookie and Ray Ray. They don't give a shit.
You know,
Right, can I say this though? Pookie and Ray Ray don't exist anymore, guys. They on dialysis. The motherfuckers is they ain't there. It's Deontay and Cavante. Pookie and Ray Ray are at Pookie is on dialysis and Ray Ray is at the nursing home. They gone.
So
they ain't here
this
no
is
more.
what I want to say. Because Trey Ferg, it's very interesting that he called me a simp because what our pain just said made great sense. See Trey Ferg, the older guys, they didn't have any standards. And see, now we new guys have standards, but somehow I'm the goddamn simp.
No, I don't think
that's
that's
not
what
true.
It is.
That statement wasn't true
I
at all.
didn't
Hold on a second.
You all
Before we get
motherfuckers
started,
have no standards whatsoever.
I didn't exactly say we didn't have no standards.
Let me explain to you what the difference is. The difference is that the contract that older men and older women had were different. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
There was a certain level of respect that you had to have between a man and a woman. You know what I'm saying? If she treated you nice, there was a certain level of treatment that you got from her. But now it's as if you do something nice for a woman. It's like, you just gave me $30. I needed $100. You know what I'm saying? And now guys saying, I ain't giving you shit. You know what I'm saying? And it's breaking the social contract. That's right. Now she was like, oh, these, and so you had to consider the audience too. She's not talking to men, she's talking to other women. If you look at this, what's going on in the video, she's actually talking to other women. So she's actually trying to gain her superpowers to gaslight other folks into saying, look, girl, don't be accepting of $30 from nobody else. And that's exactly where that Cheesecake Factory BS came from.
That's right.
I can't believe you took me to the last week, all of them was eating at the Cheesecake Factory. You know what I'm saying? But now all of a sudden it's a problem. So that's the reason why you have
and
to
everybody
pay attention to
eating
this
that
stuff.
roof Chris.
Right. Now before we get started, I'm gonna go ahead and bring my man Trey in the building, Trey Taylor in the building. But before we're gonna go ahead and play his song. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the table, Trey.
I can't help it that I'm custom made. I can't help it that I look good, smell good, can't dance all night long. I can't help it. Stupid.
That's right. Welcome to the stage, everybody. Trey in the building.
That's good.
What's happening, Trey? What's happening, man?
Good evening, fellas.
What's up,
Trey? You saw what's going on, man. What's happening, man?
Man, that was a grand entry for Trey, huh? I'm jealous.
He can't help it. He custom made. You know what I'm saying?
I can't help it. I mean, look, our pain was talking about women having to return back to where they are. I actually disagree with them. I think that men are rediscovering the standards that they once lost, which is forcing the women to feel some sort of way. We've got to get back to the standards that we lost. What he did by sending this woman $30, let me just say this. Did she send it back?
Hell no.
Okay. Well, then that says more than that says enough that she didn't send it back. So she obviously needed the $30. I think what's happened is that the overinflated sense of self-worth, the incredible and gratuitous levels of entitlement are apparently through the roof now. And there's nothing really we can do about it other than to ignore these women. But unfortunately, you have a bunch of simps and a bunch of guys who think that leading with their wallet is how they're going to get women, and they go on TikTok and they make these videos about them, and they have to learn the hard way. It is what it is. But I will say this though, she's dealing with a certain select group of men. There's a specific type of archetype of man that sends $30 for a woman to go to lunch. I would never give a woman money. But even if I was in relationships, I didn't give her money. I didn't give her money for lunch. And we were together. We lived in the same house. I didn't give her money for lunch. There's a certain type of man that they're looking for that does these types of things. And typically they're the type of guys who think that hair hats and lashes and makeup that make you look trans are attractive. And that's not an attractive woman. I don't know who thinks she's attractive. I don't know why you would think that's attractive. That's not an attractive woman at all. So there's a type of guy that likes those type of women. And it won't stop. She's one of, probably a couple hundred, maybe even thousands of women that get sent lunch money every day because We have this contingent of men that think that this is the way, and it's not. And so the idea is that, man, we got to get back to having the standards. And a lot of this, if we had an aesthetic standard, it would rule out a lot of this nonsense. We would cut out a lot of this nonsense if we just had an aesthetic standard, but we don't even have that much. So, these hair hats wouldn't even get this far. But it is what it is. But, I mean, nobody on the panel looks surprised. I mean, you guys all look, y'all, you know what time it is out here.
So we used to looking at it. Mr. Bennett, I see you over there grinning, man. What you wanted to say?
No, again, it's a certain amount of entitlement, but I think there's also, as was as stated earlier, there's also a certain amount of validation that she wants in posting what she did. Because again, there's going to be that group of women who are going to go back and say, "Yeah, girl, you're right. Yeah, looking for that validation from putting this kind of content out, whether or not she believes it or not." I refuse to believe that the majority of women absolutely think this and operate this way. And I don't know if she even believes all this herself. But again, if it gets her the clicks and likes, the validation that she wants, because it's playing off of what's going on out there, then yeah, I think she can certainly put that out there. But yeah, I don't disagree with what everyone's saying as far as the entitlement, if in fact that's legit. I mean, I just find that hard to believe that that you could have women that could be that superficial and
you do.
But what do I know? I've been out the game for a while, so
I also have a hard time believing that she's eating $100 meals for breakfast, lunch, and dinner as well.
Yeah,
I have a hard time believing that.
No,
bro, that's a whole month worth of groceries in one day. Come on, man.
You fat as hell doing all this shit.
Most of these
Have we
women
stopped and think about it for a second? The elephant in the room.
What's that? Go ahead.
Social media. This was always an issue, but social media literally upped it 100% more. Think about it. When you guys, when our pain was my age or younger, Paul and all you guys who are married, back then, it was, you had one or two women like, I need $100 for me, or yada, whatever. But when social media got so big from MySpace and so on, this blew up and it got bigger and bigger and bigger to this big ass balloon.
0 hours.
I think it was social media that blew this up to the point is a monster now.
And we don't even know if the story is real or not.
Yeah.
Whether there was social media or not, it's the mentality of the female. So you still would have a female, whether you had social media or not, who feels that she's a dime piece and that men are supposed to cater to her needs. You have a lot of these type of females who can't even take care of themselves damn near, don't even have a proper job themselves, and they want men, or they feel entitled to men's resources. You had women that were like that, whether she would be that way, whether there was social media or not. She's just simply using social media, as Mr. Bennett said, to get validation from other women who feel the same. There's always been a certain group of women in society that felt this way, but they just have social media, as you're saying, to amplify their message and to get validation from the message. But this is what I wanted to say, because we got a few brothers on here that are older. Trey, you said about a week or two ago, and I had to agree with you, that some of us on the panel and some older men who are some of us don't have a dog in the fight. Because if what you really need is to bring younger brothers on the panel who are actually in this dating market, that are dealing with women like that woman that was on that Instagram or whatever, because it's the younger guys who are in the market, or that are dealing with this younger generation of females who are really integrated with the social media and are looking to get a bag off of dudes. Those are the dudes that are most impacted, right? Unless you are an older brother who's back in the dating game and you're dealing with this type of stuff, then you know what's going on. If you're married and you're pretty much settled in your relationship with your long-term partner, you can understand a little bit, but you really don't understand if you're not out there in them damn streets. I'm sorry. And that's the truth. And that's where I think, Trey, you did have a good point about that, because there is truth to that. When you talk to the younger dudes and then we try to talk to them as an older guy, there's a disconnect because we ain't out there dealing with these females that's in their 20s and the teens and all of that. We not, for the most part.
Facts.
And
a lot of us older dudes, we want to mess with younger women because we don't want to deal with older women with their hang-ups. You know what I'm saying? So if we are dating the younger women, we getting a little small taste of it, but shit, not like y'all younger cats.
Right.
Because y'all going to school with these girls. Y'all going to college with these girls.
Yeah.
And information, man, these younger dudes, they checking your resume. They checking your credentials. They want to know. They're going to ask you, well, how do you know? You know what I mean? As opposed to the way we were probably raised, to not ask those questions, to not check those credentials and just kind of go on the fact that, you know, this person's older than me, or this, you know what I mean, or this person has more experience than me. No, they asking questions. Even when I started doing my mentoring with the stocks, them young fellas, they wanted to see my portfolio. They wanted to, well, how do you know how to teach me how to do this? How do you know how to do it? And so the younger guys are hip enough, they're smart enough to know I'm not just going to take any advice from anybody. I'm going to take proper advice from people who actually experience it. And so there is a need for us to get the younger guys in and kind of show them, listen, these types of women who will clown you for what I would qualify as a generous act from a man, right? That she would go on TikTok and in an attempt to embarrass him. We got to stay away from these types of women. We have to not give these women not only your money, but your time, your attention, and your energy as well. We have to outcast these types of women who aren't grateful enough to just say thank you, because that should have been the only thing that TikTok should have said. It should have said, I had a man that sent me $30 for lunch. I just wanted to say thank you. That's how that should have went. Right. But instead, she insulted him, and she was disrespectful to him. We got to show the younger guys this is an unacceptable behavior.
You know, the funny thing about it is all it's going to do is going to make him create a new video. And he'd be like, oh, you thought I gave you them $30 to get lunch? I gave you them $30 to go fix me a sandwich. Did you hear what I said? You know what I'm saying? That's what's going to happen. That's how the back and forth gets started. You know what I'm saying? You should have been in there fixing me a sandwich.
But a lot of these cats, it kind of floored me when I heard the young dudes actually talking about, you know, the approach of women and stuff like that. And it's not a lot that'll get me to a point where I'll be like, damn, where they raise my eyebrows, be like, damn, I was out of the net. When they were talking about the cold approach to women and talking to them. And I heard every young dude that was on that panel, what was it? Was it This Might Be Risky, I think.
Yeah.
And they was like, man, it's dangerous to approach these women now. It's dangerous to do things for these women now. It was like, you better watch yourself or your ass gonna be on a TikTok video. And they all were like, hell yeah. And I was like, really? So that showed me how much it changed, right? On this whole concept of women and men, and like that shit what that girl did right there. Can you imagine someone doing that during our times if we had something like an IG or something like that? They got their ass cussed the fuck out. But the way these dudes are doing now, man, they're actually doing what we say do. They're ignoring them, right? Because they just wanted somebody that was from an older generation to kind of solidify what they were already feeling.
Right.
Because these dudes is like, I'm not fucking with you. But they're way more blunt than us because they're not dealing with them. This is why when you just listen to it in their language, what do they refer to women as bitches. That is the official that's the official tag for a female in their generation, a bitch. Nigga, I'll tell a bitch in a minute. These bitches they don't care nothing about niggas. This is how they speak now.
That sounds like something straight out the 70s.
Right. It used to be black that used to talk like, right. So So in our era, if you heard somebody saying it like that, it was a dude that really was either trying to adopt pimp culture or whatever the fuck it was. If he was referring to women, all these goddamn women, they talk to all women as bitches. You would have a dude referring to his woman as his bitch. You would have another dude telling another nigga, hey man, you need to check out what your bitch is doing. That's how they speak now. I blame it on my culture. I ain't gonna even lie. I blame it on my generation that got these motherfuckers to thinking it's okay.
So JT, here's my thing though, right? One of the things I patently disagree with is I think black people are the only people saying their elders are useless. But that's not even the point. I was on this must be Risky's panel where we had millennials, Gen Zs, Gen Xers, and a couple of baby boomers. Myself.
No, it's just you.
Huh?
It was just
you.
He said it was just you.
No, it was a lady on there. She was really deep too. She had some really deep things to say.
You talking about the lady that she did say some things that were valid, but all right.
Are you going to tell us the story to the lady you paid to get you off the panel again?
No.
No, this ain't the one. This ain't the one.
So this is a different panel. Actually, she was on there. I met her in person. I didn't know she was that young, but I met her in person. So she was. I think she's a millennial.
Ax Al, something like that was her name.
Yeah. So it was a nice cross section of questions where he asked us all the same kind of things. So I do agree that there's certain things that in terms of advice you don't have to give, but wisdom should always be welcome from your elders if it matches. You put it, you take what you can, and you put the other shit on the shelf. Because I believe that women have a nature. It doesn't matter what fucking time we're in, right? And one of the things I think is lost is that guys don't understand a woman's nature at all. They just want to fuck them, and that's it. And so if you can understand a woman's nature, you should be able to navigate the waters a little better without as much angst. And that's where I come from. So so let me just finish before anybody just tells me I'm a fucking asshole. All right. So listen, I'm just saying, that's how I look at it. There's no conversation that I think I can't be a part of in some way because there's layers to every fucking thing we're talking about. Right. So I think black people are the only people I hear saying your elders could go fucking die. I remember I was up here. And one of the guys said, what we need to do with baby boomers? And I said, what do you think we should do? He said, we need you all to die. That's what he said.
Yeah.
So, I mean, what the fuck, man? So listen, I take that shit personally,
I'm pretty sure that came from somebody who's a thought leader in the community. You know what I'm saying?
So, you hear what I say. Anyway, so I do know that there's some things that, I don't need. I'm not out here trying to date these young girls, so I can dig that part of it. But that doesn't mean I don't understand where they're coming.
One thing that I gotta say is this, right? Anybody that says such thing to an elderly person, right? Go back and read that person's family. Most of men that will speak like that and say, "Oh, all these baby boomers should go and die," probably wasn't raised by a father. Probably doesn't have a father. Probably doesn't know who his father was. So he never had a man status in his life. So he's never going to respect a man. So one thing that I tell people all the time is this: you can't give what you don't have. You just can't do it. You cannot give what you don't have. Go on, Trey.
Yeah, look, here's the issue. The issue isn't that we think that the baby boomer generation is useless. I think that's a little bit of an exaggeration. I'm sure you have some people that are a little bit more radical than others, but the issue is you guys have a very interesting way of sort of trying to domineer a conversation and say, this is the way you should be doing it. And it lacks a modern angle. It lacks present time. And so when someone that is younger, even would be younger than me, tries to explain it to you that this is not really the way it is, and you and I have had this conversation offline, Harpain, that the responsibility is for you to give me the wisdom so that I can interpret the wisdom and pass it down to the younger people in a language they can understand that you can't pass it down to them.
I agree
right?
with that.
But the issue is that if I tell you you're out of touch a little bit here because of X, Y, and Z, you can't fight me on that, right? Because there's going to come a point in time where I'm, as a millennial, I'm going to be out of touch. And so the true connection has got to be, okay, well, how do you take the wisdom that I have of the decades of experience that I have, and how do you interpret that? How do you formalize that to be able to give it to the younger audience, the younger crowd, so that they don't wind up making the same mistakes that we made? Right. And unfortunately, right now, there's a huge disconnect between the millennial, Gen X, and baby boomer generations as far as what type of message and how we're going to wrap that message up for Generation Z and what will soon be Alpha generation when it comes to dealing with women going forward.
You know what? Here's the thing. This is how we're going to handle it.
I agree with what you just said. So I'm not going to disagree.
Here's the thing. This is how we're going to handle it. It's probably the most dangerous thing on the planet. We're going to teach them to think for themselves. You know what I mean? I'll give you an example.
Say the most dangerous.
You know what I'm saying? It's dangerous, and we're going to teach them to think for themselves. Just give them basic ammo. You know what I'm saying? Ask yourself, why you want this girl? What purpose does she serve in your life? Why do you need her? And then let them fill in the blanks. And then get down to the point where he has enough information for himself. He had a confidence to say, you know what? She don't feel nothing in my life. I just wanted her because she was cute. Now it comes back to you. Why did you want that? Did you feel like you deserve something like that? You know what I mean? That type of thing. And then teach them to navigate and think for themselves, because we ain't always be here, man. Just like our folks ain't always going to be here for us. But the best thing you can do is to teach them to think for themselves and why they want what they want. Make them aware of themselves. Does that make sense?
It makes sense, but let me put something out there though. It makes sense basically for the ones that are closer to you. I said something earlier. It comes from us being able to reach the people that's in our family, the ones that are right there. That's the closest, right? I think we can break that through to them. The problem is that we're not talking to them, right? First and foremost, the relationship between the generations are very, very. It's like they don't even. It's like two different worlds, right? They're not. It's not a transition like it used to be. Silent generation, baby boomers, Gen X. By the time we got to millennials, it was something different because they had a different mindset, right? And then Gen Zs. The problem is we have to be able to break through the barriers. First, we have to start talking to them and understanding what their world is about. Like I told you, when I heard them guys say that, when you cold approach, the reason why they don't do it is because they're going to put them dudes on blast on social media. And they like, that ain't how I'm going to do it. Or they don't want to talk too much to these women because everything is televised now, right? So right. The thing is that we do have to do what Information Man said. We got to pull these young men up on these panels. We got to pull these young men close to us. In our personal life, we do have to talk to our people that's right there, right? We not doing it. I know I'm not doing it. I got a nephew right now, 16 years old. He ain't really trying to talk to me. You know what I'm saying? We see each other, we hug each other, love each other, talk about bullshit. But when it comes down to his social life, and if he's talking to women and shit like that, I don't really have that, right? That's basically what it is. When you have your family reunions and things like that, just look around and look how everybody is so divided and segregated. We're not really talking to them. So it goes to what Trey was saying. A lot of the things is coming across as we're talking at them, right? It's kind of like even when, I'm closer to my parents' generation. They got my father had a younger brother that was only 8 years older than me. We ended up hanging out when I got older, right?
Right.
But it was still a time where the older folks were talking at me. Like I didn't know what the fuck I was talking about. So I understand what these young folks is going through also. The thing is now we got to break that ice and we got to find a way to do it. But I think we have to start with the ones that's actually in our family. Way before we start talking about trying to make a difference on these panels and on YouTube. In our family, we got a lot of them, and when you talk to them, man, they do have their eyes open. Now, my thing is this. It's a lot easier for men to talk to the young men than it is for them to talk to the young women. The reason being is because that influence those young women have, it falls into their desires. So this is why when we see how they look, I can say about 90% of them don't look like who they really are. This is including my family members. These young women don't. The young men do. The young men do. They can do some shit out there in the world. And I had a cousin that was, he kept going to jail for stupid shit. It be dumb shit. It ain't even no shit where you be like, you a criminal. You like, no, you just dumb, right? But once the older cats start talking to him, and then they grabbed him, and then they start putting him in different scenarios, it started to change him. Luckily, it caught him before he got 18. But the majority of them ain't getting that no more.
I'm gonna tell you why.
And we don't want to fuck with these young motherfuckers because guess what the number one thing is? They're disrespectful. And we're trying to act like they're disrespectful because they're just disrespectful. That's not true. They're disrespectful because we stopped communicating with them.
Let me explain something to you, JT. It's not older men's fault. I'm gonna tell you why. It's the parents' fault for not teaching to respect their elders. I'm just gonna call it like I see it, man. We didn't have this problem until this past generation where they can say whatever the hell they want to say to older people without getting checked. My whole thing is this: if you want information from somebody else, you got to make sure you show these people some respect. And the people before that generation got information from the people they need because they showed them some respect. That was the rules. That was our social contract. You show some respect for your elders. You know what I mean? Now, you probably didn't know why you had to do it, but at the end of the day, nobody's going to show respect for you if you telling them they should just go ahead and just roll over and get up out of here. They're going to go about their own business and be like, hey, you get it how you live it.
Hey, but
you know what I'm saying?
They may not have known why.
I'm going to tell you like the Chinese say, the teacher will appear when the student is ready. When you've done your homework and you crossed your I's and your T's and you've done a little practice, then you come holler at me, and that way I can give you some advice based upon what you've done for yourself. I'm not going to tie your shoelaces for the rest of your life. My thing is this, when you're ready, you hear what I say, then you come holler at me, man. That's all I got to say about it. I'm not going to run behind some dude in the street and be like, hey, you need to pull your pants up. That come from home.
We may not have known why though, Lit.
I know why it comes from. I'm gonna tell you why it comes. It comes from women not giving men respect who were supposed to.
That's what I was just about to say. We knew we may not know exactly why, but we knew that if you did do something, that what the consequences would be. And the thing is that they're lacking the awareness of consequences.
But you know what we should do as older men? We should let them know. Hey, no. Let me explain.
Never lay down no rules.
Let me explain something. As older men, we should lay down the rules and say, "Hey, look, I understand you need some help, but we do things a little differently over here." You understand what I'm saying? If you want help from anybody, not just older people who your own age, you got to give them a certain level of respect. You're asking them for something, and you're giving them nothing. That's bad business. That's the reason why we have bad business that we have right now, because we're too busy asking for people for stuff and not giving them something in return. Come on, Trey Ferg.
No, think about it. How you think mothers back in the day got you a stepdaddy? How do you think they got you a stepdaddy? She was going to be respectful to that man. She was going to ensure that you respected him. She was going to fix him a plate, fix him a dinner, and she was going to show him the utmost respect because she understood her situation and she wanted the best for her child. She thought above herself. It wasn't about herself. She was thinking about you, because you was going to be 6'3", 240 pounds, and she was 5'4". So she understood that mission, and she was nice. And, she and stuff you probably we didn't see as kids, because we being kids, but that's why they was able to come in and raise you as if you was their own child, because she respected him and she ensured that you respected him. Everyone in the house respected him. So that played a big dividend. Now, it's everybody else's fault why we fail. And that's the sad thing. We don't look at ourselves. Because at some point, once you come to that age of reason, age 21, everything you do in your life is on you. I don't give a damn what nobody say. Because some of the best people that came out of the worst situations, and if somebody with no arms and no legs can be successful, we have no fucking excuse for the shit we do. It's just the way we are. So you got to pull yourself up. And then if you want some help, you have to respect that person that's in that position to help you.
So I have to jump in here real quick.
Come on, Beans.
Trey Ferg. Damn it. Let me
take your time, Beans. Take your time, man.
No, it's because I want to say what I was going to say is, Trey Ferg, I absolutely disagree with you, right? But if I say that, then it sounds like I'm disagreeing with everything he said, and I'm not, right?
Okay.
So I want to be more specific. You know, just because you can show me a person with no arms and no legs and they meet a certain level of success, that has no bearings on anybody else. That has no bearings on not another single person in the world. Every person's anecdotal experience is not a requisite of what the next person experience ought to be, or will be, or should be, for that matter. That's the thing that I disagree with. But as far as the parents and the kids and all that, so I'm a Gen Xer, right? But even as a kid, I knew that the adults around me were full of shit. Like I always knew it, bro. Like to the point where when I was a kid, the narrative about me was that I was a bad kid, right?
Right.
We all have known bad kids. So if I went to any one of y'all and I said, yo, you know have you ever known a bad kid? Yeah. What did they do? You would probably be able to say, man, they was into this, they was doing this, they act like this, right? But with my family, if you say, why was he a bad kid? They can't even tell you. And the reason why is because I wasn't, right? What I was a autonomous being who understood that the circumstances that I were in weren't just. And it didn't matter because I was a kid. I just understood it. I've always had the ability to view the world around me and say, okay, well, I see that, and that looks good, and they look happy, and that feels right. But then I'm coming over here, and it's this, and it's this, and it's this, and everybody's saying, boy, food, shelter, and clothing, that's all you need, and your mama doing the best she can, and it don't matter what that man is doing, and you know, not like it's just no, just be quiet and deal with it. And I just was never that. So I got to a point where I started doing what they call in my generation talking back. And I don't know about y'all, but in my family, talking back got you hit in the mouth. You know what I'm saying? Cussed out, called all kind of names.
Hear what I said.
Right. You just, that ain't nothing but your daddy and you acting like that. No, this is the I know what's right and wrong in me right now. This ain't right. This is not comfortable. This ain't good. And this is how I'm feeling. And I'm feeling like I don't want to live. And I don't know no other kids that's talking like this. Something ain't right, right? Internally or externally. And nobody really paid attention to it. So, and I'll come from a family where they was all supposed to be Christians. We going to church every Sunday, Tuesday, Friday, and Saturday. But then we getting beat the rest of the week, cussed out the rest of the week. You know what I'm saying? So when you look at these kids now, the problem is that adults think that they're stupid. Right? And we have a tendency, when we think that people are stupid, we have a tendency to treat them that way, right? Whether they minors or not. So the problem is yes, they're children. Yes, they're kids. They're adolescents. They might not be able to verbally illustrate to you exactly what it is that they're feeling or exactly what's wrong or why it's wrong. Again, they're kids. That's the whole point. is that they're not mentally developed or experienced enough or educated enough to be able to verbalize that. I know grown-ass adults that can't do it well. Okay? But just because they can't tell you why it's wrong doesn't mean that it's not wrong. And if they ever try to tell you something that they see, they get told, stay in the child's place, this or that, blah, 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 blah. So now what we have seen is a couple of generations of, especially little boys, but little girls too, where the narrative about black men has been, they ain't nothing, they ain't worth being valued, they ain't worth being respected, blah, 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 blah. As a boy, not only are you going to grow up to see yourself that way, but then you're not going to value men or male life. You're not going to value relationships with them. You're not going to value the wisdom and knowledge and assistance that could come from another man, because you're going to view all men as outsiders. As a woman, you're going to kind of move the same way, but it's even more evil because you desire men. So now you're roping men into your life based on your desire, but then you mistreat them because you still don't value them or appreciate them. You see what I'm saying? Then not only that, because we talk about it so much when we see these little boys and how they move, and the first thing women like to say is, well, where was the father? But the problem is that when you see a different dude going into your mama's bedroom every other night, that affects you a certain way. It affects how you view your mother. It affects how you view women, and it affects how you think you're supposed to move as a man. It's so much that goes into making these kids who they become by the time they get 15, 16, 17, 18 years old. And the reason why everybody just want to dismiss them as bad kids is because the very people who are responsible for their behavior are the ones dismissing it. And that is the adults in their lives.
So
I gotta say this, right? One thing that I like about this channel is this.
Finished? Was he finished?
Yeah. Go ahead, Akane.
That was Akane that was talking.
Yeah, one thing I like about this channel is this. We come here, we discuss like adults, we keep quiet, and we listen to each other talk. And when we talk, it's so deep. And because it's so deep, that's why this channel is not popular. You know why? Because people love drama. Absolutely. People love channels where you cuss each other out. Where you say women ain't shit. Where you say men are this, men are that. But yeah, we say women ain't shit, but we detail it why they ain't shit. We say men are narcissists, but we detail it why men are narcissists. We don't yell, we don't curse. And to just add to what Beans just said right now, let me say one thing. Women want their freedom to do whatever they want. But they don't understand that their freedom to do whatever they want brings trauma to a child. Brings trauma to a child that has to grow up and view other women in a different lens because of the uncontrolled attitude of one person or the individuals around. I have said this at a different channel where a bunch of women were. And I told them this. I told them that you women are terrorists, number one. They all went crazy that I called women terrorists. I said the reason why you're terrorist is because, number one, when you allow a man to come inside your house and stay in your house, and there is a child in that house that was not born to that man, that man is not going to have respect for you or the women that come after you. He will not. Right. Because nothing displeases a son like to see another man coming into their house and sitting down with a mother to talk. A man don't like that. A child doesn't like that. A male child doesn't like that. Talk less of going inside a bedroom. He doesn't even want a man in that house. So when you take a man and go inside a bedroom, if nothing happens, that boy is scarred for life. What about if something happens and he can hear those things happening?
and then he sees another man beat up his mom that is not his dad. It destroys him. But one thing that I've come to realize after many years is this. These women, they don't give a damn because they put their sexual freedom ahead of culture, ahead of what people will say, and ahead of the trauma they will leave behind on their children. They don't give a damn. And when they think that somebody's thinking otherwise, or they think that society is mad at them for doing it, or they think that society is saying something, guess what they start doing? They start drinking, they start taking medications, they start smoking weed to suppress that guilt. So if you say, what do we do to get these women to think right? No, you cannot do anything. Because when somebody has started taking something to suppress guilt, that is a damaged individual you cannot bring back. Because they do not want to live in the truth. They want to live in their truth. It's a damaged individual. That is why I say to guys and girls, no matter what it is, do not pick up a phone call from an intimate person around your kids. Do not bring an intimate somebody around your kids. Do not engage in any kind of intimacy around your kids to the person that is not their mother. Just like guys get damaged when their mother does that, or when their mother do that, they also get damaged when their father does the same thing. Because that is one thing that I'm trying to teach in my podcast is culture. I don't want to teach religion because religion brought us to this mess, which is called forgiveness of sin. Forgiveness of sin is the reason why we are in this predicament, because if I do it 70 times, 7 times, I get forgiven by God because I ask for forgiveness, it's forgiven. Bullshit. It's destroying our family. That's why I talk about culture. That's why I don't want to talk about religion, because religion brought us here. I talk about culture because if I got to tell you, even the Bible says that he who does not have a culture is a lost soul.
What? Let me ask you something real quick, Akane, and everybody else can respond to this too, right? Because I'm gonna give you an example of what we're facing today. I'm not gonna say who it is out of respect for them, but I know somebody who has a daughter, right? I think she is 29 and her daughter is 15. She had her daughter really young, right? So she finds out that her daughter is smoking weed. She's probably smoking weed at like 13. I see this and I'm like, hey, listen, you know, your daughter over here smoking? She like, yeah. So what's up with that? Well, you know, I just said I'd rather she smoke around me so I know what she getting, what she doing, trying to teach her the ropes, not letting nobody bring no blunts to her. They got to roll the blunt in front of her, smoke your own weed, don't depend on nobody for no weed. And the generation Xer in me is like, to hell with that.
Right.
But then when I had to really sit there and think about it, well, what am I gonna do? My question to you all seriously, because as it was stated on this conversation, on these type of channels, we have the deeper conversations. What could you really do?
Okay.
So this is what I'm gonna say. This is what I'm gonna say too.
Let me say this before you go, real quick. Yeah, see, okay. That's where you're right, Miss Podcast. You gotta weigh that situation. That's the one thing that Information Man and Trey said to me that I agree with, and I'm gonna try to really adopt. Is when people ask you for information or advice, that's when you probably have some leeway to give it, but it has to be good information. just giving it to them when they're not unsolicited is really, it's not effective, and it might be unwanted. So that's one of the things that sometimes I could lose sight of that part of it. And with that whole saying about when the student's ready, a teacher will appear. Mm-hmm. That's when your advice might be worth something to them. They might not accept it, but they're at least receptive to it. And so, like in that situation you just talked about, when you really say, what are you going to really say that she should do, since you ain't going to be there to monitor whatever advice you give? So I agree with what you didn't really say what you did. You just kind of kept it to yourself, what you thought she should do. Is that what you did?
because in all honesty, I didn't have the answer.
Okay.
Like the thing I wanted to say is the very thing that I hated as a child. Right? Which is just either, like, get what you gonna do. You can't live with me no more. Now you finna put the kid out on the street.
Right.
They're not gonna stop smoking weed. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, I didn't really make up the scenarios. I just thought about it, and I was like, I see how you looking at it. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's messed up.
It's kind of heavy to me because it's actually it's way more common than what people even think. But go ahead, Inkane, if you wanna.
Yeah, I wanted to touch base as well.
That shit has hit home with me, Beans.
Yeah, thank you so much for deferring. Let me say this, Beans, and let me put it this way. When you don't want to say something to somebody because you don't know what how they might receive it, right? There is something that we call in Africa adage. It's called also proverb. What you do, you speak, you make phrase of certain words without actually speaking it in a direct way, but it's called indirect relaying of words, right? Is left to interpretation. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So that way you might tell him that you scratch your throat and you said to him, not that I'm going to give you advice of how to raise your child, but as somebody who has been there, what I can tell you is that you do not wait or you do not want to look for a black sheep at night. It's good to go and search for a black sheep in the daytime. You understand what I said?
Mm-hmm.
It's left to interpretation. Don't search for a black sheep at night when it's dark. Search for a black sheep in the daytime, because you can't find a black sheep at night because it's too dark.
Mm-hmm.
So search for it in the daytime when there is light. That's the only way you can find a black sheep. It's left to interpretation. So what I got to say is this: if I was in that place when that father said something like that or made that kind of statement, what I would say to the father is this: what you said is true. You don't want to teach. You don't want to have somebody else to sell them weed or give them weed because they don't know what is inside. It may have been contaminated, right? Or maybe it may have been laced, right?
Yeah.
But the thing is this: my father, when I was growing up, told me everything that weed can do to somebody. And what I did is this: I was very cautionary when it comes to smoking weed. I may smoke weed once a year, or once in 2 years, or once in 3 years, and it's just few puffs. Because you know what? I don't need it. So that's what I would tell the man. I don't need it. Because I know what it could do to somebody. I know what it's done to my friends. I don't like to be under the influence of anything. Yes, you might you might let your child smoke this in front of you, but how about you teach your child how to get off of it so that this thing doesn't take over their life? Teach him how to get off of it and end the conversation. Don't say anything anymore, because guess what? Some people don't like to be told what to do or even asked what to do. Is his family? He's going to feel the pain.
No doubt. But the problem with that is when it, and I'm just gonna speak for what I've known of Black parents, is that they don't have enough patience. Right? So it's like the minute I find out you doing something I don't want you to do, there is no, okay, allowing you to take the time to get over this thing or to not do this thing anymore. You're going to not do it now. And then if I find out you're doing it again, then I'm going to beat you. Right? Even if that includes with stitching cords, hangers, whatever, I'm going to beat you. I'm going to try to beat the thing out of you. Right? And then if that doesn't work, get out. Right? And so that's what I'm saying. At some point, I had to realize that even a kid is an autonomous being. They're going to do what they want to do. Right? So you have to train them a certain way. But for a lot of these, and this was a single mom that I was talking to. So for a lot of these people, and especially the single mothers, right? They not even the ones really raising their kids technically. They kids getting way more information outside the house from peers, from media and TV and music and movies than they getting from at home. So now you done let this kid take in all of this information, and they have developed these habits and behaviors and vices. Now you're gonna try to beat it out of them? Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, my question to y'all was, what could she really do? It's like I had to really think about it in that moment. Like, what's she gonna do? Beat her or kick out the house?
I'm sorry. I didn't know you were talking about a woman, but let me respond in 1 minute. Okay. If it's a single mother, you know what I would tell a single mother? I'm sorry, I can't advise a single mother. And I'll tell you why I don't do that. Whenever I talk to a single mother, even if me and her had something going on, I will tell her, take your child back to her father. You are not supposed to be raising a man. That's my advice to every single woman I've always dealt with. I'm not going to advise you how to deal with your son. Your son is above 5 years old. Send your son back to your baby daddy. And if she tell me that their baby daddy ain't shit, I'll be like, I'm sorry, you laid with him. I'm not going to tell you what to do, because guess what? She can't control him. It's a man that she's dealing with. She can't control him.
Suppose it was a female.
If it's a female, I would tell her to go meet her mother to advise her, because number one, I can't advise a woman how to raise a woman.
No, it was a female. He said it was a female.
No. If the daughter was a female, right?
Listen to what you said. Listen to what you said.
It's plain, Ekene.
Well, hold on. Listen, you're saying you can't advise her on how to raise a woman, right? But this isn't about gender, right? This gender aside, you're dealing with any kind of child, adolescent, teenager, whatever, right? When they get to the point where they are really starting to go into their autonomy, they're going to do what they want to do. And when you find out that they are participating in certain behaviors, and have taken on certain vices and stuff like that, it's like, what is really the answer? Some people are going to tell you straight up and down, beat them, right? But then when you look up and you see this distraught, disturbed, dysfunctional adult who was beat on and it didn't work, then everybody look at it like, okay, it must be something wrong with you that the beatings didn't work. This is how we parent for real.
Yeah. To answer that, I'm so sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. Let me answer this real quick. I'm so sorry, guys. To answer this, right? This is what I'm going to say to you, Vince. To answer this, right?
Mayday! Mayday, will you please learn this motherfucker?
Yeah, I'll tell you this, right?
I had to, man, because I want to get everybody else's opinion too, man. He can't hog this.
Okay, good. Go.
Love, man.
No, I've been quiet for 2 hours, but yeah, you guys go ahead. I'll listen. I'll be.
But go ahead, man. I'm gonna let you finish up.
Okay, so this is what I'm going to say. Vince, what I said earlier, I stand behind it, and I'll tell you due to cultural reason. And this is not gender reason.
Mm-hmm.
Even in my culture, male don't advise women how to deal with women. What we do is that we tell women to handle that woman. They know what to do. You see what I'm saying? Because she can go to her grandmother. They can call her to order and deal with her. That's why you have to have community. You see what I'm saying? But in a situation there is no community, that's where her father supposed to come in. Because remember, in a family, this is what happens in a family. The dad discipline the boys, the mom nurture. In a family, the mom discipline the girls, the dad nurture. Because the mom is the one that will aggressively beat her ass up. But it's the dad that is going to call her and say, come, my daughter, let me talk to you. Because you got to understand the influence that a father has over a daughter is so bigger than the mother 10 times. That is what we advocate. I personally do tell you guys, if you have a baby mama and she has your kids and you're married, make sure your baby mama lives close to your house. You got to form a community for the interest of your children. Don't give a damn about your wife, what she thinks. Because guess what? You have a legacy that you have to maintain. That legacy is not about your wife. It's about your children. So your baby mama that has your children has to live close to your house. Your wife, if she don't like it, she can leave. Because at the end of the day, marriage is not for women. Marriage is for the children.
All right. Appreciate it, Ikane. To answer your question, podcast. To answer your question, beating is not always the answer. You know what I mean? Sometimes the conversation needs to be nuanced. I'll give you an example. Say, for instance, a lot of times when we say these older generation people don't know what they're talking about, well, contrary to the popular belief, we weren't born at 50. At some point, we were kids too. At some point, we got into things too. And what you want to do is you want to sit down with them and say, hey, you know, I used to smoke weed too, you know, back in the day. But let me tell you what I found out. I found out that it was not the most healthy thing for me, you know. A lot of my homeboys, you know, all of them got gray hair. They're a little bit older than what they need to be. They having all kind of problems or whatever. So I say, look, if I could save you a lot of time and stress and frustration, would you want me to give the answer? And then let them say yes or no. If they say no, you keep it moving. But if they say yes, just say, hey, you might want to start toning back on the weed. You know what I mean? Say, friends, you don't have to quit cold turkey today. Just save it for the weekends and then build up. And then after that, you're no longer doing that. And then you take the money that you would have been using and put it toward a dream or something that you had that you wanted to build, you know, or something that you wanted to do that's constructive, that you can turn into a business, you know. Take the conversation and switch it around in such a way that it actually benefits them from getting the wisdom and knowledge that you possess. Does that make sense? You find a point of commonality, and then that way it makes the conversation a lot easier.
That's a tough. That's what Beans brought up is a tough. The reason why I can say it is that I've dated a woman in a similar situation. She had a son. I think he was 17, 18 years old. And I had to break up with her. And I really liked this girl too. But the problem was that, you know, she said she didn't smoke. Right.
Right.
I came to her house. Man, that motherfucker smelled like nothing but kush. And I'm like, what the fuck? And when she told me that her son, he smokes, and you know, and I'm like, he's still a teenager. He didn't graduate from high school. It was just so many things that she has said where it got to the point where she had problems with her son. He wasn't listening to shit she was really saying. You know what I'm saying? And
Right.
while living in her home.
Right.
So the only thing I could have did was I had to leave her, and I really did want to leave her. I'm telling you, she had everything together except for she was not a good mother.
Some battles ain't yours, brother.
Right.
You know?
And I had to, this is how crazy it was. I ghosted her. I didn't just break up with her. I just ghosted her. Because at the time, I was just like, damn. Shit, I broke my heart. But
Right.
I couldn't be around her because of the principles that I had. And I was like, damn. And I kept trying to fight those principles because I did. After probably about a couple of weeks, we still slept together, but I never went back over her house. You know what I'm saying? So I just kept spinning her. and spinning her and shit like that, because I couldn't figure out what was it that I was supposed to have said to her. Because if I would have said anything to her, only thing I know, just like any other of these single mothers that can't control their kids, they're gonna start defending them, right?
That's my baby, and you can't say that to my baby.
Yeah, they're gonna be defending them. So the only thing I could do was to leave. I had to just, exit myself up out of there.
That's right. Pack your self-respect up and take it with you. You know what I'm saying?
And this is how good she was. She was fine as hell. She was very nice.
Look at you. Look at you.
Oh man, it was just that she could not grab that shit, and I was just like, mother, fuck. I did not want to leave. I thought I had one, but it was so difficult where it got to the point where I was of no use of her to even give her any, anything to tell her. So my whole thing was I had to just ghost her. I had to get the fuck out of her.
You didn't give her an exit interview, man. You could have gave her an exit interview.
Not at the time. Not at the time. Not
Sometimes
being,
you like, hey, our pain is right. You be like, look, I'm gonna give you an exit interview today. So exit interview, yeah, I'm gonna talk about the reason why we can no longer continue this relationship. Look, you got an uncontrolled son who likes to smoke weed. I can see that in our future that's gonna cause us some type of financial burden. And since you won't allow me to raise him as if he's my own, like Russell Wilson, I won't be able to continue this relationship anymore. I appreciate you, and return your tables to the upright position and see yourself out the door. Thank you.
Yeah, I had my own kids. I had my own dilemmas that I was going through, and that was it. I couldn't just bring myself to it. So that's why I said when B said that shit, the shit got me to the point where I like, damn, that shit kind of hit home. What do you do, right? At the end of the day, if you're just dating her, and I mean, there's no real answer that's really out there when it comes down to that. Because that child, for one, is not your child. And shit, man, it's just one of those things. I'm gonna tell you, man, that was just one of those things where I was just like, all right, I gotta go.
James, I have a question. I have a question for you, James.
Mm-hmm.
This person that you're talking about, who was she in your life? Was it somebody important in your life or just someone that you knew random?
Oh no, she family.
Okay. So I mean, and that's a unique situation because, you being the opposite of a narcissist and you being an empathetic and caring guy, like most men are, in a sense, who have family and put family first, you saw a concern and you raised a concern. And if that was your daughter, I assume that you would have handled it totally different if you had found out. Now, I ain't saying you would have, put hands on, but you would have addressed it with a little bit more vigor, and you would have had long conversations about it and probably tried to show her other options instead of just indulging in that.
But that's what I'm saying, Trey. I'm not saying I'm not sure I would have.
But what I'm saying is, if it was your child, okay, I ain't gonna say it.
I'm going off. That's what I'm basing it off of, right?
Yeah. Okay. So this is where I differ, because if it was my child, one, I have to look at myself first. Okay, where is she learning this behavior? Now, if I'm smoking weed in the house and all of this, then I really can't say too much as a parent. So I'm going to have a little bit more leniency and say, look, listen, I don't agree with it, but because I've heard this from parents before, but since you're going to do it here, at least I know you're safe with it, whatever. But there's a side effect to that. It's not that and this is this is for myself. It's not that they started smoking weed. They smoking whole ounces, 4 or 5 blunts a day. So when they get to that age of independence, most of them they've gone past the weed stage. They're looking, it's a long-term effect. They're going to be starting to look into other options to get high. And that's where the problem comes in, because there's been a study that if a child starts smoking marijuana too soon, if it's a male, a lot of his male tendencies seem to turn a little female. And if a female, if she starts smoking too early, a lot of her tendencies turn a little malish. So it's a very thin line, and you have to be careful. because a lot of this weed, regardless of you smoking it at home or not, a lot of it has a lot of other stuff in it except the little home, the old school red hair cess, skunk weed and all that. It's a different type of marijuana out there, regardless of, where you smoking it. So, and as a father, I think for me, I've always wanted to give you're going to look at both sides of this thing. Yeah, you can say you want to do it, but here can be some side effects. It doesn't matter where you buy it because, all of it ain't the same. So, and this could possibly be a downfall, and this will limit your opportunities for employment. You won't be able to go get them jobs because they're going to drop you. And if you get pulled over, it's going to involve the police even more into your life. They're going to start searching you. They find something, they're going to look to start charging you and sending you down that whole rabbit hole. And I think that's one of the important questions to start having. And then me as a parent, like, okay, I need to connect them. Maybe they're not hearing my voice. Let me connect them to someone else outside of myself who can sort of, echo what I'm trying to convey to my child, because a lot of times we approach it with our feelings and we may overreact. And then the child, when we trying to push them to a better place, they sort of pull back. So I'll spend a lot of time working with, young people in this same situation that you're talking about. And the biggest thing was the lack of communication between the parents. Well, I told him when he was 10, well, now he's 16. It's a different dynamic, and you have to continue to have those conversations. And it may take another voice to echo what you're saying, because they listen, but okay, mama's nagging. But if you let somebody else say the same thing, then sometimes they get it. And it may take some time. I don't expect no kid to stop smoking, this month. But hopefully by June, July, they starting to look at it a little different, because now when they start focusing on future, I want a job. I know I got a drop, so I'm going to have to stop smoking for that. If I want to do this, I can't be under the influence. And I think that's where the problem comes in. We just got to educate on all fronts, because they going to smoke the weed out there today.
That's right, Trey. First, sometimes you need a second voice to confirm. Just to touch base with what you said, it has to come from somebody else sometimes for somebody to believe, because we have this thing called fear of missing out. You know what I'm saying? So if somebody else, oh yeah, you messing up. Oh yeah, you messing up for real. Oh yeah, you really messing up. Then they'll be like, well, I must be messing up then. So let me go ahead and change up. So you're absolutely right. Go ahead, David. You had something you want to say?
I will have to jump on the bandwagon with that again, because sometimes it applies to the community. Because when you think about people smoking weed, they're not learning from the mom, they're learning from the people within their community. And that always have a mechanism that kind of like put against your body that you try and teach your kids. And I see why when some people take it where you live, where you conduct business, where you put your family at, it can either help your family or hurt your family in any kind of way. And me be able to live on both sides, living in this country, living in Africa, and I look at the environment, I start to realize, I think our biggest issue that we don't have a community. We don't have an ecosystem that, in case we are not around there, looking out for our kids. Because yesteryear, I hear this, the black community used to look at other people's kids to make sure we keep them in the right direction. Now we're in a society whereby the black community, nobody cares. I recall seeing young girls, 13, 14, 15, 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning when I'm coming from an overnight job, and they're out in the street. The first thing came to my mind is, where the parents? The parents now, where the grandma, where the grandpa? Why are these people out here in the middle of the night doing these type of activity? Why there's no correction in these things? But when it's become normalized, I have to ask, what is being put in place to deter people from going down this path?
Well, Black David, community starts at home, man. We can't ask other people to step in and take care of our responsibilities.
I know. That's something I put on my household since they were babies, and I get that. Me being an African, I can know that we African people, we have to be consistently be on top of that, which is not an easy thing. And I always chastise my kid, don't bring any language that we don't speak in here and that you got from outside in here. I don't want to hear it. And I put back about it hard each and every day because for the simple fact that I understand if I don't set the standard, who will? I want to move my family from this community go somewhere else, which is better. But until then, I gotta be like a warden, a police officer. I don't care if I have to be a spy. I had to constantly watch them like a hawk and see who they offended, who they hang out with. And when I question, I do that almost on a daily basis because I understood my uncle taught me years ago when I didn't understand back then by the parable they give. And I thought to realize why he was giving these warnings. We see this generation after this. We see what takes place. I hate that I had to be numb of the event that take place, especially in my city. Like for the past 2 years, more than 20 young teenagers got themselves deleted surfing on the subway station on top of the train where they should never done that in the first place. And I'm sure they heard about it several times and it never stopped them from doing it. And they will do it thinking it's cool. And I ask myself, why did this happen? Who can we hold responsible? Parents are working long hours. No one there to watch the kids. No one there to be like a gatekeeper in our community because we don't have no community no more. We just had an environment. And to hear this story from Ben, and he's from Chicago, it just confirmed that no matter where you go, if you're not aware of your surrounding, you have to ask yourself how long you will be in that surrounding.
You know what, David? Here's my thing, man. We like to say that we no longer have a community, but are we really building our community? When was the last time you went over your next door to your neighbor and sat down and talked to them? You know, did you let them know who your kids were? You know what I mean? That type of thing. We love to put the whole emphasis on the community, but we haven't even served each other as a community. So why would somebody have interest in your child if they even know who you are? They don't have your phone number. They don't know your child's name. They don't know none of that. Your child is probably friends with them and they probably don't even know their parents' name. You know what time they come home. That's the type of stuff that I'm talking about. Sometimes when we say we don't have a community, that's on us, man, because we don't do our job. I'm gonna ask you, Mr. Bennett, remember back in the day, man, when people moved into a neighborhood, people would come over and bring you a cake or some cookies or something, have a housewarming, say, hey, welcome to the neighborhood. We don't do that no more. You're on mute, Mr. Bennett.
Some of us done that. I'll tell you, I'm glad you said that, Lost, but I did it too in the community. I speak to people my next door neighbor used to have conversation outside, but I always know that even when I do that on a regular.
I'm just saying on a mass level, David. We're not talking about anecdote. We're talking about on a mass level. That's all I'm saying.
But I don't even think it's community. I think this is about relationships. Even communities are built based on relationships. And to Bean's question, I mean, again, that is a quagmire that you're certainly bringing up. And in that particular situation, unless there is an influencer, unless there's someone who can really connect to that, I don't think you can certainly do it. And I don't know if there's another woman or another female in that situation who can really speak to that. But unfortunately, in a lot of these situations, we're trying to come in, the fire's already started, and we're trying to come in and put the fire out rather than fire prevention so that the fire never came in the first place. So again, I don't know all the details, the family structure, why the father isn't there, why the family isn't whole, plus the influences that might be outside that are pushing this young girl to take part in that. My general philosophy to this is, again, you train up a child in the way they should go, and when they grow old, they will not depart from it. It doesn't mean that they won't depart from it, but hopefully what you planted in them, they'll kind of come back later on. I do believe there's a point in time where, you have to let your kids go and let them experience things, and hopefully, they may do. I mean, all my girls, have experimented, so to speak, but they didn't stay on it though. You know what I mean? But I mean, when they're in college or whatnot, I can't watch them 24/7. So at some point I have to trust. My wife and I have to trust that we gave them enough sense to know like where the borders are. But it's certainly something that we had to be prayerful about the whole time. But at this situation, if there's no father influence, no female influences that are positive, there's no activities that this daughter might be involved in that keep her away from doing things like that. If she's just sort of left to her own devices at that age, that's a difficult situation to diagnose. So I'm not going to come up here and say like I know what the answer is, but that's a tough one. This is family also for you, but again the lack of, I think JT said earlier, we go to these family reunions and there's like this segregation by the age groups. Even at the family reunion, the young kids stay together, but there's no interaction. The kids are, or if the kid tries to be in grown folks conversation, we kind of push them away a little bit. So we talk, it's grown folks business here. So it's that again, that's a tough one. But I certainly appreciated what you said earlier about why things the way they are in terms of the young people seeing that there were certain things that were not right, and the fact that they kind of express those things, that they're sort of disciplined and punished for it. I think a lot of this stuff has been with us certainly since the 60s. Because I think even just as a country, I think people started to wake up, especially with Vietnam and a lot of things were going on. People started to find out that there was a lot of things that were going on that weren't right in the country. And unfortunately, the protests and everything against it went sort of like the other direction, where it was like, almost to anarchy to a certain point, where kids were just listening to people at all, saying that, you guys basically sold us a bill of goods this whole time. I think you lead it with that, Beans, talking about how, older generations, like what they were telling us was BS, because a lot of it was. And so, but that's still, we still need to find a way forward to have, if we need to rewrite some things, or, one, I think certainly the older generations need to operate in some humility. But then also, young people need to understand, like, anarchy doesn't work either, or bohemian lifestyle doesn't work either. Just doing what you want, that is proven destructive by large measure. So how can we forge a way forward? And I think ultimately, truth has to win out at the end of the day. There were a lot of those things that were said that weren't truthful, and we need to start living our lives based on truth. Forget what your religious beliefs are, or your traditions, or your dogmas, because that's the way it's always been. I think a lot of us need to say, what the world that we're in now, what works in this world and what doesn't. And if that means, eliminating some of your traditions or cultural norms or what have you, then so be it. But I think we definitely need to change this narrative up. The only thing I want to say, as far as, for Ekene and CBN, again, I have respect for, for the diaspora, brothers throughout the diaspora overall. But I think, unfortunately, there's a lot of virtue signaling that I hear in these spaces when it comes to culture, especially when it comes from non-African Americans. I was just looking up Nigeria now. 1 in 7 people in Nigeria have used drugs. 1 in 5 have a drug problem. So as much as you guys talk about community and culture and all these things, when you have poverty, when you have lack of opportunity, when you have war, when you have divisions, that is going to affect you regardless of where you are. And a lot of times it's the youth that pay the penalty for that. I have a brother-in-law whose father, we talked about his father, who's Igbo, and the problems that he had, and what destruction that did to his family and a lot of men of that generation. And a lot of it's for the same reasons. So we shouldn't be talking about, well, one culture is superior to another, or these things, whatever. Again, that's why I go back to, it's about relationships. Let's start with the core: mother, father, and children.
Yep.
Rent it out to aunties and uncles and the core families. Because culture can't fix all of that unless those things are solid.
And community can't fix all of that unless it's solid.
Right. So we talk about community.
Go ahead. Finish up, bro. Finish up, Bennett.
But again, it's like, we want to point to, culture, but again, if that core is not right, then you're going to be exposed to a lot of different things. And I don't think we should necessarily be in these spaces talking about one culture because, in Nigerian culture or Ghanaian culture or whatever the culture is. I can go into bring up any stat, especially when it comes to black people globally. And this is the thing that I find frustrating, because you go to any black culture that has any interaction, especially with whether you were colonized or enslaved or whatever. A lot of us are dealing with the same stuff in one way or another. We may be able to hide our stuff a little bit better or paint a more nationalistic view of who we are, but we're dealing with the same stuff. And so,
let me respond to that real quick. What you just said right now, Bennett, about the drug stuff. If anybody tells you that you're wrong, the person is being disingenuous. You are 100% correct on that. And I will tell you, especially the northern Nigeria and also the eastern Nigeria and the west, because we had an infiltration that happened, a big drug stuff hit Nigeria right after COVID. Because remember, we didn't really have COVID. So right after COVID, we were hit. But I'm glad that the government was able to fight against it. Actually, what you see right now is reducing. But the reason why I don't want to stop talking about culture, I'm always going to talk about culture, is because that is why I said what I said about Christianity, right? As soon as culture was attacked in Nigeria, that was the result of it. And that is why here in America, even on my channel, I speak culture, because if we in Nigeria and we here in America can go back to culture, a lot of this issue will start getting rectified. You see what I'm saying? That is why I push hard about culture, because the reason why I say about this culture is this. I was raised in the 80s, right? Born in the 70s, raised in the 80s, raised in the 90s. So whenever I go to the village, I see how things were done by people that had respect for the culture. I am comparing apple to apple. So I see how people that had respect for the culture, how they conducted themselves, how they behave versus the generation that doesn't really care about the culture, that went into church. I see the two difference than the ones that went into mosque. I see the two difference, right? The difference is day and night. The ones that I'm coming real quick. Our land. The ones that show that respect for the culture, had respect for nature, had respect for the land, had respect for authority, and they conducted themselves. But the ones that don't care about the culture are the ones that are acting foolery now. That's why I care about culture.
The point is that some of the old culture may not work in the new time. We need to develop new traditions that work for everything that he is talking about. Is you still got to rebuild a family unit to either whatever the culture is. You can't do it in a vacuum. There's got to be some unit to build it on. Now, so I've on these panels, I'm hearing that some of the traditions from the past, let's throw them away. I'm kind of with you. I don't agree with that in 100% because that completely ignores the social engineering that went on for the last 50 years, right? Yeah. Some of that stuff needs to be broken even to create new culture, new traditions, right? So, we're in this pickle that needs to be corrected. So, yeah, do you throw away everything because it's in the past? I think that's bullshit, but some things are outdated. I can understand that, but you can't force one culture on some people if they're not willing to receive it. And if we don't have no family units and we're down to 30% marriage rate and dropping, how are you going to build anything, right? And that kind of stuff. So we got this quandary that we're in, and we have the commercial enterprises continually bombarding women with one thing and the men with another. And so it's a multifaceted problem we have to have, and I think a lot of things need to be on the table. That's why I have trouble with people saying, well, let's dismiss that or let's add this in. I just think that there's got to be an open mind all the way around, and an agreement that everything can't translate to the future, But to say none of it does, it's really crazy. And to say old people just fucking lie and all that shit. My kids are millennial. This is anecdotal. I raised a Z and a millennial, and they had to live with Zs and other millennials, and they're doing just fucking fine with my stupid ass baby boomer self. You know, so all I'm just trying to say is, you know, we ain't all say stupid shit to them.
Hear what I said? Oh God!
Well, I had to rewrite some of the history books and rewrite the Bible. Going into
here's my thing, gentlemen. I think the real reason why people don't really follow culture is because the culture is actually not providing a service to the people. You see what I'm saying? It's just that's just the bottom line. They don't see the value in the culture. That's the reason why, just like anything else, you have to provide something for somebody to want to go along with it. That's the main reason why people go to the store. You know, if you want bread, you got to bring money so you can get the bread. You know what I'm saying? You're making it an even exchange. If nobody sees the value in your particular culture, they're not going to follow along. So it has to be something in it for them. And I think that's probably the real reason why a lot of people have strayed away from culture. It's just like when people want to call men all kind of this, that, and other misogynists and narcissists. What you're basically doing is you're eating away at the structure where the man is actually supposed to be the head of the household. So if you undermine him by calling him words that are not in a flattering manner, who's going to listen to him? You see what I'm saying? You're basically eroding the man's power to actually have him to do something about your particular situation. And that's the main reason why you have kids who don't listen to older generation. Oh, he's just an old man. You know, he's a dirty old man. You know what I'm saying? They used to have terms like that. And then what happens is whenever it comes to wisdom, then that's what a wisdom is. But you already told the kid that's not where you need to go. So what happens is you wind up going around in circles, repeating the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result, messing up. And then you got influence from other people who don't know what they're talking about. And you mix that into a soup and you get what we have today. Some foolishness. You see what I'm saying? So it always comes back down to making sure that you edify the people in the community to actually transfer that power and into that community for those people who can do something that they can do something about it.
Mm-hmm.
I want to bring up
the have a division among the people about people of like mind and say, you know what, I don't want to be a part of this type of corrupt bottom of the barrel society because they realize there's nothing here. And this has been going on for a while. It's not a huge, massive push that's been going on. Kevin Taylor called it the brain drain. But that brain drain,
I don't think that has nothing to do with brain drain. That's talent. We're talking about respect. Go ahead, Mr. Bennett. I know you wanted to say something.
I know you will say that it may have to be talent, but also the people who do have talent, right? Most or a good person have a more foundation, but they don't want to associate themselves with other people who act a different way than they do. Let's not forget that part. You can mention about talent all we want, but let's be real. When you hang out with a certain group of people who look like us but don't act like us, you know that what's the first thing they do? They're checking you and checking how you conduct yourself. And they see you conduct yourself in a way that's completely different from you want to make sure so don't be associated with it. This is why I say it is part of a brain drain issue. But
respect. Here's my thing, David. Respect has nothing to do with.
You know what?
Here's the thing. Respect has nothing to do with talent.
But I feel
you can be talented and still have no respect for nobody. You know.
Shout out to Wendy Williams.
You better say it.
Yeah, for sure.
Go ahead and finish your thought, Mr. Bennett. I know you wanted to complete that.
Well, I was, and again, I don't want to give too much. I know we're going to talk about this on the Wednesday sports show, but just in terms of how this conversation has gone tonight, and I don't think this is necessarily a solely just about a women's issue.
Right.
I think there's a lack of respect across the board.
Right.
And I was just thinking about the whole Cam Newton situation.
Oh man.
I mean, think about it. I mean, here you have a guy who's, created this camp, lending his name, image, and likeness to this effort. And it escalates. And this isn't the second time. This is the only time it happened. There was an incident happening a few years ago.
I remember.
When you had some of these kids.
Right.
We're talking, well, Cam, you're not that good. You're not even a starter or whatever. I mean, these are kids. like criticizing Cam.
Right. They had talent, but they had no respect. Just like we
Yes.
talked about a minute ago.
Yes, yes. But I think that's part of what the current, again, with everyone thinks they're an expert. I go back to that earlier point about journalism earlier. Everyone thinks that their opinion matters. Everyone thinks that they're a sports journalist and that they have the reason to critique. But that happened even in the space when you got guys like Skip Bayless or whoever who could just say whatever they want about an athlete. And these guys have never played the game, have never even dreamed to be on that level. And yet they think they have the platform or the license to criticize and talk about, well, this guy's a scrub, even though he's part of the 1% of the 1% of the 1%.
Right.
Even make it to the pros at that age. And so I think, again, this media culture has made narcissists, if you will, of everybody, where even kids don't have respect. The guys who attacked Cam didn't have respect. Now, I found it interesting, Cam, he actually responded, I think just a couple of days ago on his show about, what happened and whatnot. And again, tying in what Beans was talking about earlier, him being the wiser person, he himself should have acted differently, because a lot of that stuff just started out with just some back and forth stuff. I think his team got beat. So Cam was kind of flexing and saying things that he may not have should have said, again, being the wiser person.
Right.
And so he didn't necessarily use wisdom in that situation, but it allowed it to escalate to a level that it didn't need to go to. So I think there's certainly a lesson in terms of for him as well as for the people involved, not to let these emotions of a moment of a football game get it to where it becomes violent. And it not only becomes violent, it also becomes viral.
Right.
So it's damaging it is more damaging to our image.
Yes.
When you do that.
Well, let me ask you this, Mr. Bennett. Do you think Peyton Manning ever got his ass whooped at one of his football games?
No. It's definitely, but again, the kids that go to his camp, those kids might be the ones who go to private school. So they're in a totally different stratosphere. So those kids, they get those quarterback gurus and those quarterback coaches, and they paying not only for the private school, they playing for the private lessons.
Right.
A lot of the kids that again, Black Man talks about this all the time. All the kids that he coaches, the homes that they're coming from.
Right.
There's a lot, there's certainly a lack of discipline there. So again, everything that people have talked about, but again, it still goes back to the core. It goes back to the central. Families. That the original Trinity was mother, father, and son. Mother, father, and son. That's the original.
Right.
And so until we get back to that, culture or respect, all that, we need to get back to that. To where we raise our kids to say, yes, ma'am, no, ma'am, yes, sir, no, sir. Have that kind of, that kind of environment. But we've definitely lost a lot of it, where again, everyone thinks that they're, first of all, the narcissist says, I'm going to be the next one. I'm going to be, you 14 years old talking about, I'm going to be better than Cam.
You got first you got to be better. First, you got to be better than that quarterback that's at the high school that you about to go
I'm just
to.
saying,
You beat him out.
But again, how many? And again, sometimes it's the parents also. How much we talked about these spaces about like Ja Morant in that situation, and how often now I'm seeing. I'm a big boxing fan. I saw it this past week. Ryan Garcia is going to be fighting Devin Haney, and that fight may not happen because that's looking like a bad situation. Because Mr. Garcia is not right now. But his parents will defend him to the end. So it's almost like the parents have become enablers because he is the cash cow.
Right.
But the young man has some problems.
Throwing him to the wall.
They're not going to say anything because, you know, he's he's 25 years old and he's made over $100 million.
Yeah.
Damn. And so, this culture that where you have these kids so involved in sports are thinking that they're going to be the next one. So again, going back to JT's original point, I don't think it's necessarily that you have to have this narcissistic trait. But I think we're certainly raising these kids. Some of these parents are on something when they tell their kids that, yeah, you're gonna be the next one.
Mm-hmm.
When you haven't even proved it yet. And then you reflect that. Yes. So we're building this entitlement that, yeah, you deserve to be the starter, you deserve to be the next one, and not letting your play speak for you. You letting your mouth speak for you and your ego speak for you that you deserve something that you didn't earn.
Bingo.
So this as a cult, just as globally, but certainly in this country, I think we're building a more narcissistic and even to a certain point, a psychopathic society.
Wow.
Because we're saying these kids, you can do anything, be anything, do what you want. I mean, the American dream, just all this stuff. We built the nation on that. But it's resulting in a lot of people at the end of the day saying, no, you can't do everything. Your chances of making it to the NFL or the NBA or any professional sports league is minutely small.
Yeah.
But try to tell that to a parent who's got his kid playing travel team 12 out of 12 months out of the year and trying to ride that. So there's a lot of things. So again, there's a lot of things in this process that are creating a climate for like I said, for men, for men and women.
Yeah.
Where we're just becoming, again, our sense of entitlement, our sense of worth is way overblown on so many different levels. And so we can't just isolate this just to the women. I mean, what we're pumping our boys with is
you got a point, but let's be real. Because of that entitlement, a lot of countries are making laws just for American people only. On purpose. Because they see it already. Remember, you have cable. But sometimes the same cable is being broadcast to other countries that have contracts to see what we've been seeing.
Mm-hmm.
So when they see how we conduct ourselves, you don't think these legislators, you know what, we got something for these folks. Especially they started with the celebrity at first, when they come over there and they call the line. They use them as test dummy. And after that, they find the template they needed. No, you're telling you see people getting locked up for things that they get away with over here, but over there they cannot get away with. And that is the issue.
The issue is you need to learn how to learn the culture over there while you're over there. You know what I mean? How about that?
No, they don't want to look.
You know what I mean? How about educate yourself before you go somewhere? You know, certain people have certain customs. And as they say, in Rome, do as the Romans do.
That's right.
But to speak to what Mr. Bennett said, if we live in an entitled, society, what if Daniel's son never learned how to wax on and wax off? He'd probably got beat up. You know what I'm saying? If he never learned how to sand the floor and paint the fence. If he didn't
he had
work,
a couple of beatings before he learned how not to get beat up, though.
Right.
He had to take a couple of motherfucking ass whoopings. So that's how most
He
people
didn't want
know
an
how
ass
to-
whooping. He got his ass handed to him.
That's all I'm saying.
Well, but now that there's a point to that though, because yes, he did get beat up, but he also saw Mr. Miyagi beat up all those boys who was beating him up.
Right.
He did have a so again I think with a lot of this stuff we're also talking about currency.
Yes.
And so I think as older people that are supposed to have wisdom, that's supposed to buy us a certain amount of currency.
Mm-hmm.
And what's happened certainly in the last 50 years or so, I think with technology, is like, the currency of wisdom that we were trying to impart to people has been replaced by Bitcoin currency.
And AI. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And people thinking that, well, I don't need that old currency. I can just go with the AI stuff and I can get along just as good and just as fast as because again, back just how society has evolved. We used to have apprenticeships. You were, disciples, you had to be, craftsmen. You had to be under the tutelage of somebody if you wanted to, to learn certain skill sets and whatnot in order to become a master craftsman in a certain thing. Even plumbing now, you still have to be under somebody for a certain amount of time before you can just start, do your own business.
Yeah.
But now everyone thinks that they can, play at the same level as somebody who's got 20 years experience on them. And so that sometimes, so that's the deal. I mean, technology has certainly shrunk the information gap, but I don't think it's necessarily shrunk the wisdom gap.
So,
because
Mr. Bennett, what do you think we should do? I mean, see, based on the conversations here, I hate that. I'm hesitant to say anybody's wrong, right? Because everybody has an element of the truth based on the prism that they see through. So, what do you think we should do, right? You're here, right? And your children are Z's, probably.
Right. Yeah.
And so you have to relate to them no matter how old you are.
Right.
Right.
Well,
So
that's the work. It's one is listening.
Okay.
Second is I have to want to desire to understand their world.
Yes.
Not so much what my world was or is. Now, again, if I can find the similarities and say, oh, y'all into that? If I can relate it to something that I did, then I introduce it.
Okay.
If it doesn't apply, I don't bring it up. I just say, oh, that's interesting or whatever, or that's where you're gonna go. Let me know how that works.
Okay.
And see if that's something that I can glean from. Because at the same time, even though I'm in a lot of ways, I'm still in their world. I'm still working, and I'm still competing. Like I said, at my age, I'm 54, but I'm competing with 35-year-olds. We're going after the same bone here.
Okay.
So I have to have a mindset of learning, of expanding, of not being so locked in saying this is how we used to do it. I got to go with the way the world is. So just for my survival in the IT space that I operate in,
right,
there's a certain aspect of just my attitude that has to be, look, whatever it is, whatever the technology, we adopting this, we're moving away from this operating system, we're adopting this new AI platform or this new database, fine. What I got to do next? So a lot of it is unlearning a lot of what I grew up on. Now, again, the wisdom doesn't go away, though, because, again, I still need to be able to ask the right questions. I still need to be able to, figure out in my mind how can I use the wisdom that I've acquired? How can I use it in this new platform? But I have to essentially live in their world and train them how to operate in their world, not the world that I operated in. So a lot of it is, again, it's the communication. Like I said, my daughter's at school right now. She's the last one. She calls me almost every day, or she calls my wife every day.
Mm-hmm.
And we just let her spit about what it is that's going on. Again, if I can drop something in there, or if she asks questions, again, we connect. But I rarely talk about what it was for me as a student or whatever, unless it's relevant. More times than not, if she's dealing with something personal, if she's dealing with something as far as self-image, I can speak to that because I had self-image problems at her age.
Mm-hmm.
So another thing that I'm also doing in this space is, like I've said in the past, I feel I'm less of a parent today and more of, again, a coach or a mentor.
That's right.
I'm trying to be that Obi-Wan Kenobi on the side, but I can't tell them what to do.
Right.
So my goal now is to be influential, but I cannot operate with the authority that I had before. And this is one thing I certainly think about Black people in our culture. We operate so much on authority, even as they're older. Like you 60 and your kid's 40 and you still trying to be the parent.
Absolutely.
I think there's something, and I've said this in the past, I think there has to be a change in our thinking to say we need to be raising our kids to pass us. Our kids should be able to kick our butts because that's how nature works. That's how biology works. The strain, the C19, why, or flu or whatever. Why you need to some people take the shot every year is because the ones that survivors are stronger than the ones who came before them. And so that what you took before isn't going to work. So you got to take the updated one just to keep up.
Yeah.
You look at the lions, for example, when that young lion gets of age and be like, all right, I'm start flexing. Then it's going to be like, Dad, you have to go. One of us has to go.
Yep.
And so, but we don't raise our kids to be those leaders. We don't raise them to take over. What I love about the Godfather movie was that the original Godfather, he was like, look, Michael's taking over. When Tessio and those guys were like, look, Godfather, can you talk to Michael? It's like, look, Michael's in charge. Look, I'm the concierge. I'll be the concierge, but Michael's in charge right now. And so if you got a beef, you go to Michael. That's how I think we need to be raising kids to surpass us, to be all right. Like at our ages, our pain or Trey or Jay, we should be like being ready to like, all right, what our retirement plan is going to be. We moving to Florida or what? Or that world tour that we're going on. I want to give my daughters the keys. Look, here's the house, here's the deeds, all that here. Y'all run that. Your mother and I, we're going on this world tour. If you need to talk to us, whatever, you can call us.
Right.
But I'm not trying to lord over them anymore. I can't.
There's no way that you're going to be, and that's one of the things where we definitely have to really think this thing through when we have these conversations, because I think that's where, even in my grandparents, my grandmother, her father, right? In his generation, they had a lot of fucking land. And he migrated from the South to up in the North. So, and he had like 16 children.
Yep.
And so they had land from the South all the way up to the North. And in the North, and in Detroit, it was more about buying houses than just land, right? And what he ended up doing, because shit, when I was probably about 8, he was already in his 80s. You know what I'm saying? I remember, my great grandfather, my great grandmother had their 75th anniversary, but he had so much land that he gave it to all of his kids, and he kept probably about 4 or 5. But the craziest part was their generation, who they call the silent generation. That generation was the start of coddling your children. They were coddling their children then. That's why, because they still had large families. But I just remember I had great uncles that was still trying to live at home with their parents. Like they let life pass them by. They was fucking around, and the parents was still trying to, not my great uncles, my uncles. And that was the start of it. I have an uncle right now that he passed away, but he died not owning shit, no kids, none of that. And he was content in living the way that he was living. And a lot of that I seen that my grandmother was coddling him. Her firstborn was very successful. My uncle, my oldest uncle is very successful. And then the uncle up under him, very successful. My mom, very successful. But it seems like after they got from those first 4, it just started being where it was more coddling. It was you can see the difference in them. You know what I'm saying? You can see, because the way I look at it was, the closer they were to my age, the worse they were doing, except for the baby. Ain't that funny? The baby is always the one to do some shit that's totally different than everybody else. The baby was, he was very successful, but some tragic happened to him. However, when I looked at the dynamics, that was the start of the coddling. Like my mother, how she raised me and my brother was in spite of how her mother was raising the younger kids, right? My father, he raised him and my mom raised me and my brother in spite of what he went through. He didn't take what he went through and say, well, shit, I had to suffer. So, y'all gonna have to suffer too. He wasn't that person. He was like, look, I had to fight for everything that I had, and I don't want y'all to have to do that. So his whole thing was getting an education, owning something. And he said it very simple: have some money in your pocket. Don't ever have a home living up under somebody else's home. I don't even want you living up under our home. It was basic shit that he was telling us. And he knew how to articulate it as he grew up. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
As he grew up, he started understanding, because he had to actually survive his childhood. He was taking care of his brothers and sisters when he was 14 years old, working in a plant and shit like that. I'm like, what? It was like, that shit blew my mind. And my mother respected him because she seen how hard he had to fight, because she understood the type of man he was. He was definitely rough around the edges, but the message he gave me and my brother was, I want y'all to be better than me. So this
JT,
is why I'm harder on y'all. I'm harder on you.
On that point, let me add you on that point before you go further, right? One of the things I think the mistake, even in my generation and some of the older exes, when we say we want them to have a better life than us, we also misconstrued that and said they should have an easier life. That was the mistake.
Correct.
They could have a better life, but we still should have made them earn it.
Yeah, so they, but look how you mined it out. Look at how you minded it out. That's what I had to do. I had to mind it. Look, all I had to do was take the general message that my parents was giving to me, and because I have a mind, guess what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna figure it out, because the things that was working for them in their time, I understood that it's not working for me in my time. Sometimes I had to go through it, but sometimes I had to look at my surroundings and be very cognizant of everything that was around me. I just don't believe this whole thing that we have to be told every fucking thing.
You can.
I believe that we can figure the majority of this shit. We can figure out. All we have to do is be put in that position. And that was the thing. And that was what my father, him and my mother, what they ended up doing was they exposed us to other parts of the world so we can grasp onto it. Like,
you know what, JT, what you just said, you said we need to be put in position.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what you said? I think we probably need to be given permission to think for ourselves. I think that's the problem. You know what I mean?
I think that is too. I think that it goes to what we said earlier.
Yeah, a lot of times people like to think that they have to follow somebody else's blueprint. That's the main reason why I always tell people to make sure you think for yourself. It's one thing for you to get information from somebody else, but it's up to you to do something with that for yourself.
Yep.
Does it make sense for you? Does that make sense?
It makes a lot of sense.
Yes, it makes a lot of sense.
My parents were there, and I have to give them credit for being one of those parents that were more open-minded than their peers, right? Because they looked at what was traditionally for them, but when it came down to me and my brother, they'd be like, yeah, they might say something like, that's kind of strange that you're doing it that way, right? But then they understand why we do it that way, and then then they work. And you know, and my mom, like, she talked to us. My father, he actually talked to us. You know what I'm saying? So that, I think that was the thing where I'm like, damn, every time I get to start mining this stuff out, I'll be like, damn, my parents were actually dope as fuck, man. 18 years old, got married, and they never even, got to the point where they were just like going to the divorce lawyer. Now, they probably done threatened each other a whole bunch of goddamn times, but the thing was that they had opened their mind so much and made their mind vulnerable enough to say, I'm gonna let love in. I'm gonna let this thing called love, and I'm gonna have a definitive term on it, because I'm seeing this. You can't tell the difference from the two when it comes down to the families, because they were so intertwined. And it was because when they seen my mother, they seen my father, they had one name, James and Jeannie. That was all it was. Are you going to James and Jeannie house? Did you invite James and Jeannie? So what they ended up doing was something, I think, that was just more, it was just more primitive. Like, they didn't have to have the Bible and all these different things to figure a lot of this stuff out that they figured out, right? They just lived life. And even with my father, his whole thing was, I ain't trying to do Christianity. Back in the day, you had a lot of these dudes that was doing Muslim and they knew karate. That was what they were. My father knew karate, and he was trying to study the whole Muslim thing, but it just wasn't working because he smoked too much goddamn weed. That's
now this generation pouring syrup on Bibles and whipped cream. Now you know what I'm saying?
He was one of those dudes that was he was intertwined in the world, but he wasn't of the world. He always had his own mind, and he was one of those dudes where people used to respect him because he danced to the drum of his own beat. And the craziest part was my mother followed. Even when she had people in her ear, that was, I don't know why you out there following Jane like that. That was that chauvinistic and all that crazy ass shit. But no, she was like, this my husband. And she was one of those women, and it just got to the point where she survived it. A lot of these other women, mostly all their friends and family, ended up being divorced after, and I ain't talking about divorce after 3 or 4 years. I'm talking about they were divorced after 20 and 30. You get what I'm saying? They was together for a long time. You be like, who the fuck in their right mind would even try to break this shit up after all those years? That was the problem that they had. They would be 25 years and they would still sit back and talk about some goddamn divorce. And then when you figure out what they got a divorce for, you be like, you do understand that shit was recoverable, right? It was crazy back then. Now look, in my generation, 6 months annulment. Like I've never known what a fucking annulment was until I got old enough to understand what marriage was about.
That's what they call it, a mulligan.
Yeah, you know, it's motherfuckers don't even make it 20 days. You know what I'm saying now?
Right.
So, but that's our currency. Family is our currency, y'all, and history is too. And all we have to understand is that history, it happened. Even though it gets finagled and all these different things, we don't have to look too far into it. We just got to understand how the world works through knowing what history is. And then what we currently going through is currency for us to understand how we're at where we're at now. And then the only thing we can do now is imagine how the future would be and work towards the future. Now, the crazy part is the future has nothing to do with us in the future. It has everything to do with the people that's probably not even here yet.
Mm-hmm.
Unconditional love is to do something for someone that's not even here yet. There's no conditions up under that. None. No time, no
We're
nothing.
still talking about the next generation. So you're talking about the children. Like, so
The children.
that's my point.
Yep.
It's about preparing our children for the future that they will inherit.
Yes.
It's not about trying to preserve. That's why I think culture, just the general topic of culture itself, has its limits.
Yes.
Because again, it keeps you, but it also binds you. And there's a fine line between keeping and preserving and then binding, especially in a world that's changing rapidly.
Yes.
So again, we have to prepare our kids for the world that is to come.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's just something that I think a lot of us, and more and more I'm having conversations with my peers. I literally just called up my man the other night because somebody said something to it was like guy was saying, look, I'm like, I don't care if I'm 80 years old, I'm always your daddy, and a certain way.
Yeah.
I'm like,
genetically, you're correct.
80, sir, yes. But 80, sir, I again, at some point, if we're not raising our kids to give them the keys,
it's a mistake. I agree with that.
And we doing something wrong. I mean, it's so that's so that's something we just need to break.
So,
like,
Mr. Bennett, so you have daughters, right? I don't know if you have a son, right? So,
3 daughters. Yep.
So, see, the message to my daughters is is exactly what you're saying. They're independent ladies, and the only reason, the way I get them together is we have Sunday dinner. Right?
Yep.
So they come around the table, we have a conversation. We'll have a couple of topics we talk about. And instead of me talking at them, it's a conversation that they have their own opinions, own political opinions, everything, right?
Mm-hmm.
The only thing I would say to them, and the only thing I wanted to get across to them as their father is the reason why I push for them to have a significant man in their life. Mm-hmm. And I'm saying whether you want to or not, I can't force you to do it. But at some point, I want to be relieved. I want to be relieved of the fact that I got to cover you.
Yeah.
Not, I want somebody that you could trust, that I could trust, that can take care of you when I'm not around, so I don't have to worry about certain things. I'm always be not worried. I'm always be thinking. But if you had a guy in your life, there's certain things I don't have to worry about no more because you got a nice guy in your life. He's supposed to take those responsibilities, and those are pretty much the only thing I tell them on that end, because it's true. So I think I get through to them on that fashion. I don't say it all the time, but I just. Right. Just let them know that's it. And they ask me, what you mean? I said, well, listen, one of my daughters is out of the house and she was going out of the country. Mm-hmm. And she just told me she was going out of the country. Well, first of all, I said, well, where are you going? What country are you going to? Where are you staying? And listen, you don't have to get my permission to go, but you should tell me exactly where you're going to be so I have a trail.
Yeah.
Right? If she had a husband I wouldn't have been as concerned. He would have been going with her. I still might want to know, but you know what I'm saying? Those are the kind of things that transition for me with them. But my youngest daughter's still here, and I'm hoping I can get her married off before she moves out.
I hear you.
Yeah, Bennett, Mr. Bennett, I got something to say, right? I don't know. I got to be honest with you, Mr. Bennett. This is not a personal thing to you. Please don't take it personal, but I got to say this, right? You're the only man that I know that don't like to, like when person says something about culture, you kind of, you feel it somehow. It's something that you don't really like to talk about. I understand that some of us might be more of progressive. I don't hold anything against people that are progressive in nature. But I got to say this. Igbo land, which is where I come from, Igbo, has been around statistically for the past 350,000 years, okay? And one thing that guides Igbo people is culture. Our sense of culture. It's guided us for 350,000 years. But, and we've had so many invasions. We have our people have disintegrated and have gone all over the world, started new civilizations, and they took the culture with them. But the Igbo people have never been threatened by not slavery, because we were taken into slavery by the millions for almost 400 years. Over 20 million Igbo people were taken outside Igbo land. But I got to say this, even the slavery itself didn't threaten us. What threatened Igbo land is the Western culture, or the Western civilization or Western progressive of the last 75 years. Is the first thing that has threatened us for the first time. The reason why I say this to you, right, is this, right? As a father, and as a father that has a daughter himself too, when we don't have culture, we are bound to lose it all. Just like Mr. Penn just said right now, he can tell, his daughter doesn't have to take permission from him. But guess what? The culture says that she can't even leave your house. She can't go on vacation. Once she gets out of your house, she's going straight to a man's house at a very young age. But the Western experiment has made our daughters to stay in our house, even in their 30s. And they don't even look like they're going to even move out. That's number one. And some of them move out because they don't like the way we talk. Then they move out and go and live at their own freedom in a different house. And you know what, men? See, I got to say this. We can think that our progressive mindset can change another man's way of thinking. It cannot. Because there's a reason why women that live by themselves can't get a husband, because men always think by nature, even if she's not doing it, that a woman that lives by herself has a revolving door for other men to come and go. That's what men think by nature. You might not have that mindset, but most men do. Men are cultural by nature. You know how they say men are conservative by nature? That is culture. Men are cultural by nature. Women are progressive by nature. Women love to talk about politics instead of culture. Women love to spend more time in church instead of culture, because to them, it gives them the freedom to be who they want to be. So as fathers to daughters, I will caution us. Let's talk more about culture, because it keeps women grounded. Politics don't keep them grounded.
One of the things that we have to understand is that
I thought that was JT talking.
it was, but somebody had
JT.
It was me, but yeah, it was.
It was that was a replay.
Well, if I can respond to
can I finish?
Oh, okay, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so that is what I'm trying to say. Because I got to say this, right? There is no reason why we should have daughters that are 25 years and above without husband. There is no, in fact, it scares the shit out of me as a father to a daughter. You see what I'm saying? There is no reason why they should. We shouldn't even be comfortable with it. We shouldn't at all. Take away that progressive, take it and throw it away into the trash if you want to. But I got to say, the reason why I speak on culture is because I know the result of both sides, because I've been on both sides.
Mm-hmm.
I have been on both sides. And I know the outcome on the cultural side is far better. I can have a daughter. If my daughter come to me and say, hey, Daddy, I'm going on vacation. In fact, you know what? I might even faint. Because she's supposed to leave my house and go to another man's house. She's supposed to be telling her husband that she's going on vacation. And if she goes on vacation, her husband will have to tell me why he let my daughter go on vacation without telling her, no, you're not going without him.
Mm-hmm.
Because that means he has lost his goddamn mind. Go ahead.
Well, first of all, you know, and I appreciate your comments on that. I'm again, as I stated, I think culture is something that has kept us. I'm not necessarily trying to throw away culture, but what I am saying is certainly in the world that we're living in, I think culture can also be, and this has been historical, culture can also be a bind. Because ultimately, as human beings, just like I said, just like any other organism, the key is to survive, and it's about survival. So for the 350,000 years that you're talking about, the Igbo people or any peoples overall, the cultural milieus that they lived in, it was a mechanism for survival. And again, I recognize I've spoken about recent experience that I had last year, where I went to a home for a party of a Sierra Leone family. And I saw that culture up close and the ties that they had and the relationships and the bonds of it. But then I also saw their children, because we were there because my daughter is best friends with one of their daughters. And they invited us to this family. It was basically a family cookout. And I was just simply asking the daughter some questions about, one, the culture, because I didn't know much about, people from that region. And I was also asking about their future prospects. I asked about marriage. That's first one of the major questions I asked. So when do most Sierra Leone women get married? They told me between 25 to 27 on average. That's the age to get married. That's in their culture. So as far as marrying young or over 25, they told me that's in their culture. That's when most women. Now, again, I don't know if that's for the past 75 years or 100 years or whatever. That might be just the modern scene, but that's what they told me. And then I asked them, so, okay, because they're my daughter, time she's 22. So I said, okay, so because there was a lot of cousins there. And they were talking about how great, they love these gatherings because they have all these cousins, dozens of cousins. They get together and all these girls and they're hanging out and it's fun and all the fun they have. So I said, okay, well, in 5 years, I guess there's going to be a ton of weddings. And to a girl, they all said, if it happens, it happens.
Yeah.
They're not racing to get married. And it's from what just the vibe I got, I don't think that their parents are necessarily racing for them to get married either. So the culture, again, helped all of them get to the point where they're at, where they have this community. It's a small community. It's not as big as the Nigerians or the Ghanaians in this country, but they built a community and it's here. And I can already tell because most of the girls don't even speak the language. They understand it perfectly. Like it's parents go back and forth all that language. They understand everything, but their grammar is terrible. In fact, one girl, she went to Sierra Leone last year and was kind of embarrassed to laugh at because the people, when they heard them speak in the language of those people, they were like, wow, you guys need some work.
It's so like us hearing somebody speak English backwards.
Yeah. So they're already disconnected. So that group is not going back. So are we to prepare them for the world that they're in and the world that they will inherit? Or do we keep them try to pull them back in, or somehow keep and restrict them into this culture that for all that time, it got them here? And I respected that and I appreciated that. It was a pleasure seeing it. But for these kids, they're not. They're on a different wavelength. So their survival is going to have to be different based on their terms, not on the Sierra Leone terms or the culture that they came from. That's just the reality of, and that was for all those girls there. And you can tell they're just different from that of their parents and their aunties and their uncles and everybody else who was there.
And I'm sorry guys, let me respond to this real quick so that way we can be in one page. If you want to, Mr. Bennett, if you want to get the ideal of marriage, you don't want to go ask girls, even African girls, because African girls are the same as African American girls. The same mindset, the same thinking. I'm sorry to tell you this. I'm not moving. No, I'm not moving. I'm not moving. No,
you just know the culture for the same thing.
Remember I said earlier. Remember I said earlier, right? That Africa. Remember I said earlier that even Africa, because you said something earlier, and I told you were 100% correct, right? Remember I told you were 100% correct.
Yeah.
And I told you that we in Africa have to get back into the culture. And I know the last people you want to get any sense of culture is women of any culture. Because remember I said a few minutes ago, right? You remember I said a few minutes ago that women are social creatures. They don't like culture.
That's why
they want politics. Yeah.
But that's why I disagree. That's why I find your point sort of counterintuitive though. Because women are the social ones, and they're also the first teachers. So it shouldn't be logical that women are the ones to preserve and pass on culture, not men.
But guess what? But now is a problem, because I got to tell you, even in Africa now, we have women just like in America, and that's why I talk about this in my channel. That in Africa, the women and the men and the women in Africa and the women in the West are almost becoming the same thing. And guess they're paying the price. You know why they're paying the price? Because even them now, their marriage age between the age of 25 and 40 is of the lowest that it has ever been in history. In Africa, those women of that group are not even getting married now. Men are now leaving them to marry the younger ones. That is why my uncle, I'm coming real quick. That's why my uncle.
On that point, Ekene, before you go further, because we got the point, what would you do to solve that? See, one of the things that you're talking about is that
that's what I'm getting into.
What I'm saying, well, let me say this and I'll let you go. What do you think you really have control over with these women? See, that's what I'm trying to tell you. A lot of problems we have. I'm not going to be as the plane's going to land quicker than yours. Okay, what I'm trying to tell you is that we need to meet women at some point where we could change them based on our behavior, not based on trying to correct them. Because the women of the West and the women that are spreading this shit all around the world, we know this one thing, and I'm gonna shut up on this one, that they do the things for the men they want. They do the things for the men they want. And not that we have to change to be the men they want. Is that if we raise our standards and they say, shit, I got to do something to be at that level.
They're going to follow it.
They're going to have to do something differently than what they're doing now. But go ahead. Go ahead and finish.
Okay. The thing is this, right? What you just said right now is 100% correct. But I would say that they pay the price. The price that they pay, just like I told Mr. Bennett, is that they're not even getting married, even on both sides of the Atlantic.
No, let the ones who are arrogant pay the
price. Yeah. The ones that are arrogant are paying the price and sometimes what actually led to this, because when Mr. Bennett said what he said, I knew where it came from. In the 90s, let me put it this way, in the 90s and the 80s, we had some group of women that got married in Africa. They married so young as the age of 16, 17, 18. They were mad at their parents for not putting them through college. So they swore, my uncle's wives did that. They swore that if they have children, that their daughters will go to college and obtain every degree and marry later on in life. Guess what? My uncle did the same thing. He swore. My other uncle did the same. I have 4 uncles that did this thing. And 2 of them have sat down. 2 of them and I have sat down in the last 2 years. And you know what they told me? They made a big mistake. That what they should have done was that they should have told their daughters about marriage and education at the same time. To obtain marriage and education at the same time. So as soon as they're graduating from college, they're going straight to marriage. My uncle was talking to me and he almost dropped tears almost dropped his cheek. And the reason why that happened is because he told me and said, okay, why is it that when I was trying to get my daughter to go do her master's in Washington State, why didn't you stop me from doing, in New York? Why didn't you stop me from doing that? I said, because if I had told you to not put your daughter towards master's and advise her to get married first, you would have said that I was jealous, right? And he thought of, no, I'm coming, Mr. Penn.
I got your point.
The reason why I'm saying this is this. These girls are suffering today, not getting married because of what some parents put them through. But what we have to do today. No, let me land.
Going, I understand where you're going already. I'm just saying, listen, the point really is, it's not what men tell them. It's what the women tell them. The thing is, the truth of the matter is, we need to have women who are older than them to stop telling them to fuck everybody all through their 20s. That's what we really need to do.
That's right. 100%.
I'm talking about from a men's perspective. The women are telling, the reason why women don't think they can get an education and a husband at the same time is not because of men. It's because the women who are in their peer group keep telling them to fuck everybody until they're ready to get married. And
but I'm not going that far. I'm not going that far.
Men shouldn't say what they need to say, but the effective thing is to have women say, listen, I did my 20s and look where I'm at now. I'm an old fucking hag and nobody wants me. I don't want that for you. We need to have more women saying that shit. And that's the truth.
But Mr. Penn, what you're just saying now is part of it. But what me and Mr. Bennett is saying is the ones that their father and their mother are there. Just like Mr. Bennett had conversation with those girls, and those girls said that if they never get married, they're not worried about it. That's the problem that now we're getting in Africa. That some women have become. I'm coming, Mr. Penn. Some women now in Africa.
Mayday, will you please learn this motherfucker?
know what? I hear you, man. You keep going back to the farm. I'm saying everything you're saying is true. Can't you just accept that shit? I agree with you.
It's true.
But the fact is, it's the women who need to stop telling them to suck every dick in their 20s. It's the women who need to do that. It's women who need to say, listen, fuck the roaring 20s. If you find a guy in college and you could get a master's and a husband at the same goddamn time. They need women to say that. They do. I mean, we keep acting like we're in charge of every fucking thing because we're men. That's not true, especially when it comes to sex and women. They own the sexual marketplace. We're fucking players in it. And we keep trying to deny it. And we have to have discipline, but that discipline don't mean shit unless a woman lets you get some ass. If you ain't a criminal, you ain't getting no ass unless a woman says yes. And every woman wants to, at least it comes up here and argue that shit all the time, like she don't have no agency over her box. It's a lie. I'm saying women,
I agree with you.
Women need to change. If I was going to do anything on these panels, I would tell women, you need to tell the message to your younger women that it's okay in your 20s to get married. And we need to tell the guys, if you got your path, listen, I had my path on being an engineer done when I was in my 20s. I wasn't no 30-year-old fucking man. I was ready for a marriage in my 20s. That's why I went looking for my wife.
I was a buck sergeant in my 20s. You're right. I was a buck sergeant in my 20s. I had 300, 400 people up under my command by the time I was 27. You know what I'm saying? So
JT, let me add this. The one thing we need to tell men, and this is you know what's funny, because Angry Man said the same shit, and I've been saying this before, so I don't think he got it from me, but I feel co-signed. When I found my wife for 6 to 9 months, I wasn't trying to fuck nobody. So my head was clear. So I recognized her when I saw her.
Yeah.
When all these guys are out there, no matter what they're saying, when they look at women like a piece of steak. I want to stick my Johnson in every chick I see. So you ain't going to recognize, especially today, with all the women being ratchet and all that. It's not all, when a lot of them are. And it's not even a needle in a haystack. They got some decent women still here, even in this sucky place in America. But you can't see them because you ain't looking for them. You're looking and say, is she going to try to get a free dinner out of me? Or she's going to try to do this? And if I can't get my lick first, then it ain't worth talking to her. And that's how you can miss somebody, because your head is all cloudy. Right? So all I'm just trying to say is
dating is a contact sport nowadays. Dating is a contact sport nowadays. It's not for the purpose of courting and marriage anymore. So most people, most of these folks, men and women, are dating each other with frustration and fear. That's what they're doing. So as far as like what we have, as far as what we can control, and that is the ability to marry a woman, we don't even want that concession anymore. We're trying to be, we're just like what Mr. Payne was saying, we're the players in the game that we don't control. But the game that we do control, we don't want to be that guy. So what Mr. Bennett was saying was, when we're talking about tradition, what happens is that, of course, we need tradition, but we don't want to have it to a point where it bonds us, where we can't go and evolve. We have to be able to still be able to maneuver in the society that's put before us. And if we keep living and keep giving the message as if it was what was yesterday, then that's what's going to keep us bonded, and we're going to always be losing.
Right.
But JT, this is what I wanted to tell Mr. Bennett. JT, tradition is supposed to bind us. That's the purpose of tradition. It's supposed to bind us socially, but not to innovate. Because you got to understand, right? When the Africans went from Sub-Saharan Africa to Northeast Africa, they developed Egypt, right? That was the center of innovation.
I know we're in a fucking America, man.
JT.
We're in America, man. We're not in Africa. Some of that shit, I mean, you gotta concede. Well, listen, even if you don't want to concede in your mind, that some
I concede.
are not transferable. I mean, the thing, this is when Trey and those guys whip my ass, okay? The truth of the matter, some of the stuff you're talking about is not transferable here. It's not.
I know.
So what you keep talking about, I'm just saying we can't get past forward. You keep talking about fucking Egypt and Egyptians and shit.
You see, there's the thing about our age. When you proverb is this: when you give a proverb, right, it's left to understanding. I'm not telling you to go back. It's a proverb. I use a proverb. It's left to understanding. I'm not saying let's go back to Egypt. I'm not saying let's go back to African culture. But we have to institute a culture. He's talking about, Mr. Bennett was saying something about bringing a culture, right?
You're not listening, right? Because the point is, if you can talk about culture, but if you keep mentioning shit from the past, that's when people stop listening.
You gotta use what I've got.
Listen, if you talk about culture and how we can implement a culture that could work for the future, then that's something somebody might listen to. Because we have to build new paradigms, right? That's the point.
How do you build a new paradigm if you don't look back into what was to build what is?
New paradigms by telling people to change the way they talk to each other. If I have women, we know women have access to younger women, right? And we have some women who actually agree with what we're saying. Stop telling younger women that they can't have a future as a engineer and a husband at the same time. Stop telling them that. Stop telling men that you got to be 40 years old before you can look for a wife. That's just not true. Right? Stop telling these guys that. I mean, I wasn't no great. I can say this is all anecdotal, right? I wasn't this chosen motherfucker, man. When I was looking for my wife, I just said, shit, I want to be married. So I got to look for somebody that, I was in my 20s. Just because I was a baby boomer doesn't make me different than any other human being. And that's when I get mad at everybody telling me I'm a fucking dinosaur. If somebody who's 20 years old can't get married in 2024, the history of mankind has been God being married forever. But all of a sudden, because we're in a modern fucking era, nobody could be married because we're in a new age. Get the fuck out of here!
Because the thing is this.
Listen, I just can't take it. No, you know what? Okay, say listen.
You still saying the same thing I'm saying. You just saying the same thing I'm saying. You say the same thing.
It ain't you right now. Listen, he had to get that shit off because it was right there.
All I'm just trying to say, I don't disagree with what you're saying, but when you say it the way you say it, people can't get past it because you keep trying to draw us back into the glorious old days when they had pharaohs and shit.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You said the same thing that I said. What I said before you started talking is this: we have to have girls that will go to college and look for husband at the same time. Didn't I say it? I said it.
How does that happen? I want you to tell me.
Guess what?
No. Just tell me, how do we get women to think the mindset of when they go to college, whether you don't have to immediately get married at the college, but looking for a career.
Let me answer that real quick because I know Mr. Bennett wants to really talk. Let me answer that real quick.
How does that happen without going around?
So we can get Mr.
Let me answer that in 30 seconds. Let me answer that in 30 seconds. This is how it's going to happen.
Okay.
This is how it's going to happen, right? Just like they go to school and they start looking for boyfriend that they want to boyfriend, right? They start looking for boyfriend to boyfriend. It's the same way they can go to school and make that boyfriend a husband. You see, they have to, number one, when you come to school and you see this guy that likes you and approach you, don't go liking a guy because that's where the problem starts. Women go.
What you say?
Women go and look for guys. That's not what is going to happen. Let the guy look for you first. And then when the guy comes to you, you start a courtship, then introduce the guy to your father.
Yes,
you see what I'm saying? Whenever you introduce, men have...
Somebody's got to mentor them to have that mindset. And if it's not the women that they look up to, the woman who was ratchet, the mother most likely was ratchet in her 20s nowadays, and her grandmother might have been ratchet. So so you need to have somebody to tell them that, not just a father. Somebody's got to tell these women that in their 20s it's okay. Like the Miss Jennies of the world, it's okay to be looking for a husband and have a career at the same time, and then the man who has a woman who's a career woman has to understand that the old traditions that, if you have her out there working and making money, you got to negotiate some shit you may never had to negotiate before.
This is what we're going to discuss this Sunday.
I'm a PhD.
And so listen,
Mr. Penn, you're gonna be on my show this Sunday, right? Look at what I posted. It says career and family, right? This is what we're going to discuss this Sunday.
There you go.
All right, so we got my man.
That could take me out of the middle. I just,
You all right, man.
Okay.
Scorch the Earth, $5 ball. He gave us the $5 ball. Clement, I appreciate it, brother. And on behalf of the Black Man Unfiltered, bro, go ahead and hit him with it, my man, Lit.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money.
That's right. Here comes the money.
You want us to read it out?
Yeah, go ahead.
As a people, we were never supposed.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
As a people, we were never supposed to adapt to society norms. We were also a people set apart. You want to change. What did he say? You want change. Return to God, whether you believe or not.
Well, yeah, okay. So listen, I'm gonna land it all here. Listen, until we start finding men and women who are starting to be willing to get married in their 20s. I don't care if it's 25 to 30 inside. We need to start to build those numbers again. We need to get rid of this bullshit about struggle love and all that kind of stuff, because nobody's at the finish line in their 20s. But two people together working for something can go faster than any individual. And how many women do we need to see in their 30s and 40s crying on TikTok because somebody sold them a bill of goods and they blew all their 20s and 30s, and then they're inevitably going to have a baby and their market value is going to go down to almost zero for the best men, because now they got a burden. And they will be reading Sierra's prayer, and none of them are, 99% of them ain't Sierra, because she didn't need a man because she got money. So all I'm just trying to tell you is that then the guys, right, men are driven by nature, right? We might try to tell them to control it, but they're going to have sex when they can get it, because that's what men do. That's what we do. And we're going to take sex from a woman any way she gives it. I don't give a shit what kind of man you are. It's a rare man who can actually not, take some box when it's offered. You know, I mean, that's just inevitable. You could take dick discipline all you want. You got to just put in front of them that if you get a woman pregnant and she ain't your woman, you're going to be destroyed for 21 years.
Yeah, it's just going to take, people are going to have to still see more people suffer by not doing what's righteous and not doing what they're supposed to be doing.
I guess in short, I'm saying the conversation that we tell people has to change. And I guess that's what Trey is
We got to
saying.
just keep doing it. We got to keep
and
having
maybe
the
she
conversation.
come from me, maybe she come from younger people, but I agree. The conversation has to change.
Yes.
And all that other shit, you know, we want younger people to start getting married again.
But it takes for us to, I think it has to evolve. I think we have to start, we have a starting point where we at right now by having this type of conversation. So the conversation has to evolve, because when people were trying to, remember when we were first started trying to have these conversations, man, people was calling each other out their names. They was out there doxing each other. It was like shocking to them, right? So now as we evolve the conversations, that's why we got to keep having it. Even when we have people to sit back and say, y'all talking about the same old shit. Why are y'all still talking? Until it starts to evolve, until we can have, and we see the evolution. We see it because we do this shit every fucking week. And sometimes we do it all fucking week. And you can see the evolution in people's mind when they're talking. We're not talking about the same old thing. We're talking about the same subjects, but the way that we're talking about them is changing. So that's where we at.
So JT, what I'm trying to say is, if you're a young man out there or a guy, you got a wife, you got daughters, and you got peers that are vetted families that's close to you, don't be afraid to say, listen, you got a couple of sons, I got a couple of daughters, they're around the same age. We can't force them to marry, but let's introduce them to each other, because I respect your family, you respect mine. If I could put somebody, you know, in front of them that they ain't making their own choices, like Sierra, for example, right? Russell Wilson puts her on a pedestal. His thing I'm going to talk about on Monday. But the fact is, listen, when people say to him that he's lucky he has her, the truth of the matter is the opposite, the absolute opposite. She is blessed that this guy came into her life. You know why? Because she sat down there and chose a fucking rapper to have a baby by, and he had 18 kids somewhere. He had 5 or 6 kids somewhere else. So she don't know how to pick no man. Russ did her the biggest favor in her life.
Say he did her a solid.
You know, so
he did a solid.
We got to change the narrative. You know, this guy actually did her the biggest favor in her life, and she wanted to be a married woman. Not because she was a baby mama. She's a millionaire. Future has a better life than 99% of kids in the whole world. He had 2 millionaire fathers and a millionaire mother. So they ain't typical. So the kind of conversation we can have around that is a little bit different. It could be elevated.
Yeah, it can.
And I tell you what,
agree.
that interview with Russell Wilson, you guys need to see the whole thing. That guy,
I'm gonna watch it in the morning.
It was good.
he's a decent dude, man. If anybody had a son like him, they would be proud.
Yeah.
Not because of the baby mamarism, but his accomplishments, his mindset.
Yeah. So let's get Mr. Bennett in there. You still remember what you was on?
No, I'm totally off now, but I think I can swing it back. Just give me a minute.
Mr. Bennett don't want to go.
So one thing that JT and R. Payne said was that we have to start, telling young kids how to be married. I think we need to take it another step.
Mm-hmm.
We need to support them.
Yes.
JT, you said your dad gave you, I think, 3 things, right? You said one thing, you need to learn to live by yourself.
Yep.
You got to change that. No, that doesn't work anymore. You live in the Northeast, you're not getting an apartment for under $2,000.
You're right.
So these kids, you coming out of school, I got my job, I'm making 50, 60,000. You can't live on your own.
Right.
But who are the ones who are thriving? Are those who really don't have a ton of money, but they know how to pool, and they know how to consolidate, and they know how to live together.
Yeah.
So I tell my daughters, guess what? You get married, you can live here as long as you want. I'm not kicking you out. Yeah, I'm not kicking your husband. Now, again, you may not think it's ideal, but don't put yourself in a situation where you're moving out and you guys are going to be struggling. You guys, y'all be coming back to me anyway. So we, as OGs, remember R. Payne, I told you about, at our ages, we need to learn how to not be directors, but we need to be executive producers.
Yeah, I agree.
We need to put our money and our resources and our contacts and our leverage to help these young people. It's not enough just to tell them that, okay, you need to get married early. No, give them a support system and network that they can, and if that means living with us for a minute, do what you got to do.
100%. Right. I agree 100%.
The other point I wanted to go back to in terms of culture, again, JT and Trey, this whole cultural thing. Now, you guys are military guys.
Mm-hmm.
Military, both of you guys, Army, JT, Army, Trey, you were Army or what branch, what division of military you were at?
He was
Army, okay. There's an Army culture, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
But what's the one thing that they tell you guys when it comes to situations or problems? What do they tell you guys to do?
Tell us to solve them.
But the one thing that I always understood is to adapt.
Yeah, thank you.
Improvise and innovate.
Improvise, innovate.
Adapt,
lead, follow, and get the fuck out the way. Yes,
exactly. So the whole this approach to the culture, again, I'm not saying you have to throw out culture, but you also, when the situation calls for, you have to do those things: adapt, innovate, figure out a solution. It may not be by the textbook, it may not be by the Army code or whatever, but you know what? You got to get it done. And I think a lot of us in this space now, we need to start saying that more. Again, the old ways, they may not work in this new environment that we're in. So we have to adapt. Again, adaptation. This is biology 101. Life is about adaptation. Bacteria, viruses, why are they still with us? Because they mutate and they adapt.
Yep.
And if you think you're going to be able to preserve something the same way for all that time, you're kidding yourself. So it's not. So culture, I think, for it to survive, and if we really look at cultures seriously, I think a lot of these cultures that say are preserved, they've gone through iterations. I don't believe that, Nigerian Igbo culture hasn't changed for 350,000 years. No, I think situations, whether it be war or disease or whatever, they had to change some things up along the way to adapt to survive in the culture. And then when colonialism came, they had to adapt to some things. So we're not saying that you have to split them, but again, that has to be a part of the equation. The last thing I would say to you, Arpan, this is really, and I got to go after this. I'm waiting.
Oh, we about to shut it down. Yeah.
Okay. Arpan, you talked about these women telling women you can have all the sex. those women I was talking to, and not just them, but again, I'm in IT, so I speak to a lot of Asian Indians, a lot of very close friends of mine, kids of the same ages. It's not necessarily about the sex, as far as why they want to get married, or to say that, you know, they're delaying marriage because they just want to have all the sex they can before they get married. A lot of it simply has to do with there's things in the culture that that their parents either shared with them or that they've seen up close that they do not like.
Mm-hmm.
And to marry that, especially being here, if they were in India or if they were in the country where everybody was kind of like doing the same thing, it may be different, because they'd be like, well, that's just what we do. And that's one of the reasons why culture works, especially when you're isolated, because again, nobody knows that there's anything different. But when these kids grew up in America and they saw a different way of thinking, a different way of operating, and then when they look at that culture that they came from, yes, it was good for their grandparents and all of that, and they loved the holidays, and they loved dressing up for certain days and Diwali and all that stuff. They love that, but there's certain things that are in that culture that, like, no. And it's the guys and the girls. It's not just the girls, it's the guys also. So you're not gonna these because, you know, first time I heard about arranged marriage from the Indians, I was like, what? My one of the groomsmen in my wedding, he told me he was getting married, and he didn't even know he was gonna marry yet.
You know his wife.
He was going to India to interview like the final candidates, and he was going to pick her and get married there and bring her back. I'm like, I never heard anything like that in my life. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me.
Wow.
So
it's like going grocery shopping.
Yeah, it's literally, it's like them. They got a system. They use the horoscope. They use the families got to meet. It's like I said, in certain cultures, the husband and the wife are really secondary.
Mm-hmm.
It's about the families. It's about the community. It's about especially them. It's about the caste.
Mm-hmm.
So if a lot of that stuff isn't aligning, it's not going to work. But
I gotta say this, Mr.
Let me land line.
Both men and the women have to adapt to the new thing.
Right,
and
right.
then gotta stop thinking that adapt means that you lose your leadership. That's what men need to get straight.
Right.
You can still be the leader.
Certain things in this culture, the certain things in these cultures, and this is the mother, like I said, who's in our age bracket.
Right.
She was sharing some stuff that was like, yeah, like they've seen some stuff. And even she's like, yeah, this isn't good. But if she was still in India, she would have had to just co-sign and just go with it, because that's power. But in America, a lot of folks feel like they can just kind of, you know, divest themselves of some of that stuff.
Absolutely.
And that's why a lot of the marriage piece is a major part of that. So I just wanted to just get some little clarity to that, because it's not just about they just want to knock everybody, you know, and have sex with everybody. It goes deeper than that.
That's not part of it.
Yeah, that's exactly why I wanted to stop Mr. Payne. I wanted to stop him early. That is not the case. But Mr. Bennett, you and I might not see eye and eye on what you just said for a long time to come, because I got to say what I said before. You do not want to get any sense of culture from women, especially African women. Or don't listen to those people, because number one, they want to be as free as the Western woman, even worse than the Western woman. You see what I'm saying? They want to be as free as them or worse than them. I'm telling you, because I've seen a lot of them. I was listening to Cynthia G a few days, yesterday or today. This Nigerian girl came on Cynthia G, and she said she's 35 years old looking for a husband. Guess what? Cynthia G asked her, when was the last time she had a relationship? She said 5 years ago. When was the last time you were intimate? She refused to answer that. What does that tell you? She enjoyed the freedom that American had caught her, which is to fuck whoever and whenever she wants, right? But then at 35, now she's looking for a husband. Yeah, Kendra G. But now she's looking for a husband. I'm sorry, I made a mistake. Yeah,
I was like, Cynthia G's. I got you. One of the G's.
So see what I'm saying, right? Even when they come over here, especially their mothers, look at do you know the rate of African mothers divorcing their husband when they come from Africa to here? Astronomical. The ones that don't divorce their wives, their husbands, are the ones that put their husbands under control. Those are the ones. And then guess what happened? Their daughters have nose ring. They don't want to get married earlier, but as soon as they turn 30, now they want to marry. And they can't find a husband. At 40, they still want to marry. Do you know how many girlfriends that I had in college? Not intimate girlfriends, but girlfriend, that are very close to me that I had in college that who were telling those days, get married. And they're like, no, I got my time. My mom told me I have time. My mom said I have time. My mom said, don't worry about those African bullshit. And guess what? They are 40s now. They still haven't had a husband. And they don't even mind throwing your wife overboard to be a wife to you. Because guess what? Their mom screwed them up. So what I'm trying to tell you is this. You are saying from an outside point of view, but I'm telling you from the inside that mindset right now is destroying African community today.
Well,
it's destroying the African community in the U.S.
I can understand that, but that's why I said even India, it doesn't matter who the culture is. Like I said, the Indians, the Africans,
even the Indian. I got to tell you, I'm married now to my wife. I love my wife with all my heart, but I got to tell you, if I was in my 20s or 30s and somebody approached me and say, hey, we found you a wife in Africa, an arranged marriage, I'm going there to go see her. Because guess what? My dad never knew my mother. My grandmother found my mother for my dad. That's how they married those days. Do you know that up to today that arranged marriage is still the most successful marriage on earth? But what happened is that due to that sexual liberation, women want to test it before they marry it. But then they forgot once a man tests it, a man is gone. He's going to test. He wants something else to taste. Women don't change culture. Yes, they are social creature, but men determine culture. That's why men created culture. Men determine culture. Women can't tell men how to be in the culture or how to run a culture. So don't listen to these women, because if you stay one-on-one with a husband, he's going to give you a whole different story. He's going to tell you that he breaks his heart every day that he's looking at his daughter. They are lavishing their 20s and they're not getting married yet. Those are alone family, right? Their father will say something different in the absence of their mother, but he won't say why she's still sitting there, because guess what? He wants to eat and sleep that night.
Let me ask you something, Ekene. You're talking about so are you saying that men, a young Nigerian man or African man in his 20s is rushing to get married, but the woman does not?
I'm telling you 100% correct, because in my 20s, you see, I would have been married almost 20 years ago. Most African guys that I knew when I was growing up in their 20s wanted to get married in their 20s. And even CBN is telling you the same thing. We almost wanted to get married in our 20s, but our women, they were telling us, no, they want to live their life. They want to have fun. They want to do this. And then when you marry her, 3, 4, 5 years into the marriage, she can't have a child. And then she says it's your fault. Because she has gone and done all those abortions, trying to get rid of pregnancy, trying to do all those abortions while she's in her 20s. So you see the problem, right?
Well, who are they sleeping with, though?
No, man, I'm not messing up the game. I'm just telling the real truth. The real truth is African men want to get married very early, but the women want to, when they come to America, they want to rock their life. They want to get as many as they want before.
All I know is the Nigeria. In fact, my neighbors right across here are Igbo family. I don't know if any of the sons are married yet.
Did you ask their mom or their dad? Who did you talk to, their mom or their dad?
I talk to the dad all the time.
Talk to the dad and ask him that, your sons, do they want to marry in their 20s or when they're in their 40s? And he will tell that most of their sons want to marry as soon as they get out of college. Most Nigerian Igbo boys, right, and Yoruba boys, marry right after college. Once they get a certificate, 2 years, they're out of the market. But the girls want to go get good paying job. Whereas all the guys they went to college with are all married. Then they still want to get good paying job and they are now in their 30s, 40s. They can get married. The girls I graduated from college with, right? All the Nigerian girls that I graduated from college with, right? I only know 2 that got married. The rest of them are still single.
So Ekene, one of the things is that we have to compromise on the fact that we got to stop telling women their achievements don't matter. We need to stop. That's the Kevin Samuels.
No, the achievement matters a lot. It matters. My wife is a nurse. No,
we got to tell them that they could be wives and have achievement at the same time. But their achievement still have to fall under the overall plan that we control. And that's if you get a woman that can shake her head to those two things, then she's something that's worthwhile. And that's what I'm trying to say. A lot of guys saying, if it's not my way, it's the highway. We can't say that shit anymore. We can't really say it that way anymore.
A lot of that is still bullshit because a lot of dudes still compromise. So
hang on, I want to hear from CBN real quick. To CBN chime in, I just want to get his.
Yeah, and we getting ready to edit after CBN.
I was saying, I did my little research on TikTok. I tell a lot of African women on TikTok. But what is shocking is these girls in their late 20s, entering their 30s, they got boyfriend, right? And I would ask them a question, I said, why you not married? She said, I am single until I'm married. Because she's saying, if a man come propose to want to marry me, and I still have the boyfriend and do anything, I would dump you in a heartbeat and marry this dude right there and there. And I thought it was a joke.
Damn.
African girls will tell you that. Oh yeah.
They're in their late 20s, entering their 30s, and they're not happy that they're not married and they're reaching their 30s. So there's a lot of beautiful African women from Nigeria, from Ghana, from Uganda, from Kenya, from Nairobi, South Africa. They're not playing around. Once you that candidate going to marry them and they got a boyfriend, it's like saying you're fired. They drop it up in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
So are the Nigerians? So how come we're not hearing about these Nigerian divestors then? Or you guys?
Right.
If the women are like that,
you mean divestors from men or divestors from women? Is it divestors from men or from women? Which one?
I'm saying divesting from Nigerian women, since you're saying that all these women don't get Nigerian or African women don't want to get married. You're a young African man, just got out of college and you're 22 years old, you want to find a wife. I don't hear about these Nigerian guys divesting.
I can't know that there was an article that happened a few years back whereby a lot of
we don't want to hear about the article, Black David. Tell us what's going on in the country, man.
I'm saying right now, I'm telling the truth. And can I know this?
Black David, listen, man. When we tell stories, man, listen. Hear what I say. Listen, man. When we tell stories, we want to stick to the story, man.
I know.
That's what makes a story compelling. We want to stick to the story. I know you want to tell us about this article, but tell us what did you see with your own eyes. Black David, tell us what you saw with your own eyes, man. That's all we care about. We can read an article on our own, man. Tell us what you saw with your own eyes, man.
I saw it with my own eyes. Hear what I said.
Come on, Black David. I know you hear me, man. I know you got them headphones on for a reason.
Cut this out, y'all. Know that, right?
Come on.
I do both. I read article and I see for myself. Even I saw for myself where it got out of hand. There was a thing called a club for these men. They made for themselves to cut off all these Americanized Nigerian women who have found their westernization mindset, saying, "Oh, I got to do X, Y, Z. I need to break myself." Maybe there was a song that say, "If you want to get it when we give her money, you want to make her happy. Give her money. If you don't have money, borrow money from your friend to give her money." I thought that was a joke.
What the hell kind of song?
It's narrating something. No, it's narrating something to you. It's talking about something that the way they said, if you don't have the money, borrow money, means that if you don't have money to get married, borrow money and get married.
You know, I'm glad
that's what it's saying.
They had to come up here and clear that shit up.
Africans around the campfire with some marshmallows and some
that's
cheese.
Bad, man, Black David.
And we can sit down and talk about parables and all that shit all night long, man. I just say, okay.
But guess what? We speak in parables. We speak in parables a lot.
Thank you.
That's the thing. We speak in parables.
But they were talking about an article, man. That wasn't no parable.
No. Mr. Penn was saying that Africans don't want to talk in parables. Then I told him that Africans speak in parables a lot.
Yeah.
They just get stitches on.
Even Trigger Mike do. Even Trigger Mike do. He'll do it too.
On a future show, I want to with the Nigerian guys. I think you guys need to really address this topic because this is the first time I'm hearing this tonight. So you guys can have this. So I would. So you and CBN and Ekene need to team up. You guys should have the Nigerian.
Come this Sunday. Yeah. This Sunday at 7 p.m. Mr. Bennett. This Sunday at 7 p.m. Right? Come on my show. We're going to talk about this. Actually, that's what I was. Yeah, we're going to talk about it. We have 2 hours, two full hours of talking about it.
I don't know if it happens as much as it did in the 90s and the early 2000s. I want to know about these African men who were going after hood African American women for the sole point of marrying them to get that green card so they could stay in the country. That was a major thing that was happening for a long time. Now, I don't know
it was big. Yeah,
but
it's still happening up to now. It's still happening.
Yeah,
it's still happening.
yeah, I know.
My family, my aunt, 100%. I know.
Y'all be coming to y'all be speaking that African.
And look,
but guess what? But I gotta be honest with you, Mr. Bennett. I gotta be honest with you, Mr.
Kryptonite to the women in the hood, man. I'm telling you, they hear that African. You start especially you start saying those African proverbs. You start saying those African proverbs.
Hey, stop. Stop. You making it look up like Playboy.
Like
you
don't know. They don't understand.
They be putting a spell on these sisters in the home. They marry these African dudes, and these guys got families in. They got wife and 3 kids already in Nigeria already.
No, not laughing with it.
I will clip your goat toenail for you.
Y'all can make the language sound very sexy. Just start speaking some evil language.
No, but that's unfair. You feel like we are Playboy by we came out of one.
Y'all be having a spell over our
and Mr. Bennett, they got that deep voice too. And they get to tell you. You hear? He sings his words.
No, he's telling the truth. He's telling the truth.
No one is staying with him as soon as they get
you're trying to tell Devin's story. Man. What are you trying to do? Trying to tell Devin's story.
Y'all some slide devils, boy. I tell you. We figured it out, Mr. Bennett. We figured it out.
All you guys.
We had to get you, Black David. We had to get you, man.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So, man, we about to go ahead and shut it down, man. It's been an enjoyable conversation.
Land this plane, man.
Yeah, man. If you guys can come this Sunday, man, come this Sunday at 7 p.m. Let's talk this because that's the main thing that we're going to talk about.
Just for Economic, all right.
The same thing.
And guess what? Trey Ferg.
Going around the horn. Final thoughts? What we doing?
Well, we done final thought this shit to death. Just tell them where they can find us
in
at.
5 hours, man. God, man. Come on, man.
We got Economic. He already told them on Sunday. What time?
7 p.m.
7 p.m.
I'm gonna give a final thought to is
7 p.m. Central Time.
Trey Ferg, you've been the only one who ain't said that. I'm gonna let you take us up out of here.
Everybody else used all their final thoughts.
Okay, so let me say this. One day on BMU Network, I got my video out, sent it to a BMU, and Black David has it. You know what? I got my thing. The thumbnail says, God ordained me to be a stepdad. The Russell Wilson story. Right. So I want to talk about that from a high level on Monday. I just need a few fellas to come up. We're going to chop up part of his video. And he talks about stepdaddyism, leadership, fatherhood. Yeah, both his parents, by the way, and he reveres his father. And Sierra had both of her parents as well. See, so he says some good stuff, and this is conversation with Brandon Marshall. And I think that might be good to chop up from a higher level other than we can't stand being stepdads. I would like to elevate it a little bit.
We got one word for Russell Wilson.
You fat, bald-headed, no-neck midget. I sentence you to 3,000 lashes for conduct unbecoming a black man.
What I don't want to have happen.
My brother.
Before we get Trey Ferg again, Mr. Bennett, I definitely want to get you in because we got some good news about you and the gray with the gray
yes,
the gray area.
Yes, we're making news, man. We're making news.
All up in the paper.
Yes, sir.
We have a copy of the damn thing. Where's the paper?
It's like a Greek online. I need Grumman to send me the link to it. But there's like a Greek news thread and we made that thread. So they posted a picture of our show.
You had one of their boys on. You had one of their priests on, right?
Yes.
So you
It was Father Costantino.
I saw that.
Yeah, it was a very enlightening conversation. So we're looking forward to having more dialogues like that. This Sunday on the Gray Area, we're going to be talking about going home, meaning Americanization. So again, you've been here for a while. What's it like to go home? Are you finding yourself to be more American or Greek in being that you've been in America for a while? So we're going to have that. So we're going to have that conversation. So definitely looking forward to it. But speaking of bald heads, Brother Ekene, if I haven't invited you before, it is time for you to
come
it's
home.
time for you to give it up, sir. I see you're fighting your last stand right now. You need to give up the fight. It's over. So
That's right. Cut the rest of that shit
join
off,
us, man. Just join us. I mean,
it's what I'm telling you. The water's fine.
You never know brotherhood of the BMU network, brother. You are the perfect candidate for it. The battle is over. So just join us, man. When I get or whatever, your hair's not coming back either. Just join us on this end, my brother. Be one of us.
Ladies and gentlemen,
I'm one of you.
Home, brother.
I'm
Come
one
on
of
home.
you. I'm halfway there.
You more than halfway there, brother. You more than halfway there.
From one smooth brother to another. Come on, Trey Ferguson, take us up out of here, man.
Hey man, it's been a lot of good things said. And if you are in these spaces and you're looking for opportunity to change your dynamics of your life, sometimes you got to be able to take bits and pieces from everyone and just sort of piece it together. None of us have the direct answer to your life. You just have to be willing to take a chance on what it is you want in life. As you get older, you have to be willing to take chances, but also you have to move with caution. And like Brother Bennett asked me, you have to adapt. Is what we're doing is adapting to our situation. You have to improvise, meaning what normally work may not work today. Change it up a little bit. At least you know what'll work and what won't work. Then you have to overcome it. A long way before we overcome it, because we just now starting to adapt to it. So whether you're a young man or young woman, take these opportunities to know who you are. If you want that special someone, try to stay out of the spaces of people who only complain about the opposite sex. Connect with people who are living that life. It may not be in your family. It may not be in your church. It may not be in your community. It may not even be in your city. But you have to be willing to take that chance. Step out on your own. Understand that the loved ones that say they love you, they'll be there to protect you and support you in the end. Other than that, and it's Friday, man. I can tell y'all that, man. I can tell y'all this. If somebody tell me brothers from Africa don't talk a lot, they lying to me. I get up, because boy, hey, wow. Oh my God.
Wow.
But it's all good though, man. It's the fact that men can come together. I can see just in this space how everybody's been growing and just sort of, not yelling and start to understand each other. But, man, the summer ain't here yet, man. I think things will change a little bit in the summer. So, man, protect your loved ones, man. Reach out. I don't know, man. I've been blessed by helping others as a man. So that's why I appreciate everybody again, man. It's Friday, Saturday. Yeah, we don't went longer than normal, but a lot of things got done, man. So, hey, man, salute to everybody, man, for real. All the ball brothers, let's keep rocking. We gonna
tell them where they can find. Tell them where they can find you at too, OG.
Oh man, I did put my little channel in the chat, man. Trey Ferguson started to move a little bit, man. So I got my channel in the private chat. I mean, if y'all, I can place it in there. Let me see, I can place it. But yeah, Trey Ferguson, the player coach, man, and it's synonymous for who I am. I've played in it, and now I've coached it.
There you go.
But so you just have to be able to swim in all shark waters, man. Have your life vest on, for real. So I appreciate this space, man, for real, man. So let's do it, man. Shit. hey, you can't get old like me unless you try some shit.
There you go.
So until you step out of that mud or that situation, you'll never know, man. So with that, man, salute to everybody, man. Have a good night. Everybody go take a bath tomorrow, sit in the tub, get the cheeks clean, whatever. So everybody, man, everybody get fresh, man. We're gonna everybody get fresh tomorrow. I don't care. Get fresh. Take no shower. We ain't taking no showers all weekend. Everybody go sit down, relax your body, man, massage your muscles, man, and we're gonna get clean. Women follow suit, take your wig off, let your hair, wash your hair, everything, man. We're gonna be fresh. It's almost springtime, man. Salute to everybody.
Yes, sir.
All right, y'all. Here's the springtime fresh on our way out. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you guys for coming out to another edition of the Barbershop here on the Black Man Unfiltered Network. And I'm going to let sweet brother Rance take us up out of here. And then after that, we're going to hit the church music.
Subscribe now.